A very good morning and welcome to a new era for the National Championships here in Coffs Harbour. Scott McAllister and Gab Rose, former Australian Women's Open representative, here with you this morning to preview what's going to be a huge day of touch football. Gab, like we said, a new format this year. It's a new era for the sport. A record 169 teams at the competition this year, and it all gets underway very shortly.
It does. It's a beautiful day here today in Coffs Harbour, and I'm looking forward to new teams and new competitions and rivalries built.
So we've got club teams, affiliates, regions, states. We've also got international guests as well here this year with teams from Japan, Singapore and afar. And it just really sets up what's going to be an exciting new brand of touch football for the championships this year.
Yeah, it sure is. It's hard to actually tip for these tournament this year because we're not sure how each team's going to go as the tournament goes on, but it's shaping to be a great 3 days, Scott.
Well, our first game gets underway very shortly. We've got the Women's Open, Sydney Scorpions taking on the Brisbane Metro Mustangs. Stay tuned, we'll be back with all the live action.
Affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Well, welcome to the championships presented by Inferno. Our very first match of the 2024 competition is about to get underway. The Women's Open, the Sydney Scorpions taking on the Brisbane Metro Mustangs. Scott McAllister and Gab Rose with you in commentary for our opening matches. It's been a long build-up, like we just said in the preview, Gab. These teams have been training through the hot summer, big long off-season, and it all gets underway in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, that cardio and fitness they've been doing over the summer is going to pay dividends this weekend.
So it's been an exciting game, our first one. Brisbane Metro, first time that they're here at the championships as an affiliate club. A lot of these players may have represented in the Brisbane Cobras system in the past, but one of the strongest clubs getting around in Queensland particularly, and it'd be great to see them on the big stage here and see how they go against the defending champions. Pretty tough ask in the opening match to come up against the defending champions, the Sydney Scorpions.
Yeah, it sure is. It is a tough match for them, but let's see if they're up to the contest. They're out there ready to take the toss, but they are against a red-hot Scorpions team. When you look down their team sheet, there's just star after star after star in that team. So it'll be a tough but an exciting clash. First up, Scott. And
you can see the Brisbane Metro team on screen, looking pretty calm and relaxed at the moment. Like we've said, the Sydney Scorpions, last year's champions, and what a performance it was they put on in the grand final, winning 10-1 over the Hunter Western Hornets. Amy Davis, the player of the final in last year's GF. Conditions have fined up quite nicely. We've already seen typical Coffs Harbour weather. We've had a little bit of everything this morning. There was rain when I got out of the car. Now the sun's starting to shine through. Pretty warm conditions as well, sitting about 26 degrees at the moment. Players would have been expecting these type of conditions coming up to Coffs again this year.
They would have. It's often 4 seasons in one day. And just on Danny Davis there, as we know, she's a new mum, and I just actually saw her beautiful baby boy Koa just out the back there with legendary grandmother Kerry Norman, obviously a legend of our game. So she's got the baby while Danny's running back on the field here.
Now you can see in the Scorpions huddle, I should say, the number 6, last year's player of the final, her sister on her right-hand side, Shelley. highlight a couple of other players within this team that, like you said, they are star-studded. They're definitely one of the heavyweights again, looking to go back-to-back again this year, and the team that they pulled out this year, they're going to be a red-hot chance.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Obviously, you can't go past Hannah Dyball, Laura Peaty, obviously Danny Davis, and then some young guns. Obviously, you got Shelley Davis, but then ones to watch are Waira Ellis, Mackenzie Davis and Coco Masters.
And for Brisbane, they've got a pretty good lineup as well. Charlie Nicola, Chloe Nicola, a couple of really good up-and-coming young players out of this Brisbane system who play Queensland secondary schools for the last few years. Meg Muir's another one to watch. So this is going to be a really interesting contest here in our opening game. It is the Sydney Scorpions with the first possession. There's Dyball. They've got players on the back foot. Doesn't look like she made the line. Well, you can't start a tournament in any better fashion than that. The Scorps straight from the tap-off.
No, they started fast and one set in and one try. So really good effort there. And who else but Hannah Dyball?
Just identified the offside player there for Brisbane. Jenna Rousel, one of their experienced players.
Let's see how they respond to you, Scott.
Yeah, they'll definitely throw the kitchen sink. A lot of these Brisbane players are also Southern Storm representatives that play in the Metro Cup on a Friday night in Brisbane. Made the Metro Cup Grand Final this year. Here is Meg Muir, one of those young ladies we made mention, just short of the line in the touch made on her by Laura Peaty. A very experienced player for the Sydney Scorpions lineup.
Yeah, and it's interesting. They've got all ages. We know Laura Peaty's a mum as well, so there's a few mums, and then obviously he's got these young girls, 17, 18, 19 coming through the ranks. So they've got a good blend of youth and experience across the field as well, the Scorpions.
And how much emphasis would you think the Scorps have put on going back-to-back? Because they've been in a lot of national finals over the last few years, but that was the first win for them since back in Elite 8 days last year. It's just that little extra notch because they've been a really dominant team, but they haven't really had the championships to match it. They'll be keen to get that double this year.
Oh, they'll definitely be keen. I'm sure it's something they've spoken about. They won't focus on it, knowing their coach Barry Gibson. They'll be just looking at their processes and getting through each game. But I'm sure it's in all the back of their minds to go back-to-back this year.
Back on the attack. Coming into the back end of their set now. Through the hands on sweep though from Brisbane. Two defenders coming across to make the touch.
Yeah, and that was better defence there by Brisbane. So hopefully the communication nerves have settled and they'll work their way into the game.
And a good defensive effort on their line yet again. Now Brisbane have work to do to try and get down the other end. Looking to try and make some replacements on the field as well. Link back up to Muir. Down the sideline they come. That's good metres. Muir, though, just having to take an extra couple of steps to get to half as they juggle the football.
Yeah, they'll be looking here, Scott. They might draw a penalty here. The ref said play on. They'll be looking to finish the ball down this end of the field and then get their defensive structure right this time.
So they finish their set on the Scorpions' 10-metre line. It's just a little bit unclean on the back end of their set there from Brisbane. They did a good job to get it to the halfway and didn't really pick up too many extra metres on the next two touches. Scorps now get replacement players on. Dyball, it's influential, setting up the first try. We see Shelley Davis now getting them back on the front foot. Dyball looks to take off. Another diving effort and touch made on the boot. So they're getting a few questions thrown at them, but they've answered over the last two sets there, Brisbane.
They are. They've had to make a few try-saving touches, but they've been up to it thus far. They'll be wanting a really good set here, Scott, and they've given away a penalty there. The refs called, I think, lent their arm around possibly and hooked onto the defender.
Hooking penalty.
And that probably wasn't what they needed. They had a first couple of good touches, but they need to try and string a whole set of six together and work themselves into this game because Scorpions are too good a team to be trying to line defend against them.
Shelley Davis gets into half, feeds early. They come back inside the Davis. Good defence again on the line from Brisbane.
Yeah, really good defence there.
That's a Dyball who straightens them up. Nice little short ball punching through again. Nice touch. 3 sets now defending their line. Brisbane have tightened things up. Score here.
Yeah, they've definitely tightened their defence, Scott, and they're coming in and shutting down straight away. So They can't seem to get their attack right just at the minute, but defence is holding up besides that initial set, and I've no doubt that perhaps that Barry Gibson and the Scorpions coach, they'll come in tight and then they might look long where there might be some space out wide.
So back-to-back sets for Brisbane as they're trying to transition out of their end of the field. They turn the ball back over to the Scorps.
And just watch here for Mackenzie Davis. As we know, she's been only young but already had an illustrious career to date, and she's very hard to defend on the line here with the ball now.
Go to Peter, who gets away from one. A little bit of space on the left. They'll come back and play it. O'Reilly back in field to Mackenzie Davis. As Petey plays it, receives it back from Davis. They go back to her now. Again, Tanamu this time coming up out of the line and forcing the pass.
Yeah, they're going to make Scorpions work for it and make them, you know, throw the long ball or get around it, but they're just not going to let them through the middle by the looks, and that's a good tactic for Brisbane Metro in their first match.
They go away from their sideline this time. That's a good option for them. The last couple of sets they've just struggled to get towards their substitution box. They go away from that side. Now they'll make their way back over. Nice little coaching change there from Brisbane.
Yeah, I like it. They've just changed it up a little bit, and you can see it's going to be their best set of the match so far. First time we've probably seen them down this end of the field. So that was a better change, and well done, Brisbane.
They're just the little wins that you need, isn't it? You know, you're not going down the other end and scoring points as such, but just to complete a full set of 6 and pick up as much territory as what you can and try to change your attack into defence.
Yeah.
Positive signs there from Brisbane.
They just come on at speed, though, if you're watching the Scorpions, as they make an error in the roll ball. But as they go off the field at speed, and the new players coming on are coming on at speed and getting straight into the game.
Coming back for the penalty, forward pass off the ruck is the call here as Brisbane regain possession. All of a sudden they definitely have better territory. Stems off that previous set that they had. Down the sideline they come, a little bit of room to work with. There hasn't been a touch made here. Brisbane get their first try on the board. Oh, little momentary lapse in defence there for the Scorpions, uncharacteristic down the sideline.
Yeah, it kind of came from nothing. They're working their way off the line, and we'll see here on the replay, and their winger, I believe it's Zell Gillespie, races straight down the sideline. 1-1. Well done. It only took, Scott, as you said, that one good set of 6 where they got it down this end of the field. They drew an error when they were defending, and then, yeah, they've scored straight away. They'll be really happy with that.
Scorps will be looking to hit back. Dybel comes back in. This is pretty clean here from the Sydney Scorpions. And a great response that was. Just perfect setup. Everything was flowing nicely there, and plays in the right position.
Yeah, that was just too good there. So you can see the nice wide ball and then just an easy put down for the winger. And that's the way you respond when you get scored against. Next set of 6, come up with a try.
So the Scorps are back in front. 2-1 on the Athlete scoreboard. Brisbane from the restart.
They should get an opportunity here, Scott. They should get a good, you know, at least 3 touches down attacking the line.
This Tanamu goes out to the left-hand side. Rousel puts the brakes on, comes back, floating ball out in front and almost picked off. Ball hits the deck out in front. Not a bad option there, just when the defence just holds off a little bit. Brisbane decide to kick again.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. So they finished it down in this corner, so whilst they didn't score, they'll still be happy where the set finished.
Brisbane will be trying to focus on keeping the Scorps down this end of the field, and a penalty has been given away. It's not what they were hoping for.
No, and it'll give Scorpions a fresh set of 6 heading into attacking the line. As you can see, we've got Davis on again and Petey. And then Maggie O'Reilly as well. So it's a formidable lineup, whoever is on the field here.
In for offside players there, Petey. Free says Brisbane were all good to go. Mackenzie Davis again, jinking around. It's back to Petey. Gets the ball away. Referees are going to get this all clear.
And that's just too good, Scott. You see a play like that, and the defence did the right thing, but then it just takes a left to right, beautiful long ball by Mackenzie Davis, and the winger, I think it might be Ellie Wilson, in for her double in quick succession.
So the Scorps go back to back. Puts them in front now by 2.
And again, they've tightened up the inside plays there for Brisbane, and then, as we spoke about, Scorpions have just adjusted their play and now going long.
Forbes plays it outside the 7, receives it back. It was just a tough ball to take over the shoulder.
Yeah, it's just a little bit behind her. When you play that ball, you just got to kind of take a step back, get straight back into the play so you're a live player. It's a difficult one to catch.
Scorps now with replacement players flowing on. Players called offside here for Brisbane. Good officiating for the referee just to continue to let this one go. And, geez, might have just been able to punch through the hole there.
I was just thinking that there. Scorpions player, I think it was number 7, potentially was through. It was a good run. She was unselfish through the pass, but no try on that occasion. As we see another error from Brisbane, and Scorps will now get a fresh set of 6 on the line.
Danny Davis looks to go short side straight away, comes off the right foot. And play on's the call.
First try as a mum for Danny Davis back in this tournament, so she'll be happy with that. As you can see, she's still looking fit and fast, and a beautiful try there to open up her campaign.
Yeah, Brisbane players just getting caught short, both feet needing to be behind the line. Might have only got the one if that on that occasion play on was the call. Starting to find their legs a little bit now, the Scorpions, and they're definitely capitalising on those opportunities again. It came off another mistake from Brisbane when they were coming out of their end of the field. Here we go. A little bit of space on the left-hand side.
Yeah, they look nice when they take it wide, Brisbane. They've got to try and work their way back into this match. It's kind of skipped out to 4-1 in the last few minutes. So they need to try and get a result here if they can.
Oh, nice inside ball. No, they'll take it back.
That was unlucky there, Scott. Possibly forward off the ruck, but that looked more enterprising and just opened up a little bit by the Scorpions there. But not to be.
Just a little extra ball off the hip from the Scorps as they get over the halfway line. Shelley Davis back on the inside. It's just this momentum that they're getting, a few extra passes, keeping them on the back foot. They're going to get another penalty. So a couple of times now, last set as well for Brisbane, they're getting called offside. And finding it really hard to stop this running game of the Sydney Scorpions at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite clinical, isn't it? They come on, but they're still recycling the ball. There's still good ball movement, as we see there. Oh, she might... No, there's another try.
And Lauren McCurley in the corner. Players just getting into position, letting the ball do the work.
Yeah, and same there. Well, as you said, Scott, beautiful ball movement and unselfish play. I think it's Hannah Dieball here again. Beautiful pass. Not much the winger could do. And then just a good put down by Lauren McCurley. Takes the score out to 5-1 to Sydney Scorpions.
And it was the positioning as well. You might have seen on the replay there, Dieball just coming in and then popping out on the angle, getting on the outside. Beautiful ball, putting her into the space.
Yeah, she engaged her defender perfectly there, as we'd expect from Hannah.
She'll be heading over to the World Cup, the Australian Women's Open team in July.
Yeah, and we'll see a lot of players over the course of the next 3 days that will be heading over to represent Australia in July over in Nottingham.
Repeats it here for Brisbane from the penalty. Now Nicola tries to get in.
Interesting to see the call here. Refs are going to have a bit of a conversation.
So Shirley Davis is claiming that she didn't make a touch,
which you can't do within the 7. So, but it was kind of right on the 7 metre, so it'll be interesting to see what they call. It's going to give a penalty perhaps for Shelley Davis offside, I think is where it's going to land. It's one of those 50-50s, Scott, there, because she was bang on the 7 metre.
So Brisbane with another full set of 6 to work with. Down by 4 on the scoreboard. Just over 5 minutes.
I like that play.
Now through the hands and getting it down just before heading over to the sideline. And that's positive there from Brisbane. They got the repeat set on the line. They come up with the points.
Yeah, this would be great to watch there. Charlie Nicola on to Zell Gillespie. But a nice little trick play back down the blind side. Gets them back into this match, Scott, heading into half-time.
And the second try for Zell. She's got both for Brisbane in the game. 5-2 on the Athlete scoreboard.
And they needed that. So that'll give them a bit of confidence. They need to get a stop here.
Oh.
That is excellent to watch. No words, that's just beautiful to watch. So just sit back as you watch this replay and just watch Mackenzie Davis in action. Little sweep play here. Again, left to right. Defender had to come in and then just a beautiful pass off to their winger.
Yeah, it's a quality ball. Left to right.
I've seen Mackenzie Davis grow over these past, 10 years. I've been watching her in a multitude of sports. So as the halftime hooter goes in the background.
They'll come up and make the touch on Meg Muir. So pretty entertaining first half here in the opening match of the Women's Open. Sydney Scorpions go into the break in front. Current score, Sydney Scorpions 6, Brisbane 2.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, the dedicated Dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Welcome back to the Championships presented by Inferno. We're at the halftime break here in the opening Women's Open match between the Sydney Scorpions, the defending premiers, taking on the Brisbane Metro Mustangs. So you can see on screen, making their way back out to the field. It was an electric start from the Scorps as expected. They scored from the tap-off gap, but it was a bit of a period there. It was back and forward between the two teams. Scorps then end up finding their groove a little bit, and it's reflected on the scoreboard going into the second half.
They did, but if I was coach of the Brisbane team, I'd be saying you're getting opportunities when you get field position. So number one, let's work at getting down the other end of the field and then seeing what opportunities we can create.
All right, Brisbane with the opening possession here in the second half. A different format, like we said, different teams this year, but also different in terms of the length of the game. 16-minute halves, 3 minutes for a half-time break. Opposed to our traditional 20-minute halves, is now Brisbane making their way through to the in-goal area. Just no support on the back, but promising signs early on here in the second half for Brisbane.
Yeah, she went straight through from acting half there. Probably perhaps needs to be a little bit more patient, but did an extremely good job to get through the line there. First set of 6, second half.
Scorps now roll over the halfway line.
And as we spoke about, Scott, doesn't matter who's on the field for Scorps, they just keep to those same processes, work to their strengths, as we see Hannah Dyball go through there. Well defended there by that winger. She's having a good game, Zell Gillespie. She scored a couple of tries for Brisbane and then came in to make the stop there.
She feeds it from half to Muir. Jenny Rousel puts it through the hands. Catherine Stevens gets solid contacts. Very experienced player in this Mustangs lineup.
Yeah, and they'll be looking for that experience, obviously, from Jenna Roswell and Catherine Stevens to help them get through this second half.
Oh, big bomb in the middle of the field. Oh, and turned over. Wouldn't have been able to just let that one hit the deck. There's nothing doing for Brisbane.
No, they probably got away with one there, and they get another set of 6 as a result. And here it'll be, you know, Charlie Nicola, Chloe Nicola to look to put on a play.
Here's Charlie, ball in hand. And Forbes plays it. Back to Forbes. Oh, might have been on there. Shelley Davis was coming across. Hannah Forbes is down on the deck at the moment here for Brisbane. See her just taken a little knock off the ball. But it opened up that little short ball. Might have just had a little bit too much sauce on it, but they're punching through the hole nicely, Brisbane.
It was a beautiful pass. I think you're right. It might have just been a little bit too hard, but if she could have got hold of that, it would have been a try here as we look on the replay. And, yeah, an accidental bump as she threw the ball there. She's going off the back of the field, and let's hope she's just winded and back on the field in a few minutes. Hannah Forbes.
So replacement player on for Brisbane, and we're back underway.
This is better defence here, you'll see, from Brisbane, Scott. They're pushing up and they've just kind of unsettled the Scorpions set coming out of the box.
So the ball work was definitely helping them in the first half, getting themselves out of trouble. Now they're having to throw it around. Oh, this hurts, though. This hurts. It's really unfortunate because you hit the nail straight on the head there, Gab. It was a great defensive set for them. They put the pressure on. They weren't picking up the metres with ease like they have been throughout the first half, and then to give a penalty away on the last touch.
Yeah, it's a bit of a killer now. Now they've got a line defend. See Petey going through with Davis.
Phase play only a metre or so away from the line, and they can't compete with the footwork there from the Scorps.
No.
Nikki O'Reilly getting their 7th.
And again, it's just that, you know, back-to-back sets. It's very hard to contain this superpower team here as we look on the replay. Good phase play, and you just couldn't get back in time. And Maggie O'Reilly, too smart. She'll score that every day of the week. 7-2. Score's starting to blow out a little bit. They really need to be next to score here, Brisbane.
Ooh, and just dropped there, unfortunately, from Rousel. Olivia Atkins coming in on the play the ball.
That's a good drive. But again, they're still pushing up. I like the way Brisbane are pushing up and putting that pressure on Scorpions, trying to minimise the amount of time they have on their line.
Scorps now again running into the line, and good defence coming up and making the touch on Maiolo.
They need a better set here, Brisbane, so they need to drive it up the field, get some well-earned metres, and probably get some fresh legs on at the back end. This is looking more promising, Scott.
And some space to work with down the sideline. We saw them pick up one of their 2 tries almost in that fashion with not much room to work with. This time an unclean and play the ball, unfortunately, from Lily Neal out on the left-hand side of the field.
And it feels like, Scott, same as the first half. Scorpions got a quick try and it's just taking a few minutes for Brisbane to get into the speed of the game with a few errors in attack. But hopefully, like the first half, they come good and we get to see some good attacking prowess that we saw from at the back end of that first half.
Good defence again from Brisbane. They were stacked on the right-hand side, the Scorps. Pressure forced them to go back out to the left. And Brisbane come up and shut it down nicely.
Yeah, they've come up with some good defensive plays. Brisbane. Now we're seeing him get down the other end of the field, which is promising.
Tanamu rolling in nicely. Nicola picks up from half, takes off, gets off the left foot, gets into the in-goal area, links up as well. They're going to score their third. That was a lovely try from Brisbane. Like you said, Gab, the lead up much better for the Mustangs on that occasion. Nicola, she takes full advantage and sets it up.
Yeah, we'll see in the replay here. That's their best set of the game. And Nicola takes on one-on-one. Off she goes behind the scoreline and picks up none other than her sister. I bet they've done that in the backyard a few times over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Chloe Nicola.
What a combination. It's two up-and-coming superstars from Brisbane.
But if they can get a few more sets like that, Scott, you know, they've got a penalty here, so not only they've scored the try, they've now got to stop and a penalty close to halfway. So their confidence will be up, and let's see if they can drive it down the field and get a few more opportunities.
All Women's Open action to follow this match. We've got last year's defending champions on at the moment, the Sydney Scorpions. Last year's runners-up will be on next, the Hunter Western Hornets. They'll be taking on the University of Queensland. It'll be their second match, already playing earlier on this morning from the second pool here in the Women's Open division.
Good to see Hannah Forbes has recovered and back on the field there for Brisbane Metro. So she's back into the action as we see Scorpions spread the ball straight away wide.
Dybul picks up valuable metres yet again as Petey makes her way onto the field. Here's O'Reilly. Try scorer here in the second half. Players again offside. Davis sends it again. A lovely left to right. Hits the deck.
Yeah, look promising there for Scorpions. Another that left to right pass from Mackenzie Davis is definitely one to watch over the course of the next 3 days. Her wingers will be standing nice and wide and ready to collect those tries off that pass.
Russell plays it as Meg Muir. Some forward. This is Bauer. Oh, back to Muir. Just slipping through the hands. We've just been having a quick bo peep at the defensive line. Coming into the back end of the set. Petey gets him going forward. Archer might have been called offside. Almost looked like she was in position to make the touch. Refs have seen a little mistake in the play of the ball. Brisbane straight back onto the footy.
They were very quick there to get on the ball and get straight back into the action and line attack down the Scorpions' end of the field.
It's Muir and Bauer working in the middle of the field yet again. Rousel sweeps. Too many options there for them. They've got almost 5 players in the middle and the left-hand side of the field there for the Scorps. Sees Brisbane send it back over to the left. They're going to get a penalty.
Yeah, they're going to draw a penalty here, so they will get a fresh set of 6. Just trying to move the Scorpion defence around and some little phase play as well to try and get them up and have an opportunity on the next play.
Diving from a couple of metres out.
Good defence there by the Scorps. It's a nice little trick play by Brisbane.
It's Meg again. Loves this position on the field. Goes back to Nicola. Referees have picked something up. A little forward pass from the ruck.
Yep, so that's a penalty for Scorp. So they couldn't quite get through their set, Brisbane, but they're definitely at the right end of the field. So they'll be looking, I think they'll push up in defence here and try to stop Scorps getting to their box.
Scorpions now putting it through the hands, and again, not a bad job here from Brisbane. It's just these extra little passes that really help the Scorps get out of trouble. But as I say that, it's a bit of risk and reward as well from time to time. Throw that extra pass, and that one's been picked up as forward as well.
Yeah, and that came because of the defence of Brisbane there. So Scorpions were still trying to promote the ball to get out of their half. but it was a forward pass there. So it was reward for the work they did in defence there, Brisbane.
Here's Forbes again, no one available out on the right-hand side.
No, I think they just subbed. The new player was still coming on when Forbes had taken off, but looks like they've got a penalty. Well, they've got the ball back here, so they will get a fresh set, and they'll be looking to convert here. Looks like they're going to run a little sweeper play maybe to start with.
Try and slip in between two defenders. Page folk come back to the 7-metre line to play it. Atkins will feed it from half. Stevens sends it out. Back out to the left-hand edge and a little bobble in to play the ball.
Yeah, there was good contact in the touch there, and it just held her up in the play ball. Couldn't get a clean roll ball there. So here we see Scorpions straight towards their box, and they'll get these fresh legs on after defending a set.
They'll be looking for a cleaner set this time around, turning the ball over on their last two attempts. Over the halfway line now as they play it on Brisbane's 10-metre line. Back inside, a bit tight in the middle here. Brisbane Davis takes off again, gets into the in-goal area, swings it out the back. Great support play, much better set. Ellie Wilson scores the try for the Scorpions.
Yeah, and she's getting a bag full of tries already in this match, but you saw there Davis just kind of skip out and through, straight at the girl that made the touch, and patiently looked for her support play. So that takes the score out to 8-3.
Another quality try for the Sydney Scorpions. As you see on the DoorDash replay. Brisbane throwing the footy around straight from the tap restart.
Yeah, and this is the first round for both, for these teams, and it's we'll see the quality as the tournament goes on and their combinations and everything like that will be nice to watch over the next 3 days.
It's Muir again. Bauer feeds it to her. Dive in at the line yet again.
Yeah, they're asking questions. But there we saw the Scorpions' defence was up to the challenge. But, yeah, they're definitely putting questions to them. Brisbane, their first match.
Placement plays on for the Scorpions. The transition to their interchange area has been pretty clinical. They do the hard work through the middle. Another penalty here. Contact coming in from the side.
Yeah, they were struggling to get back. Scorpions were just running straight at them. They're trying to push up in defence there, but just got a little bit caught up in the ruck. And so Scorpions get another set of 6 here. See what plays they're looking to run. Little sweeper play.
Danny Davis gets it, comes back inside. Oh, phase play. There's only about 30 centimetres away from the line there. Probably a little bit too close, but there is going to be another penalty here given away from Brisbane.
That was very close, that play the ball on the line there. They got a penalty out of it though, so they'll be happy there. Another 5 touches now to attack.
Trying to squeeze through into his half on the second touch as well, I think. Maybe not going to script there for the Scorps, still with touches in their back pocket.
Yeah, they were trying to run what we call a little boy play where they kind of take off and then pass it to the inside runner, but they didn't quite get the execution right there, which as we'd expect as the tournament rolls on, plays like that, they'll become second nature for them.
Flowing out pretty nicely in this set here, Brisbane, as Nicola rips long, no winger at home.
No, I think they might have just made a sub down there on the wing, but yeah, you're right, she definitely ripped that ball out towards the wing, but again, down that end of the field, it's not the worst place to finish the set.
Let's see if Brisbane now can hold them up and keep them down this end of the field.
Yeah, they're doing a good job again because we're coming up to third touch here. They've got to push up again this next one and really try and hold off. Yep, well done, Brisbane.
Defensive set so far. Dybel again picks up a little bump ball. They'll come back for a touch and pass.
I think they'll be happy with that, Brisbane. I think that was a really good defensive set there. So they kept pushing up and made it hard for Scorps to get their fresh players on. And they drew a penalty in the last touch.
Chloe Nicola gets him forward on the first. Placement players come on now for Brisbane. Forbes. It's Folk putting it through the hands. Yeah, Atkins plays it on the last. Page Folk goes back to Atkins, who tries to get in between defenders. Shelley Davis there again. Not too many people can get past Shelley Davis in defence. She's a fantastic defender for this team. Yeah, she's just a workhorse for this team. She'll go all day in attack and defence, and she's very hard to score around. So that was enterprising play in attack, but defence was up to it there as the hooter goes at the end of this match. The defending champions kick-start their campaign here in 2024. Exact fashion that they would have been looking for. A pretty strong victory at the end of the day, but there's promising signs there for Brisbane as well. That, like you said, towards the back end of that game, they've got a lot of things that they can build on going into their second game. Yeah, they sure can. It was a really good performance, but a good start for Brisbane in this tournament, and be interesting to watch them over the next few days. More Women's Open action coming up next. We've got the Hunter Western Hornets taking on the University of Queensland. Stay with us here. More live action coming your way from the championships presented by Inferno.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Deep down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Deep down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining.
Welcome back to the Championships presented by Inferno, our second broadcast match of the day. Women's Open action again. Last year's runners-up, the Hunter Western Hornets taking on the UQ Rebels. First time at the tournament for the Rebels, but they've got a pretty formidable lineup. A lot of these players playing in the South Queensland Sharks system in previous years. They've been a bit of a juggernaut in the Women's Open division, but Hunter Western Hornets, they've got a little point to prove this year as well.
Yeah, they sure do, Scott, and I think this will be a good matchup, and they could be a dark horse for the tournament. UQ Rebels, the Women's Open.
Let's see how we go in the opening possession here. And Western Hornets in the purple. UQ Rebels in the maroon.
They've got a really young team, the Hunter Hornets, so speed to burn, as we see there. Zali Chippendale, one to watch definitely for this match. Recently off the Indigenous All-Stars touch game up in Townsville about a month ago.
First possession here for the Rebels is Sammy Jo Curtis, and while it's their first time here at the Championships, these players have represented UQ for a number of years, and this core group has been together, particularly playing in the Brisbane Metro competition on a Friday night in Brisbane. And they've got stars throughout this lineup, and it's one of them connecting up with another. As UQ, Lucia Folds linking up with Hinarangi Andreasen to score their first try of the game. Two Australian Women's Open representatives linking up together. It's a handy combination in the middle of the field here for UQ.
Yeah, it sure is. Little sweeper play by Lucia Folds and then just dropped it back in there. Try number one. And well coached. Both teams are going to be well coached today, Scott. We've got Renee Murphy for UQ Rebels and Nat Little on International Women's Day. We see two of our top female coaches in the box in this game. So it'll be interesting to watch their tactics. Both teams will be extremely well coached. Yeah,
and it's a great point to lead into International Women's Day today. And our sport is built on strong contributions by women. Former Australian Women's Open representative like yourself up here in commentary this weekend. We've got a lot of female teams, coaches, referees, volunteers that give greatly to our sport, and we definitely thank everybody on International Women's Day today. Very great contributions to our fantastic sport.
Yeah, and no better way to open our coverage today with two cracker Women's Open games with last year's winners and then now last year's finalists on show.
So the Hornets tap and restart. So just shift the ball through the hands. Nice footwork there from Baxter, just getting away and got them back on the front foot. It was a looping pass that just put them under a little bit of pressure. Eva Simpson plays the ball as Chippendale comes onto the field, a little bit lateral coming out of the box.
Yeah, she'll be looking to drop it back in here, and we'll come up with a last initial take-off, I would say.
Forster plays it. Wasn't the cleanest of play the balls as Chippendale just tries to flick it around the back. UQ straight back onto the football here with Marama Thomas.
They look fit, UQ, don't they, Scott? They are sprinting up the field, as there's my first commentator's curse for the day. They drop it on the very next play, so sorry to Renee and UQ there, but yeah, they are looking fit and fast to begin this game.
Puts the Hornets in pretty good field position as they flirt with the sideline.
Yeah, it's nice to see them promoting the ball too. They're getting out to their wingers, and they're going to get a few touches here on UQ's try line. See what they have to offer.
So we'll look to set up as McCarthy feeds it from half. A bit of footwork here from Mitchell as they come across to make the touch.
Yeah, and Alice Mitchell's got herself and her sister, and their daughter of Mel Mitchell, I used to play with many years ago, played for New South Wales and Australia as well. So it's nice to see these second-generation players coming through.
Here's Rebecca Maimai trucking it forward. Just another player to watch in this UQ team, coming off the back of an Indigenous All-Stars campaign where she captained the team. She's just had a phenomenal last 2 or 3 years in particular. Made her way into the Australian Women's Open team. We'll be heading over to the World Cup later on this year as well. Just an absolute rock for this UQ team.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the premier players in our sport at the moment, and had a great game up in that Indigenous All-Stars match as well.
Hornets down the sideline with Mitchell again. And pops over for a breather. Nice punch coming out of the box. Gets him on the front foot again. Matilda Jones puts the ball through the hands. As they pick up, got away from the first defender, can't get away from the second there, Kimberly Grant. At least getting down the other end of the field, they're turning the football back over on the 7-metre line. It's turned into a bit of a back-and-forth battle over the last few sets between both teams.
Yeah, they're doing well now. They haven't come away with any points yet, but they are, you're right, Scott, they're bringing it down the other end of the field and making it hard for UQ to get up to the other end.
The cleanest of transitions there from UQ as they got replacement players on. Goodsall picks up, goes short, they're going to get a repeat set.
Yeah, it had to be done there by Eagleton there on that occasion, so had to knock the ball down to prevent a try being scored.
Thomas now out to the left. Bella Files takes it right to the line. Good defence, touch claim there from Stevie Botham.
Yeah, really good defence. They came down a short side there, but the defence was up to it and skated a really good touch.
Sweep again and punching through the hole with speed. Kate Hammond into the left hand as well to block it down for the second try here to the Rebels.
Yeah, she did well to get it down there. We'll see on the replay again, just getting that repeat set. She comes in, little short side sweep, just inside the players that had made the touch. Nice dive there, takes the score to 2-0.
8-2-2, AY7.
Perfect conditions, Scott, isn't it, for a day of touch football?
Yeah, the sun definitely came through. We had a little morning shower earlier on this morning. Still warm conditions though, heading towards 28 degrees at the moment. Just shy of 11:30 local time here in Coffs Harbour. Nice little pop-out play and having to come in to knock that one down, Caitlin Blade.
Yeah, that was a really good play there. They kind of engaged two of the defenders from UQ, and then they just had their speed, Sazali Chippendale, just pop out the back. And that'll be a play I'm sure they'll look to repeat over the course of this tournament.
Little bobbling play the ball though. Coming off the first touch, it's unfortunate there for the Hornets. Full set of 6 to work with. Give possession back here to the Rebels. It's Maimai. Goes forward, comes off. Sammy Jo Curtis does the same thing. Ashurst goes from half and must have just made it back onside to make the touch.
Yeah, they're going to play a really fast game, you can tell, with UQ. They've got a lot of speed and a lot of strike power right across the park. So you're going to have to defend well against a team like this. And interesting to note, Scott, it is such a young team, the Hornets, Scott, as we see them take it down the field. Last weekend, their number 5, Annika McCarthy, was actually representing at the Junior State Cup. So she's gone from juniors and now up to this next level. So it's great seeing our young players coming through the system.
The Rebels regain possession. 15 out from their own line as they look to throw the football around now. Tiani Bryce in for offside players. They do get the penalty.
Yeah, she drew the penalty there. Could have one of those ones that could have gone either way because she actually instigated the touch. And in our game, if you're the attacker, instigating the touch, but the ref had played advantage and got it right. And now UQ have a fresh set of 6.
Thomas now skipping across field, looking to get UQ into position. Goodsall sweeps, receives the ball now, dives in at the line herself. They're going to point to the spot. It's another try here to the Rebels.
Yeah, they're loving these little sweep plays, and they've all, as we're seeing, you'll see on the replay here, they've got really good dives. It's super hard to defend here. They get the dump right on the 7. Again, at that play that's just made the touch, and that's just too good.
3-0 UQ in front. And now from the restart, it's out of the fingertips here of Ava Simpson. And like you mentioned, it's a young team for the Hornets this year. There's a couple of big outs for them from the grand final team that we saw last year, including Australian Women's Open representative Rachel Jeffs.
Yeah, and Ava Simpson there, if she can get the ball in space, she'll be very hard to catch because she has got wheels, that young lady.
All pressure defensively here for the Hornets. It's UQ with false short ball. My tries to push the pass through. Good defence. Coming up and forcing that mistake.
Yeah, and that was Simpson there. So whilst young, she had a lot of experience out there on the wing, and that'll come into good use in attack and defence.
Cross field they go. Doing the hard yards to get forward in the set here. The Hornets. Its replacement players are on. Trying to skip on the left. Tyler Brown. Also another young player with plenty of speed.
Yeah, I've coached Tyler a couple of years ago back at New South Wales CCC level, and she's a lovely young woman and gives 100% at everything she does, and a lot of potential.
When it's happy just to throw the ball over the sideline and get their defensive line set.
Yeah, that gave them, good 5 or 10 seconds, as you said, Scott, to get their defensive line in order and try and stop this steam train coming through the middle here in UQ Rebels.
There's Lucia across field. Ryan picks up more metres. Ashurst backhand onto the park. Andreasen picks up, goes right foot, goes left foot, takes it right to the line. Earns her team a repeat set. She's made her way back into the Australian team herself. Hinnie.
Yeah, and that was very similar to what we saw a couple of minutes ago. And same thing, Egerton had to shut it down to avoid a try being scored. Good defence there again by Ava Simpson. They'll get the ball back here. They need a good set here, Hornets. Work their way up the field.
The men's open action to follow this match here between the Hornets and the Rebels. Southwest Queensland Swans will be taking on UQ. We'll see their men's team out on the park this time around. Swans made the semi-finals last year in the men's open. They've got a really strong lineup and a lot of players that have made their way back to their home region of the Swans actually play for UQ in the club competition in Brisbane on a Friday night. So there's going to be a bit of friendly fire, I think, between a couple of mates in that next match. Definitely one to watch. Nice ball out in front. Just a little bit too much for Murphy. Definitely opened up for them.
Yeah, it did there. So, and as you said, there's going to be all weekend, we're going to see those different, club and region affiliate rivalries start here at the championships.
Good meters here. Oh, and puts it through the hands now. Brown, we called her before. She's going to streak away, shut the gates. Oh, good footy there from the Hornets. They saw space. It was Chippendale ball in hand. And she knows Tyler has the wheels to get there. Nice ball out in front. And Brown streaks away for their first.
Yeah, that is really lovely to watch, and you can see that that's good coaching there by Nat Little. So they're using their speed out wide. As we said, their wingers are young, but they've got a lot of talent, a lot of speed, and Chippendale there just held the ball out in two hands, and not many are going to catch Tyler Brown in a situation like that. So she's got good hands and obviously fast on her feet. So well done. I like that enterprising play by Hornets, and it'd be good to see more of that as the game progresses.
It's amazing just how much momentum or spark you can get from a try as well. It's an important defensive set. You hear it so often. Holding out defensively after scoring when you've got star power like UQ do. It's a tough ask, but they're doing a pretty good job so far. They've forced the Rebels to come back on the fifth and final touch. They don't want to go to sleep on them here, though, and they don't. Nice work to come up and make the touch on Tiani Bryce.
Yeah, really good defence. I think Matilda Jones a couple of times in that set saved the day. As all good hands there. It's quite enterprising off their own line. As
touch has been made. They might even get a penalty here potentially. What's going to be the call?
Ball down, maybe.
Yeah, ball down. Must have just taken a little bit of the green stuff.
Yeah, it was probably just a little bit too risky there. We've spoken about that risk reward as well. And unfortunately there, Stevie Botham, another young lady I've coached a couple of years ago, couldn't get the ball there. It was a really tricky pass.
It's Tiani Bryce diving in at the line. It's so hard to stop from that position.
And same as we said before, Scott, in the previous game, there's just strike power right across the park, isn't there, for UQ Rebels. And it's really hard to defend repeat sets on the line here as we see Folds. Beautiful pass, good defence there.
Again, ball out in front of Murphy. So a couple of tough ones to try and take.
Yeah, Sinead Murphy, daughter of Coach Renee Murphy. So As again, we're talking about family fare on this International Women's Day, and it is no better on show than we've seen in the last couple of games. There's sisters, there's mother and daughter, second-generation players, so great spectacle.
Much more forward here from the Hornets. Get over UQ's 10-metre line. 5th and final for them now. Short ball hits the deck.
And they'll be looking for a stop here, Hornets. We've got about a minute out from half-time, and they won't want to let the score skip away. So they need a really good defensive set here.
Andreasen and Mai make their way back out onto the field. It's the call here. It's going to go to UQ. Tough one. I just saw you pull back a little bit there. She was kind of caught upright coming into the roll ball, just spilling out of the hands. 50-50 maybe.
Yep. Referees are definitely closer than us, but yeah, it was probably one that potentially could have gone either way. Good touch there, Chippendale, shutting any potential try opportunity down. We've got about 20 seconds to hold out here. UQ will be looking to strike right on the... For half-time, well, they're not going to get the opportunity. They've infringement in the ruck. And now they just play out the set.
So one final play here for the Hornets. They don't chance their hand. Both teams will go into the half-time break. And there's some positives there for Hornets. They were the last team to score going into the break. They find themselves down by 2. They're still in the game.
I agree. 3-1 at half-time. It's going to be an interesting second half, see what the coaches say to them.
All right, stay with us here live from Coffs Harbour. The championships presented by Inferno. We'll be back with all the second half action here in the Women's Open.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher was picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Welcome back to the championships presented by Inferno. We're at the halftime break. Here in our second match of the day, the Women's Open, the UQ Rebels in front at the break, 3-1 over the Hunter Western Hornets. Yeah, we were just saying in the break there's some really positive signs from the Hornets, just how they managed to hang in through periods of the first half, to score the try in the fashion they did, throwing the footy around, using their speed on the flanks. I just feel like they're going to throw the kitchen sink here in the second half.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the best tactic for them. They've got speed to burn out wide, so it's hard against this quality UQ Rebels to go right up the middle and match it with them. So I think the message from their coach will be keep safely enterprising use of the ball and see what we can come up with.
Rebels just casually making their way down towards the 7
casual, wasn't it?
It was just a
Nearly
light trot, and they casually go straight over for their first try. They almost lured them into a false sense, the Hornets. They weren't too sure what's going on. You can see Sammy Joe with their fingers. We're going this way, we're going that way.
It did look half-paced, but then just that little drop-back play, and, yeah, perfect way to start the second half for UQ Rebels.
All high fives and smiles from the Rebels as they score their first here in the second half. Hornets will throw the footy around as they work their way down. Kimberly Grant plays it. Here she is with the ball in hand again, wearing the number 3 for the Hornets. Another play for her as she makes her way in the half. Throwing it around, sweeper comes. They go away from Eagleton. Ready to get, manages to switch it in. Let's have a look. Referee is having some communication here with the Rebels. It's going to be a penalty. Interesting. You can only think if no touch had been made, maybe the switch back in, maybe crept forward a little bit.
Yeah, possibly. So he might have been playing the advantage, but as you're right, it could have been a forward pass, so he couldn't actually award the try. But, yeah, good play there, and now they've got another fresh set of 6.
It's taking it right through Matilda Jones.
We'll see the replay here. Yeah, I think that's what happened. So the defenders didn't make the line for our viewers at home, but the pass back in was forward, so they couldn't play advantage and allow that try, which was unlucky for Hornets. That would have been a good hit back.
Nice work from our officials. And if you might be tuning in for the first time on KO Sports or Sky Sports as well, big shout out to all our New Zealand whānau over the Tasman as we see Mai now getting into the in-goal area. Nice covering effort there to try and make the touch, but finished off in the corner from Fildes.
Yeah, and 2 of their strike players linking up there, and as you saw, Mai went off one way, went back the other, and through she went and found her support in Lucia Fildes. And that's unlucky. It was nearly a try up the other end for the Hornets, but they come down the field and score straight away there. Takes the score out to 5-1.
It's back underway now with the Hornets. Stevens feeds it from half. She'll receive the ball back now. Having a little snatch and well held onto from Ava Foster. Stevens again. Nothing there coming into the 5th and final touch for them.
Yeah, a little bit close to the line there. We need to try and get a strike dump or some type of play coming into the last touch. But again, they finished at the other end of the field and in their corner.
Straight back onto the football here. Ashurst taking the first hit up and picking good meters up. Just gets him on the front foot, rolling downfield.
And they're pushing up in defence here and trying to stop UQ from getting too many plays on their line, as we see a nice switch back.
Manages to get it over the top of the head. Good recovery in defence there, Ava Simpson.
Yeah, she had a really good defensive game, Ava Simpson. She hasn't had a lot of opportunities in attack, but in defence she's been solid, as we see them promote the ball again between Brown and Chippendale.
Questionable ball back on the inside there from Brown.
Yeah, heart would have been in mouth for Nat Little out there on the sideline. They got away with it there.
Referees were happy to let it continue, and they've managed to pick up the pieces pretty nicely here. Sammy Joe makes the touch. He's claimed it back in. It was a much better into the set there. It was a little bit wobbly at the start, but they picked it back up around the halfway line, rolled in nicely.
Yeah, and they went the entire length of the field, the 70 metres.
There's Tiani Bryce. Ashurst will play it just over the halfway line. It's Goodsall. Picks up and goes. Showing her versatility. Has played on the wing as well for Queensland and Australia. She's in the middle for UQ in the opening match of the tournament.
Yeah, they've got a lot of experience right across the field here. So Hornets with their young team are doing a good job to stay with them as they work their way up the field. Tyler Brown, but she's got nobody with her there. Trying to get some fresh legs. Well, now they've got the full complement coming into that last touch.
Here's Baxter looking for offside players, can't get it from the final touch of the set.
No, Thomas was right up there. She knew the touch count and up she went to affect that last touch.
Pulls over to their box. It's my. Just the way she gets away from one defender and tracks another one.
I know, I was just thinking the same. She's great to watch, the way she engages those defenders and comes on at speed, and there's the reward for it there with a nice easy try. But she worked through that, didn't she? As the set progressed, she came on at speed, skips out, get back in, always in the play.
So it's just back-to-back efforts from her. Might have even been 3 times over. Got them going forward, takes another one, and then in support to score the try. That's why she's one of the best getting around at the moment in the women's division.
See here, they'll be looking for a good set here. Hunter, they do have a lot of strike power as well and ability across the field, so just got to try and get a few sets and a few plays together in succession.
Stevens, again, plenty of touches here in the second half, and just looking for options there, Ava Forster. Nothing there for the Hunter Western team.
They've gone away, a nice little trick play away from their box, and now they're going to drive it back up the middle. UQ Rebels are doing what we call a direct set rather than subbing their players.
Tiani Bryce picks up with room to move. Players are offside. There was a touch made. An offside player in support. The captain, Sammy Jo Curtis, sweeps around the back. Gets herself into perfect position. And the 7th try here for the Rebels.
And you'll see here they're very patient in waiting to see who they're going to pass the ball to. As we see Bryce go through, ref had called play on, and she just waits and waits and waits until the gap opens up. Sammy Jo Curtis just bid her time and then eventually found the gap at the end then. That was a nice try in the back of a good set.
There's definitely a tournament. As soon as the new format would have come out, the Rebels would have had a little highlight over the top of. They've been dominant, particularly in the Queensland club system. They've won the Queensland State Cup on the back end of last year. They've gone back-to-back in the Metro Cup as well. And they want to test themselves against the best this weekend at the championships.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. As we see Hornets a forward pass or late pass. And now UQ will come driving up the field again.
2 Filed sisters, the twins, connect. They both head over to the interchange area. Mai is back out onto the park. Here she is again, another touch, switches in, just on position there to take that one. And back on the inside.
No, it wasn't the best end of the set that they'd have been looking for, but they did drive it down the field and have got the Hornets playing it on their 7-metre mark. And now you can see they're just pushing up in defence and making it hard for Hornets to get off their line and get to their box.
They've only got the 4 players on the field at the moment as they're still trying to push downfield towards their interchange area. There's replacement players on the field now. It's Jones will play it on the 5th and final play. It's a clean pickup as they put it through the hands.
Yeah, and there wasn't much more the Hornets could do there. It was a good finish to the set. The kind of first few touches, the defence had pressed hard. So to take off just there on the last touch was probably their best option. This is a better set in defence too for the Hornets. They're pushing up and trying to stop these fresh players coming on, and we're already up to the last touch.
Tiani Bryce has a look up. They do have numbers and finds the wrong coloured jersey there. Simpson takes the intercept. They just looked a little bit disjointed. Like I said, they didn't really have players into position coming into the last touch. Nothing too much going on for the Rebels.
Yeah, and it's the pressure coming from defence as we see a hard pass to catch there, and UQ Rebels will get the ball back there. But good defence from both sides. I like the way they're pressing up. It's hard in the heat and it requires a lot of fitness and effort, but it's good to see at the start of this tournament that that's what all teams are producing.
This touch made there on Bryce, who has to hold the football. They're looking to shift it down the left-hand side. The opening touch of the set. Well, Burner touch here as Folds just plays with them.
She was. It was probably smart play there. She was holding it up a little bit while she waited for her new place to come on the field.
It's good salt. Straight and hard coming into the last touch. They play out the back this time and it opens up for them. Oh! That's my first one. We're evens already.
Yeah, Sinead Murphy there. She potentially could have had a look up, but it was like there was just so much space, and it was a beautiful play out the back, that passive play where they passed out the back to their link player and it opened right up.
It was there, it was there, it was gone.
Yeah. Sure, if they run that play again, there'll be more opportunities for that young lady. A couple of sets in a row here. Hornets haven't been able to complete the set. Just letting UQ Rebels off the hook. Their second game for the day, and there's about 5 minutes to go. They'll be looking to finish strong here, the Hornets.
And UQ taking on Western Australia earlier on this morning. Hornets went down in their first game to the Northern Beaches Renegades. They look good, the Renegades, another club team, an affiliate making their way to the championships for the first time.
Yeah, I've had a little look at their run sheet, and they've got a lot of good players across the field. An interesting Scott. We'll see them later in action later on this weekend. But as we see My again tiptoe down the edge, but they have 7 first cousins in their lineup.
Oh.
3 sets of sisters. Wow. And another that's cousin. So 7 first cousins. I don't think we'd see that too often in a game of touch.
How good's that? Well, the combinations should be there. Would have been practicing at Christmas.
I was about to say, I would not want to play against their family at a Christmas barbecue. I'm from a big family, but that is ridiculous.
That is
so I can't wait to watch those combinations.
Yeah, they look super impressive. We'll see them later on in the tournament. As we mentioned before, we'll just see how the Hornets go here with the 5th and final touch of their set. They're still throwing the football around with Jones. I'll turn it over now. See the UQ Rebels men's team up next in the men's premier. They'll be taking on Southwest Queensland. Talking about players to watch. Southwest Queensland, there's just something about them. They're building a really nice program at the moment. We've got some Australian representatives, Jake Knockley, who's in the men's open team, James Hegedus, who's in the mixed team as well. And it's just great to see kids that grew up in Toowoomba, Ipswich, Dalby, from the Southwest Queensland. They always go back and play for their region, and they've got something special building. But UQ Rebels, you know, they've got a strong program as well, particularly in the men's. It's going to be a quality game, and it's coming up next.
Yeah, it's great to watch, as you said, these younger players coming through and going back and playing for their clubs and affiliates and giving back to the sport in their area. And that's when you see then the growth of the next generation of young ones, you know, looking up to these players and superstars of our game.
Better set here for the Hornets. They picked up nice metres again, throwing the football around. Avis Simpson, who's been busy throughout the game.
Yeah, and they get a fresh set now, and you'll see Chippendale running a few of her pet plays. We might see some sweeps. Back out into space for her.
Oh, it was there. Just a little stutter there from Ava Forster. Just managed to get on the outside, created a little bit of attraction there from the Rebels in defence.
Yeah, she did engage her well, but just couldn't get the hands free to get the pass away to the winger. But again, nice to see that they're creating little opportunities, and sometimes out of nothing by just promoting the ball.
Goodsall straightens them up coming into the last touch as Bryce comes off the left foot, goes short ball to Mara Thomas. Nice defence coming across. Nikki McCarthy to make the touch.
And Bryce is creating opportunities all the time. She holds the ball out in two hands and she's light on her feet, a nice little step, and she stops and starts and gets the defenders to stop, and that's when she takes off again, and super hard to defend. She's had a really good game today, Scott.
A short ball to Alice Mitchell. She is getting them forward again. Another touch from Mitchell. This time she offloads. Penalty. She's fallen apart for the Hornets a little bit towards the back end here in the second half.
Yeah, they're definitely creating little opportunities, but just that execution at this level, it's hard to get right. But with time and experience and more exposure at this high level, we'll see those half opportunities turn into tries.
Good sounds in the background, and both teams will be happy to wrap this one up. It's a strong performance again here in this second match of the tournament for the UQ Rebels. They get the final score and the victory, 7-1. Like we said, positive signs there for the Hornets. They've got some things to build on coming into their third match later on this afternoon.
They do. They'll be happy with glimpses of that. But UQ Rebels, they're one I'm putting down to watch for the next 3 days.
Absolutely. Men's Open action. Our first men's game of the tournament coming up next. Southwest Queensland Swans taking on the UQ Rebels. Stay with us.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Welcome back to live action here at the Championships, presented by Inferno, and we have our first Men's Open match of the tournament about to get underway. Scott McAllister and Carly Banks with you. Looking forward to this one. Southwest Queensland taking on the UK Rebels, Carl.
Yeah, it should be an absolutely cracking contest to get the Men's Open section of our tournament underway, Scott.
Talk us through some of the players to watch. There's a number of them on both sides of the field here. This is going to be, like you said, a cracking game here to kickstart us for the Men's Open.
Yeah, in the UQ Rebels lineup, you can look to guys like Timothy Bartz and Liam Bauer to lead the assault for those guys. Flynn Kelso's another former Australian youth player to look out for, and the Swans back-to-back superstars. Jimmy Hedges, young Blaze Prendergast, Lockie Pearce, the veteran. It's just wall-to-wall superstars.
A bit of a nervous start there from UQ. A touch and pass straight away from the tap. And I think both teams would have been really excited when the draw came out, and they've drawn each other straight away. We made mention in the lead-up, there's a number of UQ players that have gone back to Southwest Queensland to play for their home region. So these players very familiar with each other.
Yeah, definitely. So we should see a little bit of calling for the ball when they're not on their team.
And here is a UQ player, James Hegedus, who's one to watch, Australian Mixed Open representative. And now sticking the hand out and knocking that one down. See a repeat set. Sam Carmody involved for the Swans.
Yeah, and he's another player that the Swans will be looking to. Very unpredictable player, super creative, Queensland Mixed Open captain, and expect for Sam to feature prominently for the Swans.
Rebels really having to grit the teeth here to try and get themselves forward. They're making replacement players still around their own 10-metre line. Andrew Searle, another Australian mixed player. They play it short. So they look to pick up and go. They'll turn the ball back over.
Yeah, that's really, really good defensive set there from the Swans, not allowing UQ to get any flow out of that set of six. And, they're a very pacey side, this young Swans team. So, if you're going to foot race them there, you're going to have to make sure you're coming off the back of some good momentum.
Swans tap and restart. It's Lockie Pearce, wearing the number 10 this weekend. Great to see him back in the Swans colours as well, as he gives an early ball release to Prendergast. Nice touch made from Tim Bartz. Big inclusion for the Rebels. Tim Bartz, the Australian Mixed Open captain.
Pretty handy inclusion, isn't it?
Now Prendergast, it was there for them, punching through the hole quite nicely. First opportunity of the game.
Yeah, nice little 4-on-3 platform there, and Blaze Prendergast, he's just so dynamic with the footy in his hands, and a nice gap hit from Mac Noel, and he just couldn't put the handle on it. So it continues, and Rebels again, they're really struggling to get out of this middle third. They look a little bit lackadaisical at this point in time, but let's give the Swans defence a rap, because their midfield, they're all over it. Coach Troy Morgan's done a really good job. I know they've been training really, really hard fitness-wise, and they really feel like this year could be the year that they have that breakthrough. Semi-finalists, but let's see if they can go further this year, Scotty.
They're in a good attacking position here to try and get the first try on the board. There's more. There's a beautiful left to right. Just pops off the hands there. So they're getting down the right end of the field at the moment, but they just haven't quite got the polish. As we see referee Dave Baggio give a penalty here to the Rebels.
And it is a focus for the referees in this tournament that they're going to try and open up that 7 metres for teams, and on touch 1 and touch 2, if teams sort of want to get a bit of a head start, they're going to sort of make them sort of pay for that. So that's great to see the referees trying to give bang for buck for the ruck in the middle third.
Rebels now skipping around downfield, pick up extra metres. Here's Tom Eddy, who switches in. Andrew Searle get himself into half. Happy to burn another touch as they look to set up. 2 minutes short of the 7. Searle, he goes left to right. He's covering defence. Tommy Quinlivan, one of the experienced players on the flanks for the Swans this weekend.
Yeah, recently named in the Emus 30s men's team for the World Cup, so I'm pretty happy to have him on my wing when we get over to England, Scotty. He's a real veteran of the game, but he's very, very smart, and he always comes up with big plays just when you need him most. So the Swans are blessed to have Tom McLennan guarding that wing.
Yeah, here we go. All of a sudden now the UQ, after a couple of little mistakes from the Swans, just taking back control here of field territory. A bit of momentum going their way. Scoreboard still locked up at zeros. There's a young man from half as well. I'll make mention of him. They're coming back his way. Damon Vanderwoud, who starred for the Philippines at the Youth Pacific Touch World Cup. Of course, the Philippines in the mixed division that he played in got them through to a grand final, beating New Zealand for the first time in the country's history. And he was an absolute influential member of that team.
Yeah, he was loading up off that Counties play, and he sort of really didn't know if it's hitting the link hole or the wing there. So his ball runners really need to be, a little bit better defined with the lines that they're going to run there for him to help the young man out in terms of hitting his target.
Here's Prendergast, goes across Notley, a little bit of space to work with. They'll come back in towards Notley. Good scramble defence, making the touch. Kelso having work to do there as Pearce. They look to put the hammer down again. Prendergast throws it. Does come off the back of one of the UQ Rebels players, not played out. The Rebels, good opening first touch here to get them on the front foot.
And this is much better. So down in that coaching box, Australian Men's Open assistant coach Jason Boyd, you can obviously see the influence Boyd's had there, and it's a shame that there was an error there, but those first two touches were done with a lot more intent. So, yeah, UQ will find their groove as this game goes on, and thankfully for them, it hasn't cost them too much in the opening exchanges.
It's a good field position here for the Swans. Happy to throw the footy through the hands. So they look to get themselves set up. Matthew Moore looks up with Prendergast. Comes back in now to Blaze. Ooh. He had it, he threw it, he got it back again. He's a bit of a magician, this young Blaze.
He is. It was pulling a rabbit out of his hat there. It was all up.
he lost it. It was almost there for him again. He's looking at the hands. What's happened here?
That was all part of the move, Scotty.
Yeah, that's it. He's thrown the defence into two minds. So he threw us into two minds as well, and himself. And a little mistake. Both teams just probably haven't quite been as clean as what they would have liked, but you get this as well in the first game of a big tournament, don't you?
Definitely, it's a bit clunky, and I'm sure all the men's open teams out there playing there. It's very warm conditions, Scotty. Around about an hour ago, it really sort of heated up again, and so it's just getting used to the conditions and then just finding your rhythm and just finding your sort of combinations. So these guys will get a heck of a lot better as the tournament wears on.
Last touch now for the Swans. Over the top, takes a deflection, falls in the hands of Sharp. Was there a forward pass? Potentially, players offside.
Nice try, Sharpie. It's the thing that I think the Swans need to be a little bit more patient with this ball, and I'd like to see them get more live with the footy rather than pick up and go from half. They've hit that link hole twice, and it's only paid dividends. But as we speak, they slice through there, and Dave Richards, he's a journeyman, Dave Richards, and he always bobs up somewhere and does something special for his team. Yeah,
played Australian youth back in the day, 2015, I think at Shark Park in Cronulla. Very handy player. They just held off him, didn't they? Little dummy, little show and go. Still plenty of toe. He looks very fit as well, Davey Richards. They've got good balance across the Swans team, haven't they? They've got young up-and-coming players like Prendergast. There's a Jack in the box, and then you've just got cool heads in the middle. You've got Carmody, Notley, Pearce. It's a really exciting team.
Yeah, it is, and I think what you just hit on there, Scott, that they're starting to get a balance around it, because it was a little bit top-heavy with youth players, and now some little experience, including the man who just scored, David Richards, has definitely helped this team get a little bit of stability.
Here's Bauer, who feeds it early. A few questions from UQ towards the referees. Jordan Rendell says play on, and now they get the penalty. Not moving forward off the line. So for those that might be tuning in for the first time and having a bit of a look on KO Sport or Sky Sports, if you are within the 7-metre zone defending, and particularly on your try line, you need to move forward at all stages.
Yeah, great decision there by Jordan Randall. He got that one exactly right. They didn't get over the ball. They weren't strong enough in that roll ball contest, and definitely a penalty there. So well done from the referee.
Swannies have given the ball straight back to the Rebels. Not too happy with that after coming up with a big defensive effort down the other end. Van der Welt just happy to burn a touch as the Rebels make some replacements.
Yeah, they sent Searle out there, and he'll be the chief playmaker there. He'll just be waiting for his opportunity, even ML or a Rooster platform, and there's a Rooster early release from Searle. He prefers the ML platform, so I wouldn't be all surprised if we see that late in the count.
It's Tim Bartz within the 7 now. Searle picks up, takes a little deflection here. They will get themselves a repeat set.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit more patient with the use of this footy, I think, Scotty. Like, you know, no need to score on one, just sort of, nice little sweeper play here, dive at the line.
Let's take a dive at the line. It looked like the ball almost held up in the turf a little bit.
Yeah.
As Timmy was trying to slide it in. Now gets himself into half, goes to Searle, loves coming back to the right-hand side of the field. It's Andrew Searle. It's beautiful left to right. He's controlling things at the moment for the Rebels. It's Andrew Searle as Eddie makes his way back out onto the field in the number 6. Here's Townsend that plays it shy of the 7. They go back to Townsend, very handy player as well.
Yeah, very, very good addition here to this Uni Rebels lineup. Got out in that link, Flynn Kelso out there as well. So he's a very, very good player.
Here he is, who feeds it. Searle pops back off the left-hand side. Nice little pop back to Eddie. Eddie sends it back across. And they flirt with the sideline. They just get it down in time. Jordan Blanco scores a cracking first try in this match.
Yeah, we've waited a while for the first one on the board, Scotty, but a really nice piece of play. An out ball from Flynn Kelso back to Andrew Searle, who reverses play. Tommy Eadie heavily involved back to the winger. And, we have a pretty good contest in front of us here, Scotty.
After a little false start here, Jackie Notley will go back. Very keen to get things back underway. It's the try scorer and the correction. Of course, Dave Richards scoring first for the Swans, so scores locked up at 1-all on the athlete scoreboard. Nice short ball there from Deacon, gets himself into half, and Richards is going to get a double. Great response there from the Swans after the Rebels scored their first down the other end of the field. And it was all set up beautifully there from Bailey Deacon.
Yeah, Bailey Deacon, he's a class act, and Benny Moore with some really nice phase play as well. Gets a nice clean dump, gets the second phase, and then Deacon shuffles it out to Richards, and Richards does the rest.
Swans back in front, 2-1. Kelso from half. As Barth sweeps, goes out in front of Searle, just trying to squeeze that pop ball. And they needed to tuck that one under the wing there. Get it on the grip.
Yeah, he's having constant involvement, Searle, and if I'm Jason Boyd, I'm probably wanting to limit him. He's actually, he's the best ball player in the team, and I think he's playing big minutes, and sometimes when that happens, you sort of push passes, or you sort of just really need to pace yourself, during an event. So, so I would be keeping an eye on sort of Andrew Searle and making sure that I'm not overworking him and I'm saving him for those big moments where he makes such a crucial impact.
There was finger pointing at 10 paces there from the Swans. They were adamant that the ball had touched one of the Rebels players, and would have been some good honesty and sportsmanship from the Rebels, just letting the referees know they reversed the decision. Here's Prendergast coming in from half. This time shows right, comes off, gets into the in-goal area, looking for support. There's no one really in position as I say that. Who pops up? Tommy Quinlivan.
He's the ultimate magician. He comes from nowhere, and fantastic piece of play. Really, really nice running the ball out from Matty Moore. Like, he's more renowned as usually a guy picking up from half and doing whatever, but he ran the ball out nicely, got a nice strike dump for Blaze Prendergast, who shopped around and found the ever-present Tommy Quinlivan.
Biggest margin of the game so far now. The Swans up by 2. Here's Townsend. Comes back in field to Bauer. He's just going to hold things up here. Rebels will get themselves reset. Bauer back on the inside of Townsend. Oh, he shows it back on the inside and we'll skip away. Van der Wouw's going to come at him. Big dive in the corner. He's got him. Wow. As Hegedus, who shows it, comes back to Carmody. They'll cool it down. A couple of their experienced players in the middle of the field. They link up with another here in Jake Notley and a penalty. Happy to give it away. Jeez, he had some ground to cover there. Damon Van der Wouw. It was a huge chase. Huge chase. It certainly has. And the Rebels a bit flat here in the middle of the field. 30 seconds left on the clock before the halftime break. This is a huge opportunity, and again, Bart's experience there, strong the whole hip and shoulder into that one. Takes a couple of seconds off of the clock. 15 to work with, and maybe only one touch. They're going to hold off here, Rebels, and try to manage the clock, take seconds off. They get it down now as they punch through. Oh, Notley might have been able to just get that one in the hands and roll over into the in-goal area. Little chance going begging there right before the break. Yeah, quality first half here. The Swans go into the break. They're in front, 3-1 on the scoreboard. Stay tuned. We're going to have more action here in the second half of the men's.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
Welcome back to the Championships live here from Coffs Harbour, presented by Inferno. A quality first half we had here in the Men's Open. Southwest Queensland Swans going into the halftime break up by 3-1 on the athlete scoreboard. Really entertaining, wasn't it, Carls? And there's just going to be more to come here in the second half.
Yeah, really looking forward to this second half. These 16-minute halves, it's very interesting. Adjustment here and the way people play, like coaches only get their 2 minutes. So the message, I reckon, from Jason Boyd would have been, let's try and get out of here with these first three, and the Swans would be, let's be patient with the footy down on the line and sort of, play them out for that entire set.
Come more guns blazing here, the Southwest Queensland Swans. Well, they really ran into the line with a lot of speed there, particularly, again, Dave Richards, who we called in the first half, scored 2 tries. Watch him steam in here, planes it right on the 7. Carmody's short ball, back in, receives it back from Hegedus. Perfect way to start the second half.
Yeah, fantastic play there from the Swannies to get the second half underway, and UQ will have to sort of respond here fairly sharply just to make sure they stay in touch on the scoreboard here, Scott.
Going to come back to the mark to play is Ned Morecambe, who is again 17 for the Rebels. Searle picks up, and they come up and make the touch on him. Definitely come out of the halftime break with plenty of energy here, the Swans, and they're going to get a penalty. Got more Men's Open action to follow this game. The South Queensland Sharks taking on the Sydney Scorpions. That'll be a cracker as well.
It's a lot easier from up here, Scotty. I'm loving being in the commentary box.
Here's Deacon. Set up a quality try in the first half. Ben Moore gets himself into the in-goal area, tries to loop it back out the back. Can't quite connect up with Nick Verenkamp.
Yeah, it's exciting when you watch these young Swans boys, the young Toowoomba connection, Benny Moore, Bailey Deacon, Blaze Prendergast, Matty Moore. It's just a really, really nice sort of combination of players, and, the really scary thing is that they're right at the start of their careers. So looking forward to watching these guys, do this for the next 10 years or so.
Sharp feeds it from half. He'll do back-to-back efforts as he links up with Tim Bartz. Here's Bartz again. Might have been looking to go out the back.
I was thinking an accidental short ball there, but that's all good. How are the reflexes to catch that one, by the way? Fantastic little piece of play there. Jackson Streeter.
It's not Lee. Look at us now with a bit of space on the right-hand side. They have to put the brakes on, and sliding over the sideline. The touch was made first there on Sam Shepherd. Carmody with the footwork. Oh, beautiful length ball. And casually, as you like, strolling over Mac Nolan. The Swans, they're continuing on here in the second half. That was quality.
Yeah, just rolling through their plays. Hegedus was instrumental in terms of getting him down that other end of the field, and Carmody, the unpredictability, comes back against the grain and finds McNolan smashing that link hole. He's one of the best link gap hitters in the game, and just proved it there, and we extend the Swannies' lead out to 5-1.
His Townsend plays just all over the place there for the Rebels. A bit of miscommunication. Townsend has a little bit of a look up before playing it. They still have a touch here to reset themselves. As Kelso sends it out, Quinlivan pops up out of the line, takes the intercept, plays the ball on the 7-metre line, and the Swans with their tails up.
Yeah, definitely, and they've got the extra touch with that 0-1, so they'll just work methodically down the field and just keep flowing here. They're a great running team, and as I say, there's just a penalty there, and that's probably a fortuitous penalty there for UQ, because the flow that the Swans are creating in that set was definitely quite ominous there for the Rebels' defence.
Foxcroft seemed to have hands on the football there. Prendergast to Moore, he tries to link it over the top. Ryan Ward, tough ball to take.
Yeah, Moore, he thought he was in the NBA there for a minute, and he's just a little over the top there. Here he goes.
Vanderwout going across field. Swans are turning it on defensively as well. This is the last touch. Rebels now just getting it over the halfway line. I'll send it over their sideline.
And this is now like a pretty critical juncture here for UQ. We know that they're under strength from their usual lineup in the Metro Cup, because they've got a number of players that go back and play for the CQ Bulls, a number who go back to play for the Sharks. So they're doing really well to put the side. It shows the depth of their club sort of doing that. But now it's really important that they hold on here and the floodgates don't open. So really real tough set of 6 here defensively for them, and then they've got to truck the ball down the other end of the field. So yeah, real sort of concentration test here for UQ.
Here's Moore, gives it early to Deacon, and they found some value punching through that link hole in the second half. They get another one there, Moore to Deacon, and more tries.
Yeah, there's that combination again, as we spoke about, like really easy platform there. They're just running it out. They're working off that sort of ML platform, and then that link hole. If I'm Jason Boyd, definitely we need to plug some deficiencies there in that sort of thing. Just getting an early read from the winger, and making sure that they sort of put a little bit more pressure, on the Swannies there. But easier said than done, Scotty. They're a juggernaut at the moment, this Swannies team.
Here's Townsend from half and goes short to Morecambe. Penalty here to the Rebels.
Let's see what they can do with this repeat set, and nice and patient with the footy, and just sort of ask the Swannies some questions, and this will be a little bit of a breather too for UQ, so I think it's a little bit of a steadier for the ship, so I think this is a good thing.
And he comes back out to Morecambe, nothing doing on the left hand side of the field. Townsend juggles. Bartz picks up early ball. Townsend.
Ooh, that's close.
It's very close. They're going to get another penalty though.
And this is good. So it'd be good to see Andrew Searle make his way out there and stuff, because probably need a bit more of a ball player. They're not dragging the Swannies defence off centre enough, Scotty. So if they could drag him a little bit far over and maybe get some separation between the two middles, it might ask the Swans a few more questions, because at the moment the middles are quite comfortable.
Dancing around is Ivan Lynch. Sends it back infield. Again, they go similar play, this time to Morecambe. Deacon made the last touch on Townsend, comes up and makes it on Morecambe.
Yeah, they're asking all of the right questions. It's a good process so far from UQ in this repeat set. Couple of little dive at the lines, and then looking to sort of, get some separation between the middles.
Bartz this time goes long space.
That's
for
nice.
Foxcroft, who just floats it back on the inside. Ned Morecambe is there in support. He's already rocketed it back to halfway. Always a good way of trying to convince a referee that you scored the try when you shoot the footy back to halfway. But it was good footy, good work from Foxcroft as well on the edge.
Yeah, and that's a more patient use of a repeat set. They haven't had too many, the UQ Rebels, but that was an expertly handled sort of set of 6 there. They ran the little quickies and compressed the defence, and they went wide with the on ball, and they got the dividend. So well done from the UQ Rebels.
Steve Richards takes a slip, puts back up to his feet. Carmody plays it, gets good contact from Bauer. And Carmody goes short ball to Hegedus.
Yeah, really, really nice piece of defence there. That was a great thing. Flynn Kelso on the spot to make the touch that had to be made.
A switch, footwork from Nolan. Nothing doing there on the back end of the set. Defence there from the Rebels. Go away from their box this time around. First time in the game. Throwing a little variation. Try to get themselves downfield. It's Bauer. Searle. Van Welding from half. Play on's the call.
There we go.
And James Courtney. It's Johnny on the spot. It's his first try of the game.
Definitely working on his tan there, JC. Look at that.
He needs to.
He sure does. Sensational piece of play there. That young man, we've called him. He's a real superstar of the game, up and coming champion, and done a really good job there to listen to the referee, and referee Baggio played the advantage, and they went through, and yeah, the Rebels are back.
Back-to-back tries. 6-3. Still a bit of time on the clock here as well in this one. Oh, great ball. Just getting behind Townsend. And just when you think you're getting yourself back into the game, the Swannies, they hit straight back.
Yeah, ML platform, it's bread and butter stuff for Matty Moore on his preferred left to right. Lined it up really nicely. This is a good setup. Sorry, off the splitter, comes back against the grain, and a nice work from Jake Notley, to get the ball away, and a really nice finish there in the corner. So, the Swans are just quite methodical in the way that they're, approaching this contest, and the effort's been wholehearted from start to finish, Scotty, so far. So it's an impressive way to get their tournament underway for sure.
Nick Verenkamp scoring the try for the Swans. Sharks taking on Scorpions coming up next in the Men's Open. So from half, just holding things up again for the Rebels. Eddie, some footwork. So goes left to right. Oh, was almost there. Tommy Keel had a little bo peep at the pass coming across. They almost got away from them.
Yeah, sometimes I wouldn't mind Andrew Searle just having a bit of a crack himself there. He's always renowned as a ball player, but a little dive at the line could have had him in trouble. They're so used to him releasing that they'd already left. So, yeah, I'd like to see him sort of occasionally look up and go, I'm live. I'm a chance to score here. Back himself in.
As Deacon comes back to Lachlan Pearce. As Bailey gets himself into half again, picks it up and scoops. There's a little look up at David Baggio, and he agrees. Rebels just caught short there in defence.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player, Bailey Deacon, fresh off last year's Pacific Youth Championships, where he and Blaze Prendergast co-captained the Australian 18s to a win. He's a fantastic young player. He gets other guys into the game, but he's also capable of putting a try on himself.
Incorrect play the ball. Middle forward pass. The Rebels with work to do. They're coming out to sharp, nice little inside ball, picks up an extra couple of metres. A flow off that, Courtney.
Yeah, the subs were just a bit delayed. Referees gave him an early call that they were in danger of an illegal substitution. So the Rebels boys just held back, and then that was the issue with being able to get some clean flow there. But better that than concede the penalty.
Richards. Hegedus kicks away, comes back in field to Carmody, who kicks away again, switches back in. Notley comes in to Hegedus. Oh, they're giving me headaches, this Swans team.
It's all happening out there, but as we see teams defending a little bit more man-on, then we're going to see a lot more of these switches, because it's the best way to break a man-on defence. So they're there and then looking again, and then bang, gaps everywhere. They've done a lot of work. I'm really impressed with the way that Swans have come back in this the inaugural year of the championships. But from last year's tournament, they've done a great job in terms of being able to up the variation in their attacking play. So it's pretty exciting to see how they go from this point on, Scott.
And the Swannies back in possession. So the Rebels came down the left-hand side of the field. Turn the ball over. Quinlivan gets away from one. How do you stop him? Here he is, gets away from another one. Oh, it hasn't looked back. Surely he didn't make the touch. Surely he didn't make the touch.
He's got spiders on him, Tommy Quinlivan, turning the clock back for sure.
And they come down the right-hand side. Richards goes early back to Tommy. Nice covering, sliding defence. Work to do out here, Jordan Blanco.
Yeah, what a great touch. And the touch that had to be made, well done, Jordan Blanco.
Coming in now is the razzle-dazzle and the flick.
Until Sam Carmody throws a flick pass, the tournament hasn't started.
Little leg up as well here for UQ. Get some replacement players onto the field. Casually make their way downfield. A little bit of gas out of the tank at the moment. Morecambe picks off Moore, who puts the foot down. He's looking to go the whole way. He's being chased. They're not going to get him. Everything is going right for the Swans here in the second half. Matthew Moore, who we've seen set up a number of tries himself. This time he pokes his nose through in the defence. He goes the distance.
Give us some more, Matty Moore. He jumps up in that channel like a good link and just races away. And once he got into stride, they were never going to catch Matty Moore. He's just absolutely electric.
Plucks it down under the sticks on the DoorDash replay. I'll be pretty impressed with their second half performance here, the Swans. First game of the tournament. To be able to go out in the second 16 and take it to another level, and it's obviously reflected in the scoreboard as well. They'll definitely be feeling pretty good going into round 2. And the touch is made, doing it defensively as well. Verenkamp making a big touch there for the Swans.
Yeah, that was a fantastic read by Nicholas Verenkamp. Little sort of trick play with the winger coming in, like similar to the mitter, and a fantastic piece of defence there by Nicholas Verenkamp. Saves the day for the Swannies.
Turn it over this time around the Swans. A rare mistake for them.
Yeah, but as you said, Coach Troy Morgan would be fairly happy with the start to their tournament. What they've been is being consistent, and that is something that the Swannies really need to now carry on for the duration of the championships if they're going to be there when all the whips are cracking.
Penalty here for the Rebels as the clock winds down in this one. They'll have one final crack. Swans holding off. They come up and make the touch now as Bart sends it out. Another intercept to finish it. This time they don't go the distance. And the Swans far too good in this one, weren't they, Carl? A great way to kickstart their tournament.
Yeah, fantastic effort. As we said, we've sung the praises of the Swans. It was a really good, consistent team effort across the board. But the UQ Rebels can take some heart. Being under strength and sort of where they are, they still kept fighting, and they managed to put a few on them, in that second half. So they'll get better as the tournament goes on, Scotty. But a good way to start the men's open section of the championships.
Absolutely. And we've got more men's open action coming up next. The South Queensland Sharks taking on the Sydney Scorpions. Stay tuned. More live action coming here from the championships, presented by Inferno, live from Coffs Harbour.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, the dedicated Dasher was picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Welcome back to a sunny Friday afternoon here at CEX International Stadium. The championships of touch football brought to you by Inferno. My name's Jack Rogers. I'm joined in the commentary box by none other than the over 30s Australian coach, Carly Banks. Carly, great to have you here for this men's open fixture.
Yeah, it should be an absolute crackerjack contest here between the Sydney Scorpions and the South Queensland Sharks. Both well-credentialed teams and well-coached, and it should be an absolute cracker.
Of course, the Sharks were probably the pre-tournament favourites last year, didn't quite get to the finish, but their team stronger than ever as we see them tapping off here. Ball goes to ground early, so 6 more for the Sharks. Some big names in this team, of course. We've got Dylan Hennessy, Dayberg Meir, all the classics, Peter Norman in there as well, David Marr, Wilson Groth. I could go on and on and on. And, of course, on the Scorpions side, some big names too. Josh Turner was best and fairest last year when they came 8th. But here they go early at the line. Ball goes to ground. So survive the first set, have the Scorpions coming off their own line now.
Yeah, nice drive there from Finn Watkins, the number 10. He'll feature very prominently for the Scorpions. We've got a good mix of the Hornsby guys and the Parramatta Eels, predominantly coached by Josh Phillips. So yeah, they'll give plenty of cheek this Scorpions team up against their illustrious opposition. But a player to keep an eye on, number 4 from the Sharks, Maurice Stone, a New Zealand international for many years, and a quality player in person.
We'll be keeping close eye on all of those big names that we can. The referees for the match out there today, Zach Jenrick, recently announced as one of the referees heading to the World Cup. Matt Lavery, of course, who is legendary touch football referee, and Charlie Cheesley. So they've got all the experience they need, and it's sure to be a fast-paced encounter as the Scorpions get a penalty on the halfway line.
Yeah, all these guys are a part of the national referee squad, so they're all heading to the World Cup. I was lucky enough about a month ago to spend a weekend camp with the elite referees in the game, and it was a great weekend. Just seeing how these guys ply their trade and the work that they do to make themselves the elite of what they do, Jack.
Well, first real crack at the line here. They bring the ball back towards the middle, picking up. Kennedy plays to the left. They dive at the line. Maxwell Masters gets the ball down, and keep an eye out on that name all weekend. Masters was great at NYC, and he's back for more.
Yep. He featured prominently in the Pacific Youth Championships as well, Jack, and he's just going from strength to strength. He's a fine young man with a good set of feet, and he gets the Scorpions off to a flyer.
See Love diving touch attempt at the line there, but couldn't quite get down quickly enough. Sharks will want to hit back quick here. Expect this to be a high-scoring encounter. So the Scorpions penalised there for not moving forwards. So this is danger zone for them. We'll see how their defence shapes up. Looking out early there, they're going to get penalised against. They've got to be really careful here, Carly. Exclusion in the mix. And what we mean by that, if there's 3 penalties on the line, especially for the same offence, player might end up excluded. Here they go, right to left. Hennessy, ball in hands.
And that's a better defensive effort there from Will Hickey, getting up and really taking Hennessy's time off him. And that's what you need to do with someone who's an out-and-out champion the way that Dylan Hennessy is. So, yeah, fantastic defensive play from the link, William Hickey.
Well, they're going to go left to right long, but run out of real estate. Back on the inside, unsuccessful. Great defence there from the number 8. Porter Sheen just held his position really well there. and makes the touch.
And this is a great transition here from the Scorpions. They've come out. This has always been an area that they've struggled in, is in that sort of midfield area. But they're really getting on the quick transitions and sort of rolling through their set. So this is really enterprising play already from the Scorps.
Picking up now, we might see right to left, all the way out, and the player who makes the touch at the other end of the field, it's Porter Sheen, has now put the second try on the board for the Scorpions. And bit of an upset here, actually. Kennedy, I think, he threw long. Not Kennedy. We've got Toner, who throws long. Yeah,
Kieran Toner, he's an absolute superstar that, over the years for Hornsby, he's been like Mr. Consistency for them. He's a chief playmaker. He's a very, very clever player, and it's good to see him back playing at his best. And the Scorps off to a cracking 2-0 lead.
Well, the Sharks, it's Groff. Looking, probing, working with Tyler Love there, and he's calling for the Scorps to move forward in defence. That is a nice long ball, but goes to ground just out. The referee's conferring, and there will be a penalty. Zach Jenrick from the touchline there calling.
Yeah, was saying they were offside there. There wasn't anything wrong with Jordan Horrow's, touch there where he came over to contest it. He may have actually hurt himself down. He said he's no good. He's just signalled to the Scorps bench that he's no good. So, if Sharks are smart, they'll probably move the ball across and then come back to this side where Horrow is unnoticeably limping.
Groff.
Oh, it doesn't need to.
Dives at the line, and it's all clear. Look at that dive, just stretching out as an acrobat in the corner there.
Yeah, he has a fantastic dive, Wilson Groff. He's one of the most underrated great players in the game. Like he's been up and coming for a while. He started for Queensland in the Open Mix Series a couple of years ago, and he just continues to get better and better. Having a dive like that is incredible, and he puts the Sharks back in this contest at 2-1.
2-1 on the athlete scoreboard. The Scorpions, they look to keep their noses in front here. Maurice Kennedy had a busy start so far. And Toner, who set up the previous try. Can the Scorpions go with the wraparound? It looks like they're going to be close in the corner. Porter Sheen's caught there by Jaden Love. Good scrambling defence.
Yeah, great attack and great defence.
Here they are. 10 metres out from the line. Picking up from dummy half again is Toner. Toner this time back to the other side, showing he can do it all, but the ball doesn't quite make it a ground. Forward pass will be the call.
Yeah, both teams have tested each other with that accumulator play, the big long ball and the bat back on the inside, hoping to catch a lazy link, not getting across, and not exactly lazy. It's pretty tough to be in and out as a link. I wouldn't want to be a link, mate. So it's a pretty tough thing, and both sides are showing the calibre of their ball players being able to throw precision passes like that, and the skill of their wingers to be able to bat the ball back.
Well, the Sharks limber up over the halfway line now. Full set in hand. Hennessy plays the ball. Not too far out from the line. Corey Russell out there for the Sharks. Notably absent the other two Russell brothers. Adam returning hopefully quite soon from an ACL injury.
Yeah, had an unfortunate injury, Adam, and he's one of the nicest guys in the game. So, cheerio to Adam, and hope he gets back out there soon. My sister's his physio, so he's in good hands.
Shout out to Adam, and up from the Redlands area. Touch football, prominent area in touch football in Queensland. Playing the ball now 7 metres out from the line. Corey Russell, he's calling for the defenders to come forward, and the referee blows again. So that is our third penalty. Sideline referee Charlie Cheesley, he's calling for potentially looking... so close. They shut in tight there, and you can see how compressed that Scorpions defence is.
Yeah, definitely. And number 17, we haven't mentioned him yet in the call, but Hayden Moffat, a prominent Emus representative. He's a great addition to this Sharks lineup. He's got trick plays left, right and centre, and as we speak trick plays, our man Dylan Hennessy puts on a try that only he could conjure with his magical skill set. Gets through from half. I'm not really sure. There was not much doing there. The little show and go. Dummy gets through and, links up out wide with the winger. And all of a sudden the Sharkies have hit back and we've got a tied up ball game here.
The try scorer there, Marcus Holm, number 8 winger for the South Queensland Sharks. They've got an experienced lineup. But the Scorpions, they've been feisty here early as they play a cutout ball left to right. Ball put down in the corner. Wingers in the modern game of touch can finish just about everything. And, yeah, that was not easy.
Yeah, Cuban Porter Sheen take a bow. Great finish. But the play here from Luke Osborne, Australian Mixed Open Emus representative and off to the World Cup this year, throws a pinpoint left to right, and Cuban Sheen with a classic J-line to finish the try. 3-2 Scorpions.
And Porter Sheen has had a phenomenal start. One try-saving touch in the south corner and 2 tries now to his name. So the Scorpions, they understand the importance of this fixture. Oh, the touch is not made.
Drummy.
The touch is not made. And that'll be try time.
How many times have we seen this? 20-plus years, this man, Jermaine Dayberg-Muir, the greatest of all time in my mind, without any shadow of a doubt, comes back hard off that left foot and he just cracks through that hole, you know, like he does it in his sleep. What a try.
Every time Dayberg-Muir puts on this Sharks uniform too, he seems to just step things up yet another notch. He's been multiple times player of the tournament in NTLs, player of the finals on several occasions. Yeah. And now it's 3-3 between these two teams. We knew it would be a cracker. It's closer than ever as they go for the line. He's completely bamboozled the defence. They're playing through, they're playing clear. And Josh Glacken couldn't quite effect a touch there.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there. Just took the ball on the out and a little step back there, and it's Toner. Dummy, and you know, he's proving his class. He's had a number of injuries in recent years, like shoulders and things that have kept him, you know, away from the elite level. He's out here proving just what a great player that he is, and it's so good to see him back playing at his very best.
Well, 1 assist to his name and now 1 try for Toner. But the Sharks here, they'll try to hit back again, fighting tooth and nail to stay in this game. 4-3 the scoreline. The first men's open match of the day. Hennessy, ball in hands. Moffat working with Hennessy. Hennessy goes short this time. The touch is made. Great touch by Osborne again, who's just involved in everything at the moment.
Yeah, he's a sensational link defensively, Luke Osborne. His reach and his height and his just composure, you know, it's just fantastic.
And another touch as the winger cuts in there. Great shutdown defence by the number 17, Jordan Horrow. And he'll now move the hard yards up the left flank for the Scorpions and earn a penalty. So that's a penalty for offside. 6 more to come. And you've got to say, 1 point to the good here. And with 6 touches in hand, the Scorpions, they're on fire so far. Coach Josh Phillips will be pretty happy with the performance.
Yeah, he'd be sort of overjoyed with this start, and yeah, it's just such a competitive game. The boys have come to play today, and it's fantastic to see this already on day 1 of the championships.
Well, Masters plays the ball there. Josh Turner, as we mentioned, and an intercept caught there up in the line. So the referee just going to slow things down here briefly, and he will blow a penalty for touch pass off Masters. So Sharks with the ball. Of course, Carly can't help but notice, one eye off in the corner, checking out the game on field 2, which of course, men's open action between the Hunter Western Hornets and Townsville Saints, which is probably a match close to your heart, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Yeah, hopefully the boys will do what they need to do out there, the Hunter Western Hornets. So, yeah, it'll be a great tournament, mate, with so many teams, and great to see the Townsville boys put their side together, and NQ representing here. Like, we played the Indigenous All-Stars up there a couple of weeks ago, and the Townsville Touch community is just, you know, is really, really keen and is trying to sort of get themselves back there. So it's awesome to see them here at the championships.
New format this year, of course, affiliates, clubs, encouraging participation as well here, especially from some of our regional areas. Townsville, one of those. Oh, and a sloppy play the ball there. Toner, he's been good so far, but couldn't quite make that one work for his side. You know, Finn Watkins picking up from half with 2 plays in the touch. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, the game's sort of settled down now into this thing where it's just sort of set completions and getting the other end. They've both settled down, and it's going to be a real grind, you know, coming into half-time with about 3 minutes to go, Jack. So these are really important, crucial times to be really, really concentrating, you know, on being able to stop the other team if you can, and being able to secure some good field position.
Crucial times call for crucial players, and Hennessy is definitely one of those. Dave Marr working out there with him as well.
Yeah, nice little play there from Finn Watkins. He took the drive and he released nicely, but unfortunately a play the ball error there, and this could prove quite costly here for the Scorpions.
Out 13 metres away from the try line, now within the 10. And they're hungry for a try, but a little bobble taken there in the ruck. Tyler Love just couldn't quite get a grip on that ball.
Yeah, they're breathing a bit easier over there in that Scorpions box. And so now, as we said, coming into these last few minutes, it's important. Yeah, and that's just a frustration penalty there. So now it's important that Scorps get down the other end of the field. Even if they don't score, Jack, just leave the ball down the other end. Be content with the set completion, and you never know what could happen in the shadows of half-time. So really important that Scorpions are methodical and disciplined here as they work down, and they're doing that. They're trucking the ball nicely, trying to get a strike dump here coming into the back end.
Kennedy working together there with Turner. Masters in the middle. Both Kennedys are on the field. Masters with the ball in hands. They don't quite have enough room there. And the call is offside from referee Matt Lavery, the middle of the park.
Yeah, and we talk about Hennessy, but as you just mentioned, the Kennedy twins, absolute, ornaments to the game, the pair of them, whether it's been for Hornsby, for New South Wales. These guys are a class act, and they're two of the best role models in the sport for young players that you could, imagine ever sort of meeting. So great to see these boys out here still bringing the magic.
Two of the best role models. Can they be two of the best links on the back end of this set for the Scorpions? Picking up is Kennedy. He gets the ball back again. They're looking for every little crack in this Sharks defence. Brothers working together now. Can't quite get the ball away there. And the call.
And the Sharks will have one more opportunity here if they're smart and they can truck this ball down methodically down the field and give themselves a chance, with a strike dump. So with 30 seconds to go, still an age, Jack, to be able to get a good play, and trying to con the referee there for a penalty, but no such luck. They need a really good strike dump here for Hennessy, and they're going to get it.
A little bit clunky off their own line, but still dangerous, and just haven't quite connected here in this first half. To their credit, there's still only 1 point in this match so far, but much to be wanted here for this Sharks outfit. They're obviously one of the key contenders, but the Scorpions are showing themselves as serious contenders in the competition this year as well. They've got some great mixed teams facing up here, and I do say teams, one in each division this year for the Scorpions. But Carly, great start to the half, plenty to work on for both teams, and hopefully they come out with just as much intensity in the second. Yeah,
I definitely think that this format will suit the Scorpions. The 16 minutes, they've sort of been found wanting the last 10 minutes of games, so this format is perfectly suited to a side like the Scorpions. So, but don't discount the Sharkies. They are championship quality, so I'm looking forward to the second half, Jack.
Well, plenty more action coming your way. Men's Open here at the Championships, brought to you by Inferno, live on KO Sports and Sky Sport Next.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
Welcome back to the Inferno Championships here at Coffs Harbour. Jack Rogers in the commentary box with Carly Banks for the second half of the Men's Open action. South Queensland Sharks and Sydney Scorpions. The Scorpions with a slightly surprising lead. They're always going to be competitive, but they're 4-3 up against the Sharks.
Yeah, they're looking good, Jack. They started the game, in great fashion, kicking out to a 2-0 lead, but then, after the Sharks came back, they sustained the effort level, and that's the most impressive part of this performance thus far by the Scorpions in Game 1 of the tournament.
Well, John Kennedy working there with Maurice, plays the ball. You can expect to see these players working together in this half. Picking up now, Kennedy. What can he do? The short ball tries to go to his brother, but telegraphed there by the Sharks. And they'll pick up, coming off their own line now, working towards the box. And given how they finished their previous half there with a little bobble off their box set, it's great to see positive play from the Sharks off their own line.
Yeah, definitely. And the referees, are being consistent with their pre-tournament message to, really make sure that they win the first couple of touches as referees and, allow teams to get bang for their buck with their drive. And the Sharks got the dividend with an early penalty in the first couple of touches.
Love plays the ball there. Have they made their way through? It's the number 13, Josh Gluckin, and no one's within metres of him. He can't be touched.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there. Not much doing. Joshy Gluckin on the out ball, gets it from Hennessy, his brother-in-law, and, slices through the space, and that's one that Joshy will put in the highlights reel, the Doyle boy from way back. So, great work from Josh Gluckin.
Some of our younger touchies watching there, just notice, even though Gluckin knows he's going through, he still sort of goes to show that ball at the end to Moffat, selling the defender until the last second, just opening up that space. Masters looks like he wants to call the shots here, but he's going to play the ball on this occasion. Can the Scorps work through? And we've basically seen the mirror image of what's happened down the other end of the field there. The Scorpions hit back immediately. Someone gave them the idea.
Yeah, Luke Osborne, he is at the peak of his powers at the moment as a player. His form for Australia in the Mixed Open Series last year in the Trans-Tasman was sensational, and he's just built and built and built. He looks super fit. He had a great state cup for Parramatta when they were in, under strength and injured, and he's just picked up from where he's left off. And it's a dummy-a-thon, Jack, at the moment. So it's a bit of a show and go from the boys. So we love to see him putting on a show, and that's exactly what they're doing. So the first two games of this tournament have been sensational, and if this is anything to go by, boy, we're in for a treat over the next few days in the championships, Jack.
Well, just as we say, things get even more interesting. 7 metres out, penalty in favour of the Sharks, 5-4 the score. So should they find the line here, it will be back to square. Working close there, dives at the line. It's the number 9, Wilson Groff. And he's going to call a touch. That is a tight call. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, but referee Matt Lavery right on the spot to make that decision. So, we'll run with Matty. I think he's got that one right.
Dayberg Mir out the back ball, but lands between the target players. And that's going to put the Scorpions back in possession as we see a replay. That try there, he was calling for the ball down, was Groff. But as you mentioned there, Carly, Lavery, one of the most experienced referees in the game, right in position.
And it's really good. I was talking to referees boss Luke Saldern, and he was saying that they've got a drone working for the referees in terms of their game analysis, so they'll be able to look over all of the tries that get scored and basically analyse their position and stuff. So there's a lot of great development stuff happening for the referees.
Round the back ball we see there, Carly, sorry to interrupt for a second, but Finn Watkins picks up from half and just flight of foot destroys the defence.
Yeah, he's something else. He's just brilliant. And they're noticing that the Sharkies are a little bit man on, and Cuban Porter Sheen was gleefully thinking that he was going to get another try, but denied there with the late pass. But yeah, this is a high quality contest, Jack. It's end to end.
Sharks now fresh set of legs on. Jaden Love out in the centre of the park, working there with Moffat. And an intercept is taken. Can he get away? He's one of the quickest players on the field. Passes the ball. And a late pass from Finn Watkins. Could have sort of put the head down and gone himself, but it looked like the chasers were up to the pace.
Yeah, I think the boys are playing a bit of Fiji one touch out there. We've got plenty of time left, boys, so a little bit of composure would have been good, but Hayden off it with that little boy play. His trick bag is quite exceptional. He's got a lot of little trick plays, and you have to watch him. And on that occasion, it sort of come unstuck, and the intercept was taken. But then, yeah, a little error. But yeah, the boys are really starting to bring their game now, and again, we're starting to tighten up. So I think it's important that again, set completions, a little bit of discipline. Both teams are known for their flamboyance and their ability to throw the ball around. We need a little bit of composure here as a player goes down injured in the back play.
And a bit of a firm touch there. Looks like maybe a little touch around the head as they came towards the line. Nothing in it.
He's a tough man, Jordan Horro. The Parramatta stalwart just copped it, yeah.
In the eye, I think, as the touch was being made. And
straight away threw the hand up, the Sharkies defender. And, yeah, no harm, no foul. The boys are okay. And, yeah, Jordan just come for a sub just to check that. And, yeah, hopefully he's all okay.
As Horro leaves the field, we'll resume play momentarily. And we're off here. So the Scorpions holding their nerve. There's certainly, it's been a passage of play riddled with a couple of errors, but that's more to do with the intensity out there in the middle of the park. Can they finish on the back end of this set? Playing the ball is... And getting the ball now, rather, is the number 3, Luke Osborne. He wants more. Maxwell Masters picks up. He goes to Osborne. It's a Rooster play. Can they squeeze through? No, they can't. Hennessy makes that touch, shutting down.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of space in that link hole, so the next time Luke Osborne runs that play, he'll probably have a bit of a look up and maybe dummy that one and hit the link out the back there.
So Hennessy over the halfway line now. And Russell working in there as well. So at the back end of this set, Groth will be picking up from half, and we do get a penalty blown. Didn't look to be too much in it, but just sort of the contact there. Oh.
That man, Corey Russell, he's a master of being able to get what he wants out there on the field. Real gamesmanship, but he's an absolute champion cause, and yeah, he's definitely earned that one for his team. So yeah, it'd be interesting what the referees think about that one in their pre-game debrief.
Rain starts to pour here on the 7-metre mark, which almost taken a deflection there and ended up in the hands of winger Wesley Collins. But that'll be 6 more called. As I mentioned, the field's starting to get wet out there, as we can see the grandstand people moving back into those covered seats. Has Hennessy just gone through there? He's an absolute magician. There was no space to work with. He's done a hop, step and a jump. I thought I was watching triple jump for a minute there, and he's put the ball down for the Sharks, 5-all.
Yeah, the Australian Emus men's open captain, watch him go. He dead set always has spiders on him. And Luke Osborne is a really, really good defender, so, you know, that's no mean feat. And it just sort of, you know, sings the praises of sort of how good Dylan Hennessy is as a player. So fantastic piece of play from him.
10 tries in this fixture so far, and we expect plenty more to come. The Kennedys may have something to do with that as well, as they ruck through the middle, working there with Toner, who has had a role to play in terms of the score. But Toner picks up, looked for Watkins there, goes back inside to Kennedy, and the touch is made. Tight defence, and defence is going to win this game at the end. I can't help but think, Carly. We've seen plenty of flair in attack so far.
Yeah, we see that little Hornsby combination there of the Kennedys and Kieran Toner scheming away, working for the play that they want.
Scorpions close to the line. Show of pace there from the number 6, Toner. And the intercept is taken. Nathan Beaton plays the ball in the 7-metre mark, and that's beautiful run there from Moffat.
Yeah, nice transition there from the Sharks, and they earned the penalty, and that's really consistent refereeing. They've been, really adamant in those first couple of touches that teams do the work and sort of, allow teams to be able to roll. So, yeah, it's a fantastic effort there in terms of the Sharks gaining field position and the referees, rewarding them for the work, getting on those transitions quickly.
And we see here the Scorpions trying their hardest to keep this Sharks outfit out. The Sharks, of course, vying to go ahead for the first time in the match, but they couldn't connect there on that ball. Oh, what is going on here?
It's Fiji, one touch.
The refs are doing the most running out here right now because they've just run backwards and forwards 3 times, change of possession. Sharks with it again. Fiji touch all right, Carly. 6 touches to come for the Sharks from the 7-metre line.
Theme the Jaws music. You've got Hennessy out there waiting for his opportunity, and that the trick play man getting himself all set. Hayden Moffat.
Now a penalty. So Groff will sub himself out here, and with the ball in hands is Russell.
Sending out Tyler Love, and he's very good on that 7 metres. Anything off a sweep or a quickie, he's very good there. But it'll be Hennessy, the main man.
Well, a little rooster play there through the hands. They do get it out to the wing. Can they convert? They do indeed. It's a beautiful team try. They've used everyone through the hands of Tyler Love with a nice sub with Groff there.
Yeah, and that was a nice piece of play. Good composure and good use of the football in that set of 6. Both teams have had their chances, and I think, if I'm Josh Phillips down there in that Scorpions box, it'd be, boys, just try and be a little bit composed. Like at the moment, they're forcing the errors, like defensively, out of Sharks, and they're coughing up the ball, but then they're not hanging onto the ball themselves. So I think it would be really important for them here to leave the ball down the other end, to give themselves a shot, and then come back with a really strong defensive set in this midfield to get themselves back on an even keel.
Well, they're certainly looking like being resilient here as they go for a left to right ball. It looks like it may well be down.
He's pointing to the spot.
And the referees confer it's a try indeed, with a beautiful soaring long ball there.
Yeah, this was a really good piece of play. Osborne running the ball out nicely, and it was Mark Roberts on the ball.
I think Hassan got the ball out. Number 12.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was a really nice long ball, and the Scorpions are now levelled it up at 6-all, and it's a really close contest here, Jack. Like, this game could go either way, and it's on a knife's edge, and it's to think that this is day 1. Imagine what we're going to get when it's the finals.
And of course, last year, semi-finalists, the Sharks, the Scorpions, quarter-finalists, they ended up 8th. So to see them so close in this matchup is unbelievable stuff. And an intercept taken. Can he get away? No. Play the ball on the 7-metre mark there, the Scorpions. So again, at 6-all, they've just got to get that ball down the field as Maxwell Masters works to get the ball across. Try scorer of the last, by the way, Arthur Butler. Worth giving him a shout-out for that beautiful finish.
Yeah, Arthur Butler had a sensational Metro Cup season in the winning Country Club team that won the Metro Cup in Brisbane. And, he's a great winger who always manages to finish tries. Yeah, pulling 7 on there.
And interesting, Horo had some brief words with the referees there, just clarifying what the issue may have been, and actually looks like an offside call, or 6 to go. It's come off the hand.
Yeah. Probably asking him whether he made the touch or not.
Oh, Watkins is just so dangerous from that half position. He can turn on a dime and just doesn't quite get the ball away early enough on that occasion.
But again, as I said, I don't mean to harp on this, but Josh Phillips would be quite frustrated with his team's use of the football. There's another repeat set and they turn it over on 1. You cannot give Sharks that amount of possession and think that they're not going to hurt you in the end, because they've just got attacking weapons all over the park.
And we saw their composure for their previous try, the Sharks, even having the presence of mind to sub a player on for it.
Now they need to just get out of their end now, Scorps. This is really important. This is the critical set of 6. They've got to get the ball down the other end, get some momentum, even if they finish down here, and they're probably going to to see a penalty here.
And that was a big touch affected by Nathan Beaton. Of course, they're flying. The pace out there is quick. They're going to see a forced sub. So this is an opportunity for the Scorpions if they can make something happen here quick, but also resisting the temptation to do something silly.
Yeah, just get yourself in some good field position, and they've got enough attacking weapons here to make Sharks pay. They just have to be patient with the use of the footy, and they've got the right people out there to do that with the Kennedy twins commandeering things and sort of getting themselves sorted. So this is good, and they'll have a repeat set. And yeah, here he comes, Kieran Toner. I knew it wouldn't be long until he was into the action. So here we go, the right combination of players here for the Scorpions to steal this one.
Kennedy's barely needing to have words with each other because they're siblings, read each other's minds out there. But Toner, that's what they will be talking about, if anything. How can we get the ball in his hands?
Yeah, we've got 30 seconds, and Toner's aware of this. It's still an age in touch. People who don't watch touch a lot wouldn't think that's much time at all, but it actually is an age.
Oh, dives at the line.
Whether he's offside or not, and this will be a really interesting call. I'm saying that he never made the line.
Yeah, we will get really good vision. Ball to the ground.
Don't worry about the vision.
Maurice Stone tries to make a touch there, but doesn't quite get 2 feet back to the line. The Sharks here racing back because they've only got, well, really one touch before our buzzer goes.
Yeah, nice little punish play.
Here it is, the last play of the game. And the ball goes to ground. The Scorpions, with an amazing upset, pretty much a buzzer beater there to get to 7-6 ahead of the South Queensland Sharks, setting themselves up for a huge tournament.
Yeah, this is a sensational start from the Scorpions, and they have started the tournament well in recent years, but this is nice for them to get this one over, you know, one of the real heavyweights and favourites for this event. But the Sharks won't be too displeased with that. I mean, they're down by 1 and there's a long way to go, so fantastic effort from both teams.
And that was an astounding result. We have plenty more action coming your way. Opens Divisions, the mix coming up next here at CEX Stadium in Coffs Harbour. The championships, Carly, you'll be back on with me. It's going to be exciting. Don't go anywhere.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Well, we're back here at Coffs Harbour's CEX International Stadium, the championships at the home of touch. My name's Jack Rogers, commentating here with 30s Australian captain Carly Banks. Carly, mixed action coming our way. It's Sharks and Scorps again, and it should be a cracker.
Yeah, it should be a really good contest. The second Scorpion side, had a 6-4 loss this morning against one of the heavyweights of the competition in the Sydney Rebels. So, they will be able to, sort of play some good footy. And Sharks, year after year, they always produce it, men's, women's, mixed, always quality sides in those open divisions. And under the tutelage of Mark Tipple, I expect them to be really, really well prepared for this tournament.
Expect this to be a tactical battle. Christian Frosty from the Scorpions, definitely known as a strategist. And there's 6 there, just over the halfway point. So Scorpions, we're going to see this early battle for possession. Brendan Robertson calling a few early shots there. Wright Eastwood Jr. in his earlier days. I may or may not have played with him. Shout out to Bears.
And does he play chess as good as you play touch?
Not quite. We had a chat this morning about that. You know what? Maybe he does play chess as well as I play touch. Sorry. I see what you did there.
That was cool.
Yeah. Playing the ball now, though, the Sharks. Yeah, this already looks like it's going to be a battle for field possession. Coming out, Brooke Hoffmeyer, the winger there.
Yeah, nice metres there from Hoffmeyer, and this is a really nice strike dump here for the Sharkies.
Picking up Van McDonald, goes right to left, doesn't make it to the wing. Saw a player take a bit of a topple there, but found their feet for the Scorpions. And that Masters name popping up yet again, Rico Masters. Out in the middle of the pitch, we heard earlier that there's something like 7 Masters on one team somewhere as well, so it's all the Masters.
It's a real family affair for that family who have given great service to our sport and continue to do so. So, this is a nice attacking set. I'm loving what both teams are doing. They're trying to move that ball, and their female players are featuring heavily. We don't see enough of that. It's usually a power game, the mix, but the girls, do a fantastic job to be able to stand up to the physicality, but also the skill level. And we see a lot of very, very skillful women's players out there, plying their trade as mixed players.
Hoffmeyer is a name that comes to mind again there, just off the back of what you said, Carly. She's just had an involvement on the left-hand side of the field as well. So many touches so far, and important touches too. As they come to the back end of the set, offside is a call. It was just a body that was in the way of the pass there. Riley Johnson wanted the ball in hands. He was hitting that link hole.
Yeah, there's an interesting selection there. Riley Johnson, who plays for me at Doyleson in our men's open program. So he lives down on the border, and he's very good at the quickie. And there he goes. He gets that one down, and
wow.
On cue.
Commentators blessing on that occasion, Carly. You called it. Good at the quickie, and he scores off one. Riley there hitting out to the right-hand side. That's 1-0.
Yeah, he's a very, very good player, very intelligent touch player. He'd be suited well to this mixed format of the game, and does really good in real subtlety in terms of the body position he created on that quickie. Got the defender to turn his shoulders in, got the outside position, and got the ball down cleanly. So that's bread and butter for Riley Johnson, and he gets the Sharkies away to a flyer.
Well, the Scorpions, they've been creative in attack so far, not afraid to throw the ball around, and I think we're going to see a forward pass from the ruck there. So it's the Sharks who have won the early battle, but only 4 minutes into this encounter. It's anyone's game. Tony Rasmussen. And finally, Johnson will get a little break there. First time off the field in the match so far.
Yeah, and she's Queensland mixed open representative, and a very, very crucial player in the Sharks lineup.
Oh, skipping around there is a 23. It's Hayata, and the ball just goes to ground, but Hayata with a flash of pace there, just working his way through the line. And that's a danger name in this side. Yeah,
he looks like a likely customer, doesn't he, Jack? He picked up the ball and he just glided through there at will. So, let's keep our eye on him as this game unfolds.
Hayata involved at the Pacific Youth Games as well. The Scorpions up over the halfway line now. Fresh legs on the pitch. Fifth and last has come early here. Can they work their way around? No, they can't, but not a bad idea there from Tuatai Masters. He's also managed to give his team enough time to reset the defensive line. So borderline, the referees could have called a penalty here, but they're going to let the struggle continue early.
And we're seeing some really good quality refereeing out there. We've got Campbell Muir out there and Alec Clark's in the centre at the moment. And yeah, we're blessed by the standard of referees that we have at this event, Jack. And yeah, great to see them out here doing what they do best.
Sharks just hunting close to the line there. Can't quite draw second blood. Scorpions off their own line again here. They just need a clean set. Can they get those players sweeping on?
Yeah, that's a really nice set, but unfortunately they've got 7 on, and that's a pick up there.
Parsonage plays the ball. When the turnover happens, just need to be a little bit cleaner in that box set for sure. And now we see Justin Paul for the Sharks plays that inside ball to McClelland. And they'll be working with Marley Zago as well. So here it is, it's McDonald again. Heavily involved in the game thus far. McDonald plays the ball on the 7, gets it back again. They dish to numbers, but it's not quite there, and the ball's come forward out of the hands there. Back end of that set. Good shutdown defence from the Scorpions.
Yeah, the Scorpions didn't look troubled defending that set of 6, and we're quite composed with their line defence. So that'll please Christian Frost no end in terms of the way that they handled that attacking foray from the Sharks.
Okay, it's test number 3 for this box set for the Scorpions. They're a little more tentative running players on this time. They're sure of themselves now, and that'll allow them to lay the platform here. Something at the back end of this set. Robertson drives the ball in, and it's the number 6, Lorga, who goes left to right long. It's a Hail Mary, and it doesn't connect. Prayers have not been answered.
That's something that you do on a Tuesday night at Redlands, I reckon, Jack.
Oh, mine's much worse than that. I don't even try at this point, Carly, but just give me the ball and I'll run some meters for you. That's my job. Too old for it. The Sharks, though, with the ball on halfway, Riley Johnson working there with Rasmussen. Good pace, a driving run. Johnson picks up again, and he wants the half position on 5th and last here. What can he do with it? Left to right ball, out to the wing. They've almost got the ball down. Let's have a look at what the referees say. Touch has been made, and a good touch at that.
That's a sensational set of 6. Rasmussen, Riley Johnson and Jaden Wilson featuring prominently. That's the power pod as far as I'm concerned in this Sharks line-up already, and they're going to take a power of stopping, not only over the duration of this game but for the tournament. That was very unfortunate there that they didn't get it down, but a great effort from both wingers, both in attack and defence.
Great mixed touch. Not the usual high-scoring encounter so far that we're used to seeing, but perhaps as they settle into the game, things might open up a little bit more. For now, looking lively in attack and defence. Jared Whittaker is sweeping now. Let's see if they can find him on that right edge. But no, they bounce back to the left. And it looks like, again, they're close to getting that ball down. Carly Seymour, it's a try to the Sharks. 2-0.
Riley Johnson. He threw a left to right just seconds ago, and then he's come back with a right to left. Now, he's not renowned as a ball player, so the work that Riley Johnson's put in this NTL period between State Cup and now, you watch him wind up and go whack, and that's a fantastic piece of play there. And, yeah, he's putting on quite a display here already in the opening stages of this tournament.
That was a fascinating play as well. Carly, Jared Whittaker, number 7, sort of bounced out from the left link position, out and around, sold the play, and then they just bounced back on this right-hand side and get it out to Seymour. They all knew what was going on there, I sense. We'll see a penalty. So the Scorpions haven't been able to break the line defence of the Sharks just yet. So equally crediting their defence as we are their offence at this point. And Coach Mark Tipple will be very happy as we see another great run there from Jaden Wilson. And, yeah, a little mistake in the ruck. So Scorpions, well, a little berth here, an opportunity, and they're going to need to make something happen soon just to get some morale in the camp.
Yeah, that was, a fortuitous change of possession there for them. So let's see if they can make Sharks play. They really have to get themselves down on the 7 to give themselves a shot, but unfortunately a little error there, and the referees have been all over those forward passes at the ruck. It's been a concentration that the referees have decided that they're really going to crack down on, both in the midfield and on the scoreline. So yeah, it's good. It really puts the players on notice that they really need to take extra care with those 1% fundamentals.
Hoffmeyer playing the ball. Johnson, and look who it is. It's this attacking pod out here again. Whittaker working as well with Brody Feen, who we haven't seen involved all that much so far, but he will get involved in this play. Out the back ball to Johnson, left to right. He's really flexing his ball-playing muscles today, Carly. That's at the back end of every set, left to right, right to left. Doesn't matter where the ball's going. Johnson's involved.
Yeah, I think he'd want to have that one back again. He's a bit of a perfectionist, Riley, so he'll be a little bit disappointed in the result on that one. But yeah, good to see him, really adapting well to this mixed version of the game.
Getting up in defence here, it's a high line. Jared Whittaker makes the touch, working with Brody Feen. And they're shaping up nicely, this Queensland defence. And yeah, did well not to just noticing there that the winger for the Sharks, not looking necessarily for the intercept there, Jessica Smith, but rather letting the ball go to ground, just reset, keep things simple.
Yeah, and Sharks handled themselves really well in that set of 6 defensively. Like, Scott didn't ask too many questions, but as we speak, they've turned over possession, and they're really inviting the Scorpions back into this half, Jack. And it's sort of one of those things. A little bit of composure is probably required from Sharks, but Scorps now have an opportunity, a golden opportunity, to get themselves on the score sheet.
Well, Phil Gold in the NRL, famous for saying, if you let the ball bounce, you welcome pain into your life. And unfortunately, in touch football, the same thing applies. So, having to defend their line here, the Sharks, but 2-0 up. Good practice, if anything. And gee, their shape is perfect. Playing the ball 7 out. They've all made the line right to left from Robertson. Dropped on the wing. And that just comes, they're pressuring the attack so much that they've got to play that long ball, but a little bit too early in the set.
Yeah, for sure, Jack. And I think Frosty would be a little bit disappointed with the lack of planning in that play. It was like, yeah, let's just get a strike dump and see what happens. And people weren't hitting their holes. They really weren't sure what was happening with that set. So they probably need somebody to take a little bit of control down on that scoreline and just basically construct the set of 6 together for them. Because mixed is a very tactical game. Jack played at its best in terms of moving the chess pieces around the board in terms of the male and female players. So it'd be good to see Scorps be a little bit more thoughtful. And Frosty's one of the best at that. So I'm sure he'll get them where they need to be soon.
Touch made on 5th and last. Appeals to the referee, James Darcy.
And I think this is a great call from Campbell Muir. I didn't think they were onside either, and that was a fantastic piece of play. And Campbell Muir is one of the best referees in the game. He sees things very well live, and that was a fantastic call from him. And I'm sure the replay will back up Campbell's opinion there about the player not being onside.
It's driving in hard there, and you can see players all
so it's
scooting.
Not the line, but it was 7, so it's sort of like getting yourself there, and it was, well and truly about 1.5 meters short. So that's a great call from Campbell Muir.
Wilson, Rasmussen couldn't quite backtrack to the pace or the tune of this Scorpions attack, but 2-1 on the scoreboard as we near the halfway point. 2 minutes left in the half, so we should only see a couple more sets here. The Sharks will want to keep the ball down this end. We can see them about 10 metres out, just probing. Van McDonald, he's involved in the play. They're working with Lachlan McClelland. Justin Paul from half. What can he do? That is a nice floating ball, but doesn't give the winger enough time. And more great defence from the left flank of the Sydney Scorpions.
Yeah, I think Mark would be disappointed with the finish there from his winger. Like, she stood there and sort of stood still, caught the ball and then moved. We'd like to see her in running out with you know, with that sort of J-line type thing, and she gives herself a better chance of scoring that try instead of waiting, catching it, and then trying to decide what to do. So I'm sure Mark will sort of address that over in the box, because they are golden opportunities that you really want to finish.
Oh, and an interesting little play there. Rico Masters, the no-touch call was called. Rico said, I didn't put the ball down. But he, at the very least, simulated a roll ball. So handover called on the halfway mark. So
interesting little juncture now with around about 30 seconds left in the half here, Jack, and it'll be interesting to see what Sharks put on if they send Riley Johnson out there. There he is, and it's the power pod out there again, ready to try and see if they can put some more points on the board here for the Sharks.
Johnson, he wants to go to the right, can't quite find hands there, and that'll be not quite half time, or
there's a penalty, so they'll have one play.
What's play to go. What's my play? Go really fast and have a dive at the line.
Late switch, I reckon. There it is.
Late switch, there it is. Good call, Carly. One of the greatest brains in the game, Carly Banks. You called the last play, and would you be able to call, do you think, who might come out on top at the end of this match? 2-1 at half time.
Gee, now you really put me on the spot here, Jack. I think that it's going to be a pretty even contest. It's evenly poised, and I really believe that it's anyone's game here at the moment. So yeah, we've been treated to an absolute first-class exhibition so far. So let's strap in for the second half.
Should be exciting here, live on KO and Sky Sport Next. Don't go anywhere. More coming right up.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
Welcome back to the championships here at Coffs Harbour as the players re-enter the field for this mixed open fixture between the South Queensland Sharks and the Sydney Scorpions. The Sharks lead by a margin of 2-1. It's been a tight tussle so far. Jack Rogers here on the commentary with Carly Banks. Carly, what can we expect to see in this second half?
Yeah, I think halftime was a good juncture for both coaches to compose their players. Sharkies will be looking to just keep on working down the field and give themselves, every opportunity, and they score right off the set, and that was a fantastic little tap play there, and couldn't have started better. Mark Tipperell will be overjoyed with that start from the Sharkies, but I think Scorpions will be looking to get a little bit more continuity with their line attack and maybe some simple plays that sort of, ask some questions of the Sharkies middle. So, yeah, but a great start for the Sharkies, and yeah, you always feel so much better. You come out and you're successful with your sort of tap move. It sort of gives you a little bit of spring in the step. So now the Scorps need to respond to make sure that scoreboard separation doesn't get too far away from them.
Well, Jaden Wilson, our try scorer there, made it look easy off the back of his team's great passing play. The Scorpions, they'll try to hit back straight away here as well. Is the ball away? No, it's not. It's going to be a touch pass. So the referee calling that, and now Fien will be off his own line as they work their way towards the box for the first time in this half. Rasmussen working the box there. So what can the Sharks do? Can they double down on this scoreline? 4-1 would look nice after just a few minutes into this half. It was 2-1 at half-time. Robertson working for the turnover. Darcy as well involved in the play. They're going to work their way to the box, are the Scorpions. They need fresh legs. And they do earn a penalty there for a hard touch in the ruck, but you don't mind seeing that intensity at the start of the session here.
No, you don't. So, yeah, both teams will just work their way down here methodically, like, we've got 7 on, and that's an unfortunate call.
7 on, and that's not the first time that we've seen that in this match for the Scorpions. So back to basics. The message from the box will be here. Just getting those simple things right. They've got all the talent in the world, this Scorpions team. Just got to settle things down here, keep their heads. And a hat lost in the middle of the park there for the Sharks. Lass Hayata, he'll continue to play on. Almost squeezing through there again. That would have been his second try had he have found the line there, Wilson. Picking up instead is the 24, Jessica Smith. Let's see what they can do. Hayata from half. He's looking long, right to left, triple cutout. Ball goes to ground, but I think it was well covered by the Scorpions' defence.
Yeah, and both these teams, I mean, even though we're called the Championships this year, in its previous form, both these proud regions have won their share of titles in this division. 5 titles to the Sharks over the years and 4 to the Scorpions. So I captained the Sharks in their very first NTL Mixed Open Championship winning team. So, yeah, it was definitely got a bit of a soft spot for the Sharkies.
Close to the line here, and Carly, that's a good bit of history, and another name we've got to throw in the mix there, of course, playing in the same pool, actually, as these two teams, is the Rebels, who we should talk about. Have won so many NTL championships, and again this year they're one of the favourites.
They have.
So it's, yeah,
they're going to be definitely, there when the whips are cracking made. And I think Hornets in their opening match against Japan looked like they're on song. They've been so close over recent years, but obviously I've got my Hornets heart beating, but I really feel like this could be the year that the Hornets, take the trophy home.
Hornets deserving of a wrap. 3 Opens finals last year, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't quite grab the trophy in those, but they'll be hungry, and I'm sure, Carly, you can attest to the fact that they'll be looking to bounce back to even greater heights this year.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, this sort of mixed division is very hotly contested, and as are a number of them. I mean, with the championships, moving to this type of format, anything can happen. So it's a pretty sensational time for the sport to be sort of entering into this new era.
McDonald working in the middle with Jess and Paul. And as well there. So, yeah, Paul will pick up from half. What can he do here at the back end of the set? That's a lovely ball, but well defended by the Scorpions. They've been tight in defence, bar that one try at the start. Maybe a little lapse in concentration. 5th and last static play. Intensity is still high here for these teams as Robertson works to the sideline. Chloe Smith picks up from half. Dishing the ball back on the inside. It's Smith's running the box, and they'll earn themselves a penalty. So, enterprising play off their own line. And they've they've certainly stung the Sharks there. Can they capitalise?
They're working down like quite methodically now. This is a lot more calmer from the Scorps, and I'm happy to see that in terms of the types of plays they're running. And that's an okay little sweeper play, and now they're working up for their punch play now.
And part of that punch will be Rico Masters just looming. He wants the ball early, but instead Masters cut out, and the ball just sort of right behind the shoulder there of Lily Schnitzler. And 3-1 will remain the score for a little while longer on our Athlete scoreboard. And certainly, as far as mixed games go, Bristol paints leading try scorers. This one's not necessarily going to lead a mark, and that's a testament to the defensive efforts of these teams. That is a big touch, though, and a penalty will be called. And Alexander Nolan got a little excited there in the ruck.
Yeah, Brody Feene, he got one for his troubles, but jumped up the young man, and not an issue. He's back to his feet. And
that is a great dive, but the touch has been made. Referees in great position to find that. And Sharks, they're tough to keep out. Johnson, has he got it down? He has. He's just almost already put in a man of the match performance if the Sharks go on to win this one. And I think the Sharks are well aware of his resume. Yeah. They'll be using him all weekend. Yeah, I'll
get him back to Doyle when we won't be able to get the ball out of his hands. Look at him go. Riley Johnson, turned ball player. Look at him go, and lovely with that
Squeezes.
Little quickie. It's his game, and he's playing to his strengths. And Brody Feene, give him a rap. He took the hit. He's been really industrious. He reminds me of Jimmy Hedgedus with his mop of hair there, but also with his work rate. He's a very impressive young man.
He's a silent hero in this game. He's been involved in plenty, especially at the back end of the first half and now in the second half. Here they go, the Scorpions, right to left ball, and it's a beauty, but it's unfortunately going to be called forwards.
Unlucky there, but the idea was right. That won't discourage the Scorps. They'll be happy with that. It was just the execution. So, yeah, that'll definitely be, another area that they'll come back to as this game goes on.
Well, there's still 8 minutes here, and the sun is beaming down out there. It's got to be close to 30 degrees out on the park. Certainly feels like more if you're down there out in the sun. So, energy levels starting to play into this, and if the Scorpions can keep up their intensity, they'll be there. Still only 3 tries in this. It's winnable for both teams at this point.
Yeah, definitely. But you have to think that, they really do need to get a really clean set here. And they get a try now, and it's going to be quite interesting because the game's sort of just entering into this thing where it'll either go into a lull or it'll explode. So it's really, really important here that Scorps keep going with this tempo and keep trying to play, and put some pressure here on the Sharkies. But they've got to get closer to the line than that on this strike dump.
Playing the ball now, 23, Callaghan.
And that's admirable defence there from the Sharks. So they really did need to get that strike dump somewhere in around the 7 to ask the Sharks a few more questions. I think what the Scorps are doing is that they're not often live, which means that the acting half is picking up and going, which allows the defence an opportunity to not have to shut straight away or make a decision because they feel like they can track the player down. So a few more live plays like Roosters, ML platforms, anything that sort of, gets the person live would sort of ask a few more questions there of the Sharks defence.
Little switch play. It looked like nothing was on.
Is that forward? Yeah, they've picked it.
And I'll tell you what, something from nothing, though, it must be said. There was nothing on there, sort of standing quite static, and then suddenly bit of flair. Justin Paul, I believe, was involved with the little switch there. Actually, it was Zago, I believe, just getting numbers mixed up.
And what we're seeing here is this, some fatigue errors starting to appear in the Scorpions team, and it's really sort of important that they dig in now because they're going to have to because, the Sharks team's really ready to attack. So massive set of 6 here in terms of the context of the game, Jack.
Important defence led by Josh Callaghan, who's up in the face, making the touch. And they're all sort of figuring out who needs to be where at this point. You can see sort of eye or triangle defence is setting up here nicely, but numbers are opening up on the short side. That looks like a touch. We'll see what the referees decide. Touch has been called, and that is beautiful stuff from Chloe Smith.
What a touch.
Yeah, she's come in there, and it was her short side too. So she's actually gone against principle there because she's got her head up. She's watching the footy go through hands and affected a phenomenal try-saving touch.
Yeah, definitely. Her link boy there, he definitely owes her a drink, a nice soft drink after this game. So, yeah.
Beaton all ends up on the short side there. So
make sure you hit him up, Chloe.
Sharks are going to get another 6. So this is do or die now for the Scorpions. They've fought admirably, but another 6 touches on their line will be a tough ask. And a rare mistake by the Sharks outfit. So the Scorpions, they need to act fast now. 5 minutes left in this encounter. Going a try a minute is not easy in touch. We've seen stranger things happen, but a shift of momentum is needed.
Yeah, definitely, and it's still early days in the tournament here, and how good is it for the Scorpions region that they're able to field 2 full-strength mixed sides and sort of really, really competitive teams. So yeah, just shows you the depth and the strength of touch in the Scorpions region.
And quite a few young players in this side too, so it's a great opportunity this year for them to show off the calibre of players coming through, the future generations of touch football. Sharks now, they're just going to look to get through their sets really cleanly, put the ball down in the 7-metre zone at the other end, preferably in the far corner, and put all the pressure back on the Scorpions. Here they go. At the end of the set, do cut out to the right, little skip and a step there, but can't quite find the hands of Rasmussen. Couldn't get away from the defence. Rico Masters turning the ball around here. And Alexander Nolan driving the ball over the halfway line. Darcy plays the ball. And there's Smith, the hero of that previous set for the Scorps. Lorga. And a penalty. So a good opportunity to practice some of their attacking shape. And what would you be going for here, Carly?
Like I said, I think like sweepers and those types of plays, early count, something safe, a few little dives at the line, just probing away, nothing too... There we go, little quickie there, but unfortunately the pass was forward at the ruck, and, Campbell Muir is an absolute stickler for that rule, and he's absolutely spot on, and it is one of those ones that, if the boys could have it back, they'll probably sort of just, make sure that, that pass isn't being directed forward. It's just a little bit of just your fundamentals and your 1%ers. And as you get fatigued, Jack, those are the things that tend to sort of, unfortunately, slip away a little bit. But they'll look at this footage and they'll sort of pick that up for the rest of the sort of tournament. And I'm sure game 2 for these guys, they'll get much, much better.
Well, I'm sure we've certainly being treated to some good touch, and there's the quick tap. That's my favourite play.
Let them play. I was just saying, it's you on a Tuesday night at BMTA.
That's it. Of course, you do have to wait for the referee's mark, and Campbell Muir experienced holding up the play, but
there's a classic mixed play.
Can't stop him.
Yep.
Beautiful.
That is 101 mixed theory right there. So basically the little quickie dummy out ball to the, on the outside of the link, and it was all over. So, a brother's outplay or whatever you want to call it, bang, on the out, and just 2-on-1 and just shelling peas. And that is, as I said, textbook mixed, and really well played there by the Sharks. Really, really thoughtful play over there in the Sharks box. So, well coached by Mark Tipple and his crew over there. So, this Sharks team, will be one of the heavyweights, as the sort of tournament unfolds. So they're looking good to try and back up their win last year and see if they can go back-to-back.
Jess Smith with the previous try there, and Fiend, he's working hard right to the end, a workhorse for this outfit. Must be said, we're heading into the final 5 seconds, or rather minute of this fixture. 32 minutes is the game. 32 minutes is the length of the game. So Scorps will probably get one more attacking set here. But first they've got to weather the Shark storm as they go close to the line. That is just a gorgeous ball.
Footy.
Oh, look at that. Leaves it to the last second, spins the ball out to the wing, and that is phenomenal stuff. And guess who? Riley Johnson, the ball player, working all the magic there.
Yeah, he's had too many raps. I'm just not going to say anything. He's going to get the biggest head in Australia. So, fantastic piece of play, though, from Rawls. Just delicate, but how's the pick-up and the put-down? Fantastic finish from the Sharkies winger, and this has been a really, really comprehensive team performance here from the South Queensland Sharks.
Carly Seymour, well, it opened up in the end. Opened up all in favour, however, of the Sharks in the end. Scorpions unable to get on the board in the second half, unless they do in the dying seconds here. And they come close. The message from Mark Tipple will be to hold them out. We are going to get one more play of the ball, it seems. Oh, no, they'll shake hands.
They'll do it, yep.
And as you said, Carly, comprehensive from the Sharks. They'll be one of the favourites, especially in their pool. Don't count the Scorpions out yet. But, yeah, two sort of tough losses for them. They've played probably the top two teams in their pool earlier this morning.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit unfortunate with the way that the draw works out, but, you know, they kept running to the end, and it's a very young Scorpions outfit, so full credit to them. But, yeah, Sharkies looking ominous already on day one of the championships.
Well, don't go anywhere, because live on KO and Sky Sport Next, we've got plenty more action coming your way, all the way till this evening here at CEX International Stadium at Coffs, so stay tuned for that.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up to Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your number one supporter, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Welcome back to CEX International Stadium here at Coffs Harbour. The championships live on KO and Sky Sport Next. My name's Jack Rogers and I'm joined in the commentary box by none other than Des Fogarty. Des, great to have you here for Women's 20 matchup between the Sydney Scorpions and the Townsville Saints.
I'm really excited to watch some touch and watch some tech game with you.
Should be good, Des, and both teams already with one fixture down this morning. The Sydney Scorpions 5-1 against the Storm. That was a win for them, and the Saints, they had the unlucky pairing of playing against the UQ Rebels this morning, so they did go down, but it should be an interesting contest. Great to see the Saints coming all the way from Townsville.
Yeah, and it's a good early start for them. They didn't get a hard shot. They didn't really get a hard shot on the line on their first attempt, but after that, all good to go.
And the Scorpions here, fifth and last. They didn't really get a strike play. They'll be happy to put the ball down about 10 metres out from the line, but it should be an interesting clash. They'll battle for field possession early on here. Fairly experienced lineup in this women's 20s Scorpions outfit. Alyssa Medved, Manly player as well at different points in time. And some other names. Zara Halliday, of course, is a name that we're very familiar with. Des, I think we've called it quite a few games, actually, with that name. Tiani Smith, of course, as well in this team. And could go on and on. So for the Saints, it's a big opportunity to make their mark, make a name for themselves in the world of touch.
It's really interesting for me to watch some of the club teams that have arrived here this week.
And
nice ball
heads up open play. They're running to the corner. Saints almost with first blood there, Des. And I'll let you go back to what you were saying because I think it was a point about what we just saw there.
Pretty much, actually. Like, you know, some of the club teams, a lot of what the teams that are coming here, some of them will be sending teams and players will be coming because they've missed out on opportunities because of what they perceive it or as actual club politics and personalities and that sort of stuff. So there'll be some people out here with some things to prove to themselves and to others, but there'll be also some clubs out here that are just excited to have an opportunity and see what they can do and see what the rest of the country is playing like. And so for Townsville here, this is a really good opportunity for them to see one of the best regions in the country, certainly in this age group over the last 10 years or so. The Scorps have really been one of the bench setters. So, and
it certainly will be exciting. Yeah, just an exciting, fresh format. Clubs involved this year. See the Scorpions hurtling down to that 7-metre mark. No tries yet. Tasma Patterson working there, and we've got a right to left long ball. Can the touch be made on the ankles? It's all clear, but a great diving attempt for the touch there from the Saints. The Scorpions first on the board, though.
Yeah, I like the little hop to just a little bunny hop to get herself clear on the wing here. This is a really nice ball just off the little ML play through the middle. The ball from Smith picked up nicely. Jasmine Vera has a bit of work to do to get herself to the corner. That little hop to clear away, but nicely finished off in the end.
And we saw Smith busily involved with that long ball last year at what was the former iteration NTLs. The Saints, though, they're really quite light on their feet. They got a show of pace here. Just need to get to that half position probably a little bit sooner, and they're almost through and away. Sydney Scorpions defence almost caught napping there for a moment.
They do look young, the Saints team.
Good ball play, out to the left.
Might be down.
Great dive, and it's down. Nice. It's the number 20, Tisha Edwards, who dives over the line. And, yeah, just the pace is blowing me away at the moment, Des.
Yeah, she was really well involved there all the way through that set, Edwards. And you can see she's peeled out after being involved in a few of those plays. It looks like there might have been a tag, but offside is the call, I think. And then Edwards is able to slide over for the try.
So, Scorpions, Coach Christian Brown, he will be telling them to just keep running their plays and settling into this match. 8-1 was the score this morning with UQ Rebels with the Saints, but the Saints that we're seeing right now Anything could happen here.
And the thing is, like, oh, there's a nice little ninja play. Nicely done. The thing is, the Saints will have played UQ at some point in like a Queensland State Cup or regionals or something along those lines. So, you know, they would. The mindset going into that game is very much different to a game where you're playing against players you haven't played against. You know, you haven't played against the Scorpions team ever. Okay, what can we do? Whereas, you know, with the Rebels team, okay, well, we've played these guys a bunch of times.
More of a defeatist attitude going in.
Yeah, probably.
In some sense.
In a sense.
Subliminally, at least.
Yeah, certainly an understanding, okay, we've played them before and we've been beat. Like, you know, we'll give it a crack, but we'll see how we go.
And running away here, the Saints, they fire back. The ball is down. It's the number 23, Erica Round. And, they're really just beating them on pace at the moment and catching the Scorpions' defence out, who are just a little bit sort of slow to get into their structure in this game.
Scorp seemed a little bit up and down in the defence, so they're a little bit broken line here. And it's a peel out. Yeah, they got their numbers wrong. That's what's happened there. So the show and go on the high link, and she's got in behind her, and the middle's not able to recover. So nicely done, smart play.
Take a bow round. That's some nice handiwork there. 2-2.
Round where? No, sorry.
Always on the puns, Des. You're quick. You're quicker than me. I didn't do that one on purpose. Maybe more to come later. But the Scorpions now on the 7-metre mark. What can they do? They'll happily kill the ball in the corner, force the Saints to work their way back to the box. But the Saints look up to the challenge. Probably need a 2-pass here off the ruck. Can't quite get the ball. Well, they do get the ball away. And that's nicely done.
That's Edwards again.
From Edwards, yeah. Edwards, busy start and sort of showing that she's one of the leaders in the camp here for the Saints.
If I'm coaching the Saints here in this set, it took them a long time to get the ball across to that side of the field. So if I'm Saints coach, I'm telling them to trust their passes. They look like they've got good ball skills. Play the slightly higher risk, pass the ball out, feed it across as fast as you can, get it to the side, and then build momentum going forward. If I'm the Scorpions, I'm just saying every set, if we don't get it, finish it this side, because we're just going to keep building the pressure.
2 touches to the wing. It's preferable if you're subbing. And Scorpions here. Yeah, so they've linked up there. Their combinations have worked perfectly, and that nice little cutout ball to the winger.
Yeah, she hasn't scored it, though. It's dropped it.
Gone to ground. So, rare little mistake there. That looked like a sort of classic under-20 Scorpions play that we've seen, which has made this team so strong over the last few years.
It's a really nice ball left to right from Patterson, Tasman Patterson with a really nice left to right ball, just that one player cut out. But, referees just said didn't quite control the ball before placing it down.
Change over there. About 12 metres off the line now. The Scorpions, they'll try to bounce back here. Get new players. Stubbs playing the ball. And Tiani Smith will be involved in the back end of this set. And normally she likes to play that dummy half position rather than playing the ball herself, but they're going to take one to settle while they reset here. And Alyssa Medved might be looking for a sweep option. No, goes back on the short side, plays the ball out to the wing, but no connection that time. Interesting battle we got going on here so far, Des. Halfway through this first half, and it's all square.
Yeah, no, it's if you're the Townsville Saints, we're backing the Saints here. It's really positive. So you can see they've moved the ball a little bit better, got it across to their box side, and look at that, they're at halfway.
It's great live coaching. You suspect that that's either come from the coach's box or maybe Des from the commentary box, in case someone's listening in.
You never know. Someone's standing at the door.
So here they go, the Saints. They've really laid the platform, and it will be 6 more.
And they get reward for it. That's really positive, and it's something I really do hope that the coach has picked up on that and has made that point to them, and that's what's driven this. And it's really important to then get the reward of it, you know, of earning the 6 again, although they've then coughed it up on first touch. But like, it's still a real big positive that you can take into to halftime talk, which is coming up shortly, where you actually go, you know, we moved the ball around, we got reward for it, let's keep doing that, keep moving the ball around. You know, we'll wear the risk of dropping it every once in a while.
Zara Halliday with the ball in hands now, looking fairly dangerous out there, working with Charlie Evers as well. Chase Perrott was paramount in that box, working to the box set and latch play. Perrott will pick up from half, play on the inside to Halliday. Halliday wants the half position. She's going to get it. They go for the quickie to the corner. Does the player get back on side in time?
It was pretty close to the line. The roll ball was close to the line, so she didn't have to go that far back. And I was looking for her to pass that ball out because the winger was deep. Not that wide, but she was very deep. So she actually has that plenty of space to run into to score. And because she's narrow, so is the defending winger, which means that she's really got to get on a bike to chase out.
Halliday sweeper play coming right up. They go back on the inside, can't connect to Evers. Ball down, and that was only 2 or 3 touches into the set. The Saints will be happy with the amount of pressure that they could apply defensively there, and let's see if they keep up that consistency. They're trusting their passing and caught. And that's why you trust your passing.
and you know, like, even if she drops it there, I'm comfortable with that. Like, okay, like, it's the risk part of taking that chance. You know, it's what can go wrong, but, you know, what can go right for them.
And they're in this position. They're 2-2 against heavyweights in the comp. Take a few of those little risks. They've earned it.
And there we go. Footwork.
Straight
she's
through.
Away.
The dummy half scoops through, or short of the line, certainly there. They're calling a try. And we get to see the replay here. The referee's in good position to see that. Let's see. For the first time here, the Saints ahead 3-2.
I think this is Jada Durante who's gone from half here. And look at the step. Look at the footwork here. Bang, bang. And I'm away. Away from, I think that's Perrott. Little bit of body work there from Erica Round, and she scored it.
Erica Round gets the ball down, and that's her second try. So she's proving to be an absolute menace, but really the hard yards by Jada there, Durante. And 3-2. We are heading towards a half-time. Far too early in the match to call anything yet, of course. It's all pretty much square here at the moment, but the Saints, they'll be so pleased with this massive morale boost.
Movement again.
And look at who's on the receiving end. Tisha Edwards, always in the right position to take that ball. She's trusting the passing from the inside from her teammates too, and saying, no, we're playing that extra pass. Let's get it out.
That's a bit of a lucky penalty, but it's one of those ones where you're falling forward, and you usually find those ones go against you as a drop ball, but she gets the penalty.
When preparation meets opportunity, Des, that's what luck is, and they'll earn their 6 again. Middle of the park, Sophie Dixon picking up from half, calling the shots here. Well, they've got a set play coming now, but ball takes a bit of a bobble. Didn't go a metre, but didn't have control either, so definitely a handover.
It's come off a foot there, whether the Townsville players are saying that it came off one of the score's feet. Referee says, no, it didn't, it came off one of your own, and
fair enough.
All she said. That's all she wrote.
Dale with a nice driving run there. Grace French.
Over the mark.
And, it's just falling in favour of the Saints at the moment. Referees calling the mark there. Chance to reset for the Scorpions. An important defensive set, really, it has to be said. That's a hard touch there in the middle of the park. Within the rules, though, Nedved, very experienced. Just trying to stop the roll ball.
Run.
Got to go forwards here, the Saints.
And the 6 again, so that will let them off the hook, but you've got to run and drive forward. Go forward first. Run there, couple of subs. You can run a little couple of buddies just to get them going. Nice little step.
Madeline Wallace. And that's one player here that's just received the ball that you want to see out there at the back end of the half, Tisha Edwards. And she's going to sweep around to the left here. Watch her come around the backside here. Here she goes. She'll receive the ball. Wants to go for the line, but they're a little too far out on that play. Now they're in perfect striking range, but it's 5th and last static play. They've shown that they have the footwork to get it done, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, and the problem with that set and how it played out, they didn't go forward first. They've run a few subs, and so they've left just the 2 players out there to buddy their way down and just run those 1 or 2 one-pass type rolls. But when they're getting the ball back, their first option is to look up and maybe take one step and then suddenly the shooter's on top of them. When that happens, you've just got to, your first option's got to be get your head down, drive forward, be running hard, get the meters and get yourself to the 7 metres so that you can actually set up at least 2 cracks at the line, and that's what they didn't do, and that's why it broke down. And so when Edwards swept around on 5th touch, she had nothing to fall back on.
Got to earn the right to go sideways, Des, that's for sure. And the Saints here, off the back of another sort of mistake there by the Scorpions. Well, they're playing on here. There was a call for dummy half court at some moment. Whether or not that was the case, they will get away with it on this occasion, the Saints. Can they double down on their 1-point margin here? Diving at the line, and that's so great to see, just having a crack at the line. Even if you're not sure if you're going to get that ball down, just going for it, and she does on that occasion. They're now 2 tries to the good. It's Freya McManus. The Townsville Saints are on fire.
And it's just a little punish player, a quickie that runs on the link. The link is short of the line. You could just see in the background there at the top, you could see her feet just short of the line. It was just right at the very top of the screen. And, punish the little weakness. That's why they call it a punish. And Saints are playing good footy. Scorps are not playing bad footy necessarily. They're just not quite getting the rewards for what they're doing, and they're taking slightly wrong efforts, wrong options. That
Almost
one, if she hits
off
that link with a nice flat pass, the link strolls over there, I reckon. But out of time, and at half-time, Townsville Saints up 4 tries to 2 over the Scorpions. Don't know there'll be too many people out here that would have predicted that beforehand. Townsville was really good for their 2-try lead. Scorps will come back in the second half, you can guarantee.
Well, it's panning out, and, well, the anticipation is rife because it should be an exciting second half, that's for sure. Make sure you don't go anywhere here. Live on KO and Sky Sport Next, the championships of touch football for 2024, brought to you by Inferno. We'll see you soon.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Welcome back to CEX International Stadium here, the championships of touch football. Jack Rogers in the commentary box with Des Fogarty for the second half here, and the Townsville Saints in the women's 20s are 4-2 up against the Sydney Scorpions. They might be setting up for a huge boil over here against the reigning champions.
Yeah, and as I said, as on the way out into halftime, that they're good for their lead. It's not a fluke or anything else like that. They're playing well. They've got good footwork. They've got good structure, particularly in defence has been pretty good. I like the way they're playing. We were talking off air about the difference that it makes for a team like the Scorpions here, where last year they had, that's down, that's a try. Oh, it's going to call forward.
Forward pass, very close effort. And actually, we were just discussing that this sort of, well, I'll let you talk about it, Des, but this is what we need to see more of from the Scorpions. Yeah, we were talking about the pass selection and some of the options that the Scorpions are taking, but it's the difference from 12 months ago where you've got a world-class player like Mackenzie Davis who is out there and is a very dominant player and talking and controlling and running the attack. The difference that happens to a team even 12 months later when she's not there. And somebody else has to step up. There's a vacuum. People are looking to somebody else to make decisions and make, direct everybody around the park, and that's not there. And so there's a few players who are having to step up that might not necessarily be used to doing so, and it can be a bit of a challenge to figure stuff out, and some of that ends up with, okay, is the right pass selection? They're starting to throw a little bit. See, now that the defence got stuck, opening up for them in their favour a little bit, and who will step up? Could the player that we just saw with the ball be one of those? Tiani Smith, one of the more senior players in this squad.
That's the right option on that play too. Like it's a fifth touch static. I talk about it every year. A static start on fifth touch. It's really hard to generate something from nothing. Your best option is simply to try to run a switch to catch a defender over chasing in one direction and then suddenly caught back the other way. It's the only real way that you're going to generate something on fifth touch from a static start.
Well, they had a pacey start, and look where they're going, to the left. Can they get it through hands? Could be a 6 again call. It's going to be 50-50 shot, and there it is. And, of course, I could see just looming on the left-hand side there, Tisha Edwards on the overlap. She gets the ball in hands. You can expect to see more points on the board.
Yeah, and it was just the trailing arm there of Marissa Stubbs. She just had the arm hanging out the back behind her to try to shut down that space. Oh, good tag. Good shutdown on the open side.
And Adeline Wallace plays to Edwards. Wallace, ball in hands to Durante. And fifth and last, they needed to get that ball down for some second phase play.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of inexperience. Edwards has given the pass and then stopped and watched it. And you've got to know then to go, okay, I'm going to give that pass. What's the next option? The next option is always going to be a second phase. So I'm going to have to be at half. So as soon as I give that pass, step off that left foot in that case, give the pass with your body moving in the same direction, then you're already there to be half. You can rip the ball straight off the ground to the winger who's wide open, really put the pressure on the defence then. And that's just the experience. And now the Scorps have rolled down the field.
All the way back. And it's the number 4, Zara Halliday, that gets the ball down in the end. She's working there with Alyssa Medved. Again, 2 players that we've seen play in this outfit before, and they were the ones that we talked about that need to sort of step up into those leadership positions. And look at that, straight through the centre.
Yep, and that's exactly what's happened there. They've just bit of experience, so we see a bit of inexperience at one end of the field, result in a turnover and are not really firing a shot. The experience, the level heads of the slightly more experienced players, they drive down through the middle with speed and just open them up through the middle of the defensive line. So,
and this is certainly giving us the impression that it's going to finish in a very exciting way as a touch is made there in the corner, because of course most of the play went the way of the Saints in the first half. We fully expect this experienced Scorpions outfit to bite back. Is that 2-0 lead at the start of the half enough? It's going to be tight. We already know this. It's just down to which team can step up in these last 12 minutes of the match. Here the Scorpions come, though, off their own line, and they're looking seamless from their box. Clean on this occasion. We haven't seen any sort of box issues so far in the match as we did in some of the earlier men's and mixed games today. Ball goes to ground there at the back end of the set. Not a bad result for the Scorps, though. 6 touches. They've killed it in the opposition half, and the Saints, well, they'd like to get the ball all the way down to the other try line in this set.
I could just hear in the background, I could hear the coach calling from the far side, give, to give that extra pass out and around. So it's obviously something they've picked up as well. So that's why I spotted it. It was obviously something very obvious.
Mark Edwards, the coach for the Townsville Saints, and not giving yourself enough credit there, I think, Des. But yeah, they adjusted it live, and it made such an impact on their game. As soon as they fixed that, try, and they've still got that 1-point lead. You sense that they probably need to do. They do need to get a couple more on the board in this match. As the ball goes to ground, out the back behind Edwards there, slips through the fingers.
That's catchable though. That's just taking your eye off it just a little bit, taking a little bit too casual. I was saying at half-time that the Townsville side, I know I did say it live in the first half as well, the Townsville side do look rather young. It looks like they've got a few 15, 16-year-old type ages in that team. Just my distant eye perspective. So they'll have some raw talent. They'll have a lot of skill. They won't necessarily have the mature heads and the experience to be able to do a lot of the things and make a lot of the right smart choices. And as a coach, that's where you have to step in and provide that smart head for them and try to give them the triggers to go, this is what you're looking for. When you see it, this is what I want you to do.
And I think as well, Des, it's a great opportunity for a coach to find
nice.
Almost a runaway. They're going through. Can she get to the line in time? She can. It's the 34, Freya McManus, for the 5th try for the Saints. A 2-point buffer now on the Scorpions, and time is running away from them. There are only 9 minutes left in this matchup. And Des, this one is really turning into a thriller.
Let's have a look at the footwork here. I think it's Madison Mooney that gets the ball here. A little bit of footwork, but she beats the shooter, and then with the eyes up, to get the ball back for McManus to streak away down the field. Not the tidiest of pickups, put downs at the end, but enough for the referee, who's right on the spot, to say it's a try. And that's good heads up footy to just go, there's a shooter, let's just offload it to beat the shooter, and now let's get in behind her. And again, it's what I was talking about in the first half, that you've got to go forward. So as soon as she caught the ball, that Madison Mooney, as soon as she's caught the ball there, her instinct is go forward, beat the shooter, and then offload the ball. That's a wonderful pass, but it hasn't been.
Goes to ground.
Caught on the end of it.
At this point, got to be capitalising on those opportunities. Pass goes to ground in the end, though. Jasmine Vera experienced again, but that ball was zooming through the air. So a tough pick-up.
Might have been a fraction short for her too, so she's had to change her line, attacking the scoreline, but
Edwards gives that extra ball, and for it they earn another 5 or so metres. Just impressive stuff. Mooney picks up and working as well. Edwards there.
Sorry.
Mooney and Edwards both together out there. And just the footwork on these players is leaving the Scorpions with no choice but to score more tries. And they're going to need a good latch play here to lay the platform, try and get a strike dump on 5th. Unfortunately,
7 on.
Too many players on the field.
Interchange discretion or the error or whatever you want to call it.
Head coach Christian Brown, he won't be pleased with that one, because you've got to get the simple things right at this level. And now just 7 minutes left in this matchup.
Yep, pass it twice. There you go. Get into space. And then
it's almost through. They're looking for every metre, the Saints, and they're doing a good job of it.
And an error. Overstep. That's a shame. I was just saying, pass the ball twice, and then whatever your tap-off play is, that's what you run there.
The Scorpions, they'll like their field position here, but they do need a clean box set. 7 on last time from the exact same position. This time, been a little more careful. They really have to get those strikes happening now. Medved playing to Halliday. Halliday should receive the ball here straight away. No sweepers on, but dives at the line and the ball is down. So Zara Halliday picking up for her team there, and that's the second time she's shown a bit of leadership here, just going herself at the line, showing her team, hey, we can do this. 4-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and that's really impressive. That's what you want to see out of your senior players when you're a coach. You want your senior players to go out there, take the game by the scruff of the neck and go, this is the play we're running. This is the line I'm going to run. We're going to run it at the right time and on the right defender, and I'm going to pick the right option, which is to dive for the line. That's exactly what you want in those moments. And you know, we're down. We're within one here. Get it down. There we go. But you know, for the Scorpions, there's still work to be done. But that kind of thing can really settle a team down when your leader steps in and goes, okay, no, I'm going to score it. I'm going to take control. Now, everybody follow me. Come with me. That's what you want from a leader.
And no clear leaders out here for Townsville because they're all standing out at this point. Can they score so close to the line? Looks like a player will be called offside, but because there's a second player affecting that touch, it will be 6 more, no play through.
Yeah, you could hear the call of offside there, Madeline Wallace. You could hear somebody was being called offside, thought it's worthwhile having a dive for the line, and she's done it again there.
This is just really positive play, using those first few touches to play those slightly less risky line balls. And then at the end of the set, we might see something a bit longer. They haven't really tested the long ball much, nor have they needed to. But there we go, the cutout. Oh! And just takes a tumble out of the hands. Abby Benson, she was diving. Everything was looking perfect. She held her line nicely too.
And now you're the coach, mate, because you want to see a little bit of long ball. And here you go. That's a nice ball. Look at the shape on that bad boy. And it comes out. She just couldn't control it. If she'd controlled it, it was line ball, whether she would have got it down there.
Dale
was flying over, and it did look very close. But, you know, worthwhile. And I was going to say just before that, you said play those couple of safe plays early and then risk your hand. But what you've got to do is you've got to move the ball around and move the defence around. And that running that little sweeper and then rip a long ball, that moves the defence. And if she'd caught it and not, and been tagged, they've still got 2 tags up their sleeve. They can do a roll ball there, get it back into the middle, set something up for a strike dump, for something a little bit more direct. That's really smart, basic play. You know, in terms of gameplay, that was good to watch.
Townsville here on 5th and last. Didn't manage to work their way through there, but happy to complete the set. Very few errors at this point from the Saints. They've really shown that they're a contender in this division. And the Scorpions now with a little bit more to do. They've only got 4 minutes to work with, or less, 3. So a few sets left to make their mark on the match, and just there you see Charlie Evers almost squeezes through that middle link hole. Doesn't quite make it work. They look for a strike dump now, picking up Medved. What can she do? Cut out ball, well defended, easily defended by Benson actually. She's just hasn't even really needed to pull her corner there. She's already up and ready. And they try to bamboozle them on the short side there at the end of the set, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, and I think she got a count wrong too, a touch count wrong. I think she's thrown that ball under pressure with no real clear option other than, hey, do something with this, thinking that it was last touch and that, you know, it was going to be a turnover anyway. You can see that body language coming back. If she'd taken, if she'd known the touch count, she could have stepped back, dropped it back in, got back to half and ripped back the other way. And even though it's not the side that you want to finish the play on and turn it over, it doesn't matter. You've got to score. So, have a crack at the right to left long ball. A little bit more comfortable for some of them. You never know.
Des, I'm going to go out on a whim here and say that some of these Townsville players, just the way that they're playing and the sense to play that extra pass off their rucking, it's quite possible that we're staring at some potential future Origin stars, maybe some Australian reps. Of course, early days, this is a young side, but just the talent on display here from one of our regional teams as well, just really taking it to Sydney here. It's just, it's awe-inspiring.
They've been very good. There's a few things that I'd want them to do different as they've opened up in defence. And there's the finish to level it up. And that will, there's, 80 seconds to go.
That just about gets us there, unless Townsville hit back hard.
I'm going to blame you on that one because that's entirely your fault here, commentator. cursed them completely. But I was just about to say, I actually want to see a little bit more sort of sustained speed from them. So they're really good in short patches to, you know, one or two of them will get a burst and get through somebody clear. But their speed of ruck and drive up the field hasn't been consistently strong. And it's probably the biggest area I would work on in terms of improvement with this side if I was coaching them. But, you know, it's 5-all with the Scorpions with less than a minute to play and you've got the ball in your hands. You know, as a representative affiliate team, this is an excellent job from them.
Let's see if they can cook up anything here in the dying minutes. Scorpions may only get one more set, if that. So Townsville may have the last laugh here. Too many players close to the line. And a penalty blown. So Scorpions, a win is almost out of the question, provided we don't see an intercept now for them. But for the Saints, they're hungry for more. Let's see what they can do. And Edwards here, the most dangerous, probably this close to the line at this range so far in the match. And Edwards is really only going to get one more play here. This is it. Can they do? Late switch. Play back to the left and an intercept, which we said is the only way that the Scorpions win. And caught. The number 12 there, Jasmine Vera. Prefaced it earlier. Didn't quite happen in the end, but for the Saints, this is a historic win against the Sydney Scorpions in the 20s division, or draw, sorry. It feels like a win for their camp, obviously, and a morale boost, but 5-all is the score here on the athlete scoreboard, and for these two teams, they'll both be contenders in the division based on that.
Yeah, and as Jack Rogers takes a big sigh of relief that he didn't put the mocker on for the intercept length of the field to finish the game off, it was a really good performance from Townsville. The Scorpions weren't, as I said in the first half, I don't think they were bad. Like, they didn't play badly in that game. They were just, you know, lacking that little bit of experience and a little bit of settle. They got that in the second half, and that's how they got those 2 tries, that 2-try deficit back. It was that experience that levelled the score up as well. They'll be looking for a little bit more, I would think, in their next few games.
Well, don't go anywhere because there's plenty more coming up. Gab Rose will be on commentary with Des Fogarty shortly, live on KO and Sky Sport Next. The championships brought to you by Inferno. We'll be back soon.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
Welcome back to the Championships presented by Inferno. I'm Gab Rose and we're at Coffs International Stadium for a women's open clash between ACT Raiders versus Brisbane Metro. And I'm joined here in the box with Des Fogarty, Tasmanian Sports Operations Coordinator, player, coach, and actually ground announcing this weekend.
Yeah, super ground announcer.
Yeah.
Doing very little ground announcing itself, just pressing the button on the ads and on the tune. So, it's good fun. I like getting up here into the comm box and having a chat and just talking about some footy and enjoying it up here. It's the box is pretty strong, buzzing still after that last game.
Yeah, it was a draw there. So in this, both teams are coming off a first-round loss, with ACT losing 6-1 to Rebels and Brisbane Metro 8-3 to Scorpion. So let's see how they line up in this second-round clash. How do you see this one going, Des?
I have no idea.
You'll tell me in about 35 minutes.
And just about that. That's pretty much... there's a couple of names I'm recognising here. There's that not been paid or... No, forward pass from Brisbane Metro. There's a couple of names I'm recognising in this this Brisbane Metro team, though. And as soon as I look at those first 2, 3, 4, there's about 7 names there, and I look at them, I go, yeah, okay, now I know what I'm expecting this. I think we'll see Brisbane Metro do pretty strong in this one. Canberra, the Raiders have had a generation of players come through with there's some strong players in that group. Couple that I recognise from previous years, and a little shimmy from Rebecca Beath has managed to sneak away through there somehow, but no, it's off a touch pass, I think.
Yeah, it was a good opening set there by ACT Raiders, and as you said, they've got some formidable names in their team as well. If we see Nicola work her way up the field, they'll be getting some fresh legs on the field here, as we see Tanamu driving the ball for that latch play. As we come down, they'll have one chance at a strike dump. I watched them this morning. Actually, they had some glimpses of good play.
Yep.
Just couldn't keep it going as they fly through there.
Ooh,
dummy
nice
half
tag.
court. But yeah, as you said, Des, a nice tag there. So Raiders here will be looking to drive up the field and take the ball up the other end and get some new players on.
Yeah, one thing I will say from me as a Tasmanian and with this generation of Raiders players, and particularly in the girls' side, that have been playing a lot of New South Wales Junior State Cups and that kind of thing over the last 5-10 years. Our Tasmanian teams have come up against them quite a few times, and generally been on the receiving end of some fairly decent scores. The last year's NYC Tasmanian teams against ACT, we were only going down by 1 and 2. We got a draw. Like, those are the kind of... There's some really good results and showing us that they've probably slipped back a little bit, as well as us coming forward. So we want to see Raiders put on a strong performance here. They're defending well.
Yeah, they're defending well, because one player to watch for Brisbane Metro from that first game this morning was Hannah Forbes. So she's fast out of acting half and good with the ball in hands.
Oh.
Forward pass called there by the ref off the ruck. So just when it was looking exciting there for Raiders coming off their line, it's a penalty, and now Brisbane Metro have got a chance on the line. Be hard to keep them out here.
You'd think so. Solid tag.
And then we've got Paige Folk taking off. Beautiful ball.
Good
Great
defense.
touch there.
Yeah, well done there by is that Karangi Kapea.
And we look here, we've got Stevens, one of their more experienced players, as she goes through there. Be looking to link up. But a late pass there.
Yeah, good tag.
Yeah, so both are just finding their groove here. A couple of minutes in, about 3 minutes into this clash. And a few chances, but nobody's been able to capitalise as of yet. Raiders here coming down the field, trying to get their hand out. They want a good set here, get some good transition, and see if they can have a couple of strikes at Brisbane Metro.
A couple of strong touches happening on both sides, and neither side really reacting well to it. And holding their body shape in the roll ball. That one might come back, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and one to watch we're seeing here is Rebecca Beath. So she's an Aussie women's 27s going to the World Cup later this year, so she'll be excited there. Known as Beza.
There you go. That's a highly inventive nickname.
highly inventive with Beck Beath. But they've got a few Aussie representatives. They've got Rachel McVicker with the Aussie 35s, Jess Crow Aussie 20s, and of course Keisha Kapia, who's in the New South Wales Women's Open squad. So they come in with a fair bit of talent as well. So bit of strike power across both sides, as we see now Brisbane Metro, who've had the better of the game to start with. As we've seen Nicola step outside. Ooh, couldn't get the ball away there. But as we know, Charlie Nicola, she will be in all the action all game.
There was a bit of a sharp turnaround there when the touch got claimed. She's like, that sharp turnaround of, are you sure? But then
she scored the try here.
She gets the last laugh, or at least the most recent one.
Run us through the replay as it comes up on the screen, Des.
Yeah, it's just pace going into the quickie. She's got a beat for position right from the word go, and then as soon as she steps back, the defence covering from the open side, just not able to hit the line and get up and make the touch early enough to prevent that try being awarded.
Yeah, and I think that comes just from a weight of possession. Yeah. So they had a couple of opportunities. Raiders couldn't get off their line and gave away a few penalties. And in this game today, you just cannot keep line defending. It's just too hard. So we'll see here. We've got Keisha Kapia. She'll be the one to look at here as they come into the line. She goes to acting half. Going to take off to the left.
Good step.
She's got to be patient here, looking for a player. Oh, I think she's found one, has she?
This will be close. This will be close because there might be a hold happening on the far side, but the player that she's ended up passing the ball to, yeah, there is going to be a penalty. I think it's going to be for a hold. So, yeah, there it is.
Well called, Des. You a ref as well as a player and coach, because that was perfectly called, as we see here. Another couple of infringements in the ruck. There is a bit of contact in this game, Des. It's not going to be easy pickings for either team. You're going to have to be on your game to get on top in this one.
Yeah, both teams been pretty strong. I just think I know everything. That's all it is. But.
Well, you were right on that occasion, so we'll go with that 1 from 1. So as we see a mini break here, and well done, got round her player and then put her hand out. And now we've got Jenna Rousell, one of another experienced campaigners for Brisbane.
Oof.
You're all about the biff today, Des.
Wow.
But the refs are on top. Every time it's happened, the refs are into it and making sure that we're getting a good, clean game of touch.
Yeah,
I like sweet play.
I like referee Amanda Sheeky there. She's just taking a breath, just like, okay. You can't dive and jump from 10 metres out and then, land on top of somebody's shoulders and expect you're going to get away with that one, so...
And, of course, very experienced campaigner in the refereeing ranks. So, and I was just saying earlier, it's International Women's Day, so it's great to see our female refs out here on the main stage in this Women's Open Clash.
Nice ball. Oh, I had to give that one. They had the numbers on the outside, and Meg Muir's held on to it and had a crack at the line herself, and the defences held on to it. But there was a forward pass in there off the ruck.
Yeah, so a missed opportunity there, but as you said, forward pass anyway. Now, Raiders need a good set here, Des. They need to drive their way up the field, try and finish it down this end in the corner. Make it hard for Brisbane Metro to get to their box.
Yeah. If not, score.
If not score, obviously, that would even be better.
There's that strong tag again.
And there we've got, looks like Jessica Crow.
Some good footwork.
And as we said, a young up-and-comer, obviously, in the Aussie 20s. And they'll be, even though she's young, they'll be relying on her and her big game experience in these clashes.
Yeah.
So that defence is better here by Raiders. They've made it. We're now on to the third touch, and they've made it difficult for Brisbane to get off their line. But that's a really good run. Although there's nobody outside her, she's really ran around the whole team there. But
yeah, look, if you can run 50 metres across the field and still almost get around them, knock yourself out.
And here we see Hannah Forbes there again. So she'll draw 6 to go there. There was not really much doing in that set. But as you said, she's got long legs and she's fast and she knows where to run. So we'll see how this set pans out here.
Yeah, this one will be tricky. This will be tough for the Raiders to hold out here, though. This again, building pressure, and a repeat set. Sweeper comes around. This will be close. Probably needed to give that one. Defence in good shape.
Yeah, I think that was Chloe Nicola, obviously sister of Charlie. And in the game this morning, we saw them working together beautifully for a try. And we'll see here comes Forbes on the sweep. Beautiful pass, and that's a great try.
Did she hold on to it? Yep, says the ref. So, cool.
Question answered. Yep, Lily Neal goes in, and as you'll see there, the speed of Hannah Forbes, unselfish, Des.
Yeah, and just under control that pass, so our winger doesn't have to do too much with the ball. She's just in good position, just has to catch and put down. But, yeah, all from that speed, all from that building pressure, as we were talking about before.
Yeah, so Raiders really need to get a good set of 6 down here, and that was a nice little...
Nice. Get it down now.
That was Kapia there. She was backing her pace. It's only first touch, so we've still got 5. They've still got 5 up their sleeve here. See what they can manufacture.
Get it down. There we go. It's a mantra. Oh.
There we go again. Des is in stitches here in the commentary box for our viewers at home.
That was very much a bit of the body language I'm reading there was very much, I've been pushed and shoved a couple of times, you're not going to do it again, get out of my way.
It was exactly get out of my way. And I'm pretty sure in this set we'll be looking to these 2 on screen at the moment, Keisha Kapia and Rebecca Beath.
They've got good ball skills. Were they on the same page? Good tag in the end. Coming across
Great
Jenna Rousseau.
Yeah, and there's that experience again. She just was a little bit ahead of what the play was going to be, and there to nip that touch. Let's see what they've got. This is the last touch coming up here. We've got Erin Hickson. They thought they were in for a try, but again, a infringement in the roll ball.
Forward pass off the ruck. I was going to say that she was probably a little bit lucky to get away with not being square. It didn't really look like she got her feet over the ball and wasn't square up and down the field.
Yeah.
But that's obviously then been reflected in the fact that she's now in front of the ball and the pass has gone forward. So
here goes Nicola. She skipped out and she is through Des. And there we have Hannah Forbes. And that makes it 3-0. And that just looked all too simple. There's a good latch by Catherine Stevens, and run us through it as we get to the replay, Des.
Charlie Nicola, I don't know how many times we've called this over the last couple of years. She's been in red-hot form, and she's just picked the ball up, seen the opportunity, and just see at the top of the screen there as the play rolled on, the Raiders defender having to turn her body to get herself onside, and then suddenly the short side's wide open, and she can't turn herself back around with enough speed to be able to defend that. And Nicola's able to almost, it looks like strolling through.
Yeah.
But it's because how fast she is and how technically proficient she is.
Yeah, she makes it look effortless, but extremely effective here. And Raiders here have got a couple of touches left on the line, as we see just runs. Great touch there.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And needed to be made. That was Hannah Forbes. So not only is she scoring at one end, but saving it at the other end. So that's not a bad set there, Des, by Raiders.
Yeah, and that shot fired at the end, that's just heads up playing footy. You shape yourself to look like you're going to go down, get the ball down for a roll ball, and then you bounce out and with speed. And it was just that diving tag by Hannah Forbes to save it. Otherwise, the Raiders would have been in for their first.
Yes, we see an error there coming off their line, and then made a little bit worse by giving away a penalty. So not too many metres lost though, but second touch here. And we've got there Smith in the number 14 jersey.
I want that winger. Far winger's got to spread further wide.
We see the sweep play, but coming back in. Good touch there.
Because now everybody's really compressed. There's no holes in the middle of the field. She might have just hurt herself a little bit there.
Yeah, I think it was accidental. She might have copped a bump in the shins maybe there, Catherine Stevens. She's playing on. Yeah, you're right. They need to spread him a little bit. Well, that's a lovely ball.
Well defended. Good footwork there by Isabella Bauer to get her feet back to the line with her body leaning forward to reach forward and make the tag so that she's onside. But yeah, we really wanted to see the Raiders spread the ball, spread the defence wider to open up those gaps in the middle of the park.
Yeah.
Even if you can't throw that long ball and that winger's expecting, well, I'm not going to get a long ball thrown to me, you need to have that space, and you need to, as a winger, be able to run in to catch it if that pass is going to come out and you expect it to come short.
Yeah, and that was just then on the screen we saw it was a good-looking set at the start there for Brisbane Metro, but the last pass there, they looked like they were building for something. So Raiders have the ball back here, and again, another tough contact, but it's play on as they make their way down the field. Recycling it back, which we like to see, that ball movement. And that's Erin Feeney.
Good drive, good drive.
Yeah, Erin Hickson there. A couple of errands in this team. And now they've gone to Kapia, their go-to.
And she's through. Look at that. And with speed and with moving the ball around and just intent. That's how you can sum up that try.
This is going to look lovely, Des, on the replay, isn't it?
She's just looking for something, and then acceleration, and I'm in the space, and see you later. I'm going to score this.
Yeah, so they're back in the game now. So what she did there was she kind of slowed, changed her speed, which meant the defender then slowed, and then she just skip off the right foot, and out she went.
Yeah,
so,
and off the back of good, hard, solid driving up the field with intent to put yourself in that position and put the defence on the back foot. That was good footy.
Yeah, you're right there. So now we've got Nicola back in the action with Forbes, and they've been a great combination so far. Good defence there. They really tightened up there, the Raiders. So there was no gaps there. But they've drawn a penalty out, and we've got about less than a minute left in this first half. So Raiders will be desperate to keep them out here.
Yeah, they really don't want to give away a try here, but they're going to.
Yeah.
With just the simple play there by Charlie Nicola. Charlie. And she's able to flick this one out to Forbes to finish, but this is just a simple quickie, but she's done it in a way to get herself really good body position outside her defender, which means they're on the short side. It's a simple pass. It's an easier pass to get out.
Yeah, she won't get an easier try than that this weekend, Hannah Forbes. So they've probably got a couple of touches up their sleeve here. Be desperate to try and get one back, claw one back before the halftime hooter goes.
Move it across and bring it back the other way.
They're a chance with a long ball.
There it is. Oh, that was the right play.
Here goes Beath to trying to manufacture right on the death, but not to be. So the halftime scoreboard is 4-1 to Brisbane Metropolitan over ACT Raiders. And the championship's presented by Inferno. Good quality first half, and we'll be back soon.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher was picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Welcome back to the Championships presented by Inferno. On the athlete scoreboard in this Women's Open Clash, we've got Brisbane Metropolitan Touch Association beating the ACT Raiders 4-1. I'm here with Des Fogarty. Des, what do you think the Raiders coach will be telling his team at half-time?
Play better. if he's a dodgy coach like me. No, he'd be saying something along the lines of, in attack, you know, I would like to see them play wider, and stand wider and then move the ball laterally that way. I think the last 5 minutes is how he would want them to play for the duration of this second half. A lot more intent in their drive, a lot more aggression in, with the ball in hand, and to play smarter in defence. And I think that will probably help them out a little bit, because they're getting beaten. On their line defence, they're getting beaten by the smarter players, the more experienced players. You've just got to try to catch up to where they are at. Yep. And get ahead of the game. Nice play.
First opportunity here, and they've obviously got Beza or Beckbeath on the field there, and they'll be looking for her and Keisha Kapia, and they've still got a couple of touches up their sleeve. They'd love to be the first try scorer in this second half. Last touch coming up on a sweep play. Beath throwing the long pass. And they did call it. I'm calling you should be a ref, Des. I've decided. 2024, 2025.
Yeah, you can put me on a 60s game and watch me mess it up. Too slow.
And Kapia there diving for the line, but the defence managed to get back there to make the touch. So, but they've still got a few. We'll see on the replay here. Yep, refs called that Tanamu was fine there and definitely made the touch. As we see a little boy play,
there
and they have opened the scoring in the second half. And as we said, two of their strike power players. Des, run us through that replay.
Yeah, a little offload and a trail pass back from Beath to Kapia to dive over, but it's just a little setup, makes it look like a little bit of a direct play, and then a hard line out drags that defender across, and the defender who's made the touch is still trying to get back onside and not able to recover.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I was just about to say it's a forward runner versus a backward runner, and we know who's predominantly going to win that race every time, the person running forward, and it was a well-executed play there. So they're back in the game. It's 4-2. Brisbane will be looking to strike again and take that lead, make that 3 again. So they've been forced to move up here, the Canberra Raiders, as we see a sweet play on the 7 metre and an intercept there.
Go. Good tag.
We've got Kapia there making the break. So she's done a good job. She got up in the channel, as we call it. Great hands, and then made her way about 15 metres down the field. So that's what you want from your winger.
Yeah, it wasn't a great pass out towards the winger. It wasn't best pass selection.
This is a really good set here by Raiders. They'll be happy with this. We'll get a strike dump at the end, and she's called the touch, ball down, whatever you like to call, but a much better set, Des. They went the length of the field off that intercept. We saw it down in this corner here, and drove their way all the way down the field. So it's been a really good start. So whatever their coach did say at half-time,
and they are doing that. They're driving with intent, and they're playing the way that they did those last 5 minutes of their first half, and it's showing benefit for them.
It actually feels like this second half, the intensity feels a little bit higher. The speed at which they're running, as we see a mini break made, and she's right through there. And we've seen a try. So as you saw, the intent is the good word for it, Des. So we have a try there to Lily Neal, her second try for the game. But yeah, just really good drives, hands out, take off, and it becomes a foot race there.
That's
Olivia
what I hate
Atkins.
seeing. I hate seeing the head turn the wrong way there. I'm sorry to pick on you. I can't pick on you because there's 2 players on the score sheet that would mark the same player number. So, I can't pick on you, but you can see that the defender who's made the tag, she's got good body position. She's running back on side, but she turns her head back over on the inside, which now means her whole body is facing the wrong way, which is why the attacker was able to scoop and kick outside her, which made that the diving desperation dive as her only option to recover. That's too late. She's gone.
So the score's out. The athlete scoreboard's back out to 5-2 in favour of Brisbane Metro. So they'll be wanting to stay within reach. And again, it's Kapia diving for the line, but a great touch there by Atkins, I think it was, for Brisbane. And as we saw, she set up a try down the other end, and again, great defence. And had to be made.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Rousel as well.
So Brisbane Metro, they're playing in control. That's Tanamu and Nicola. We've seen these two over the last few years get a combination working really well as Nicola tries to run through, but he's tagged.
Yeah, great touch there, Rebecca Beath there. So again, that experience, but that was a set that was looking likely, Des.
You were saying before that the intensity has picked up, and really it's, oh, that's going to go back. Yeah, sorry. That's unlucky.
Had to be called.
Yeah.
So we call that a sideways play the ball. Sorry to interrupt, Des. You were talking about the intent.
Yeah, like the intensity was there from the start of the game, but the intensity was focused towards making hard touches or strong touches or whatever, and then it's focused a little bit more now. That's forward. Not called. The intensity is focused more into the running, and that's actually made the game a better standard.
Yeah,
like they're not worried too much about the strong touches because in attack they're able to be strong and respond. As Tanamo and Nicola.
Oh, it's a beautiful out pass, but well defended there by the Raiders. Because kind of floated in the air, and they're running that J line where she was running out the wingers. We'll see on the replay, but it was a beautiful pass by Nicola. But again, the winger was in to protect and then out there. So that was perfect work there by Erin Feeney.
Yeah, good shape by the Raiders in defence as there's an error with the ball on halfway line.
Exactly on the halfway line. So it was like it was a tap off there, Des. So Brisbane Metro, they're going to get a couple of bit of confusion there in the ruck, but they'll be wanting to get some fresh legs on here and have a couple of opportunities they come down to the line. They're defending well, Raiders, at the minute. I don't want to put the mocker on them.
It'll happen.
It often does with me, so I apologise any Raiders family and friends out there watching our KO Sports coverage.
That's not the execution, so you can see what they're trying to do is send that sweeper around to the short side in the middle link. That a lot of people will know it as a Cindy play, but the idea usually is going to be to step back against the grain, so they'll run that a bunch of times to keep that and give the ball to the sweeper, get that defence to suddenly compress over onto this side really tight. Then they'll just bounce back, pop it the other way. They'll earn the numbers on the open side, and that's when they'll score. But
yeah, unfortunately here again, Raiders haven't been able to get out of their own half, and they're putting themselves under all sorts of pressure here. So the last 2 or 3 sets, they've only got to halfway or a bit less than, and against the class with some of these players, it makes it hard to defend. So they're doing a good job in their line defence, but they just need to be a bit more clinical in their attack and take the pressure off themselves.
Yeah, again, they've good shape here, the Raiders. They try that. Cindy, this is what they were trying to do before. Defence are in good position.
Oh, and they've called play through. And it looks like we've got a try for Meg Muir.
Yeah, so I think the link here is going to be called short of the line. Yeah, she's only got 1 foot to the line, and the middle didn't get across. Yeah, she's in much better spot there to see that than what I am.
Yeah, that was well executed. Again, it was on the 7. They made the dump, and it's foot race, forwards versus backwards, and Meg Muir with her experience just dived through, and it was a well executed try. It takes the score out to
should be 6-2.
Should be 6-2.
We'll catch up in a sec. It's pretty frantic over there in that ground announce box, mate.
There's lots going on. I was going to ask you, actually, what would be your song of choice if you were to get the players revved up before a game, Des?
Oh, look,
the ground announcer.
If I want the players to get revved up, it's up to them to determine that stuff. Like if I'm coaching a team as ground announcer, I'll put, like, if it's just for a general game, like every song on the playlist, it's all there. Like there's everything except country.
A little bit of country. I'm a Kenny Rogers fan from way back.
No.
I'd go Tay-Tay at the moment with everything that's been happening in Australia. A bit of love story, I think, the Romeo and Juliet song, as we see Brisbane Metro back to the action, make an error there coming off their line. So here's probably a good opportunity for Raiders to get back into this match. They need to get a try, manufacture something soon, and who better to have on the field than there's my commentator's curse. Table's nearly gone up here. I'm sorry, Canberra Raiders again. You won't be loving me anytime soon, because there was something building. They had a good opportunity, but not to be. So they're going to have to push hard in defence here, Des, and really try and force an error. And we can see they're doing that again. That intent.
Oh, she skipped away, and now it's opened up. So now the Raiders are going to have to settle a little bit. Not quite as dominant shooters. That will give Metro some space to run into. They come back down the same channel they ran before.
And here we see again Nicola and Tanamu, and also Jenna Rousewell.
Oh, yeah, well defended. They recovery by the Raiders to get back into their line shape after being beaten was really strong there. Nicola, you could see
it looked,
pick,
didn't it? She kind of skipped out Nicola, and it meant the Raiders line was disjointed.
Yeah.
But managed to get themselves back sorted and defend their line as there's going to be an infringement here, perhaps in the box. Wait for the referee's call. Right on that halfway line again. They're liking that halfway line.
Yep. 7 metres, 7 players on.
Yeah, and
I
you just
would expect
can't do that.
No, you can't. I would expect to see here on this set, they'll try that Cindy play sweeper to this side again.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go back the other way this time. You tend not to want to go away from something if it's working. And the sweeper play on that short side on the link is working at the moment. You can see they're doing it right there. Here she comes. And they go back the other way. Rip it. But well defended by the Raiders.
Yes, it's like you've watched this game
Tactical
before.
masterclass.
Listen in, viewers. Lots to learn. But you're right. That was exactly what you predicted.
You don't want to try to go away from something that's working. If it's working, go again. Do it until the other team defend it, and then try something different. And you'll have some variation in amongst that. But if you find something that's scoring tries,
why not?
Why stop doing it?
Yep. As we saw a nice drive there from Emma McDonald from the Raiders before, and they're back to 2 of their key players. They're looking for a dump on the 7 here, and that's Beath. Ooh, tried a little quick pass back inside, but the referees ruled ball down.
Bit of personal frustration coming from Beath there, and Capella, because they're looking to the referee to give a penalty or to give them something. Whereas if that pass had been executed a little better, Capella did all the work, all the right things to get a body into the good position to really put that defender into a bad position. All she had to do was be in a position to catch and put it down.
Yeah, it was potentially thrown a tiny bit too hard there, but they're looking very likely. Those two are a very dangerous combination together, and as I said, it was a good drive from McDonald there as we see a drop ball on. It was last touch, so not too disastrous, and Raiders got the ball about 10-15 metres out of their own line, and again McDonald, she drives the ball, but there might have been a lost ball in the ruck, change over.
Rolled forward, so it was pretty easy to spot that one. They'll call that one pretty much every time now.
And it's pretty warm out there. We've had 4 seasons in day. It's already rained this morning, and now the sun's back out. But, fatigue will be setting in a little bit at the back end of this game. As we see, that just looked a little bit too simple there for Chloe Nicola. And again, nice dive.
What happened with the numbers here? So...
And again, probably body turned the wrong way in defence, but well done there on the 7, and that makes the score 7-2.
Yeah, I think that's the link that's come in to make the touch. Now, I think that that Erin Hickson, number 1, made the tag. I think she's the link, and it looked like it might have been a middle play. So that should actually be easier to defend. But for some reason, the Raiders, I think they've got their numbers mixed up or something happened there where they're...
And again, under fatigue, that can happen.
Yeah.
So, and if the communication goes when you're tired, it makes it extremely difficult to line defenders. We're back into the live action here for Raiders. They need a try, and they need to try quickly.
Yeah, I think the positive for Brisbane Metro here as the Raiders attack the line, nicely defended by Tanamu.
Yeah, it was a nice little dive over there by Lydia Corcoran.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the positive here for Brisbane Metro is that...
Oh, we're through.
Thanks, Des. I actually got it all.
Oh, look at that face. She is super happy. I think that's number 16 that we just caught a moment ago. Lydia Corcoran, take a bow.
Nicely done. I will finish the thought, and I was going to say that the Raiders haven't looked that dangerous except through Beath and Capilla, and then somebody else comes out and does something and scores. So, good job.
That's
Lydia
okay. It was
Corcoran.
Actually Rachel McVicker, who, as I said, is a Aussie Women's 35s player for the World Cup in July. So plenty of talent there as well. But I love, that's nearly my play of the day, the expression on her face there as she scored.
That's fantastic. Need to make note of that one for Pete.
Yeah, that needs to be on the reels later on. As we're back here
Long
and a
ball.
beautiful cutout pass.
Oh,
she's claiming the touch, but they're saying ball down. And a try there to Lily Neal, who picks up, that's a hat-trick for her in this match, so she'll be very happy.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of the setup to this one, but the final pass is really nice there. Oh, a bit of juggle, and then the relay ball out from Catherine Stevens. and Lily Neal's able to get that one down. That did look very close, but the referee's right on the spot there on the sideline.
Yeah, it was good hands by Isabella Bauer there to kind of take hold of the hands and dish it off to players in space. So unfortunately for Raiders, so Brisbane Metro have done a good job. Every time Raiders score, Brisbane Metro seem to be able to keep that lead. So they want to get a stop here, Brisbane Metro, for sure, and not let Raiders score again. As McVicker's got the ball there, taking that in for Smith.
Yeah, nice. I like that.
Yeah, a little bit lateral there, and the defence didn't have to move too much. End up being a penalty off the ruck.
It's a bit unlucky, but they were... Flat's not the right word. They didn't follow, and it's the off-the-ball work, right? We talk about when you haven't got the ball, making sure that you're working hard to get into the right positions no matter what is happening with the play.
Yeah, you've got to try and become a live player again. So there's no point standing in front of the person with the ball because they cannot pass it to you. So Nicole will go through again.
Yeah, got it though. That was well defended this time. You could see the body shape on the defender for Raiders there, which I think might have been Daisy Craig. No, 14. It was did for Sniff. Did for Sniff.
And Smith. Good game, Des. Brisbane Metropolitan Touch Association run out winners in that one. They'll be happy that they're win for the day after a loss this morning. So, any key moments in that match?
Well, the face on Lydia Corcoran when she scored there at the end. That's the highlight. But the game was from a tactical, technical perspective it was interesting. I think just the intensity that we saw in that middle pitch of the game there was really, really positive, and I think both teams will come away with some...
Here it is on the replay, as we see, and when we see as she puts the ball down, Lydia, and we'll turn around, and that is, when we see her face, why we love touch. You'll see the biggest smile you'll ever see as she turns around. She couldn't believe it. A great try as we head for a break, and we'll be back soon with another Women's Open match with an international flavour to it.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, We're your #1 supporter, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Hello and welcome to the Championships presented by Inferno for a game this afternoon with an international flavour to it on International Women's Day. We've got in the Women's Open Division Japan versus Northern Beaches Renegades. And I'm joined again with Des Fogarty, who I'm going to say now Nostradamus and obviously expert coach, because he called a few great plays in our last Women's Opens clash. Des, you do recognise a few of these Japanese players from previous tournaments as the hooter goes for the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so the Trans-Tasman that ran in Brisbane last year, the Japan teams played in all of these divisions, and there's quite a few of these players, and I'll say that's Mai Kamishita, who is playing in #1, not in #10 as she's listed on the sheet, I'm pretty sure.
And definitely one to watch. As we see, there was a couple of little trick plays. There was players running everywhere there, and they've come into this game. They've had a bye in round 2. In round 1, they had a narrow loss to South Queensland Pineapples, whereas on the other side of the field, we've got the Northern Beach Renegades, one of our club teams here, as we see a lovely ball out wide here. And we've got their #1 in Brooke Bosland running out. But, yeah, they've had 2 wins. In round 1, they beat the Hornets 5-1, and round 2, they beat Victoria 8-2. So they're coming in with 2 wins. But you can see here, Des, the Japanese team, they're throwing the ball around and playing with great speed. They'll be disappointed that they've lost it on an early touch there. But you can see here, they're here to play, and obviously in preparation for the Fit World Cup in Nottingham in July. It's great to see these international teams on the main stage.
They're a team that will play with a lot of confidence. The Japan teams that played at Trans-Tasman in April of last year, they learnt so much out of that experience. They play with energy, they play with enthusiasm, they play with positivity all the way through the game, and you'll see a lot of agility out of them, particularly at the line in attack. This Northern Beaches team, no strangers here either, because there's a few of these players that played against Japan in the Trans-Tasman. There you'll see Kiala Duff at one point come onto the field, and I think Holly Raff played in the Opens, or maybe she played in the juniors after that. But there's quite a few players in this Renegades team that played in the Pacific Youth Cup that was played only a couple of weeks after the Trans-Tasman. So there's a lot of the Berrymans that are out there in this side, and they played in for a couple of different teams. They played for Cook Islands and played for Australia.
And I was saying to Scott earlier this morning, it's a real family affair for the Northern Beach Renegades. There's 7 first cousins in this Northern Renegades team, and the coach in Harry Berryman. So it's a real, you wouldn't not see that often, 7 first cousins playing in the same team at this high level. So Japan did a really good job of holding the Renegades out there. There was some good tight defence. They had to go wide, Renegades, but couldn't hold on to the ball. As we see them take the ball up the field here. Got their #7 scooping there, and they've 6 touches, but they'll be happy with that set, Des, taking it all the way down the other end of the field.
Yeah, they'll want to get a little bit stronger with the ball in hand, like in the roll ball, if they can, because they're feeling some solid contact. Once they get used to that and strengthen up a little bit in the roll ball, they'll control their space a little bit better, and they'll be able to get some real run to their game down the field.
As we see here, Berryman, she's taking off, long pass, but again, well defended there.
Yeah, they've good structure, the Japanese sides. They've spent a lot of time.
And they would have watched a lot, you know, obviously now in today's game, there's so much on, and obviously today on KO and Sky Sports, but they can watch and learn as the game's progressing from back in Japan, and you see here their transition. This is a good one. This is building as a really good set for them as they come off their line, come in for a strike dump. And there's the play you spoke of earlier, and nearly goes straight through there, Des.
Yeah, that was Kanabe. Sachiko Kanabe that nearly got through the gap with Kamishita outside her as the option.
Here's an opportunity now. So they've done a good job. We're about 3.5, 4 minutes into this clash, and score still 0-0, and Renegades have had the run of the play, but you'll see down here now there's an error in the early touch, and Japan will get to see that agility that you spoke of before, Des, and see what little trick plays with the sweeper here as they're looking likely. Oh, nice. Great touch there by had to be made there by number 1, Brooke Bosland, otherwise it was a try.
Yeah, Aruyago around the outside. I would expect the ball to come back in here to number 10, Mike Kaneshita. And I would think they're going to go with another sweeper, and it's Iago again over the top.
She could have nearly thrown to the link there. It would have been an opportunity. But
sorry, that was Kanabe that threw that ball. But yeah, that's the pass selection that comes. So where they will struggle a little bit is because they don't get the opportunities to practice and play against high-level teams.
Yep.
When they come into these kind of tournaments, they can be a little bit robotic in that sense that, okay, well, we're going to run this play and that's the option I'm going to throw off the back end of it, instead of looking and trying to play footy in front because they're not used to that play.
The level of intensity is at this, and it'll be game on, day on here, 3 days here. As we see there, a nice little in and away, but a good touch there again by the winger. But Nikki Kennedy there, obviously an experienced campaigner.
But that's why they come to these tournaments, right? And we said the same thing when they were here at Trans-Tasman last year. Like, this is why they come to these tournaments, is to get that big game experience, so they can go back home and learn those lessons.
Yeah, practice their craft, and I'm really impressed with this first opening 5 minutes from them. Just the way they, as we see an error, they might have got away with that on the last touch. It looked potentially forward off the ruck. I think they've got that now. Ref might have had somebody whisper to him there, but yeah, they're looking promising coming off their line, but again, it's just when those decisions have to be made, and it's hard when they're not playing at this level all the time, as, you know, Northern Beaches Renegades are. So obviously come off a Senior State Cup, some might have played Junior State Cup, so there's lots of competition at this high level as we see them drive into the line with a little fly play coming out.
Yeah, I like that one. That's Lala Duff there at half with the ball now, flying away over the top.
Great ball.
Great
pass, and that's definitely ball down there.
She's finished that one nicely, but Lala Duff with all the drive, all the direction. It was the little kick out that she got when she got the ball coming off the sub box right around the 10. She kicked herself out, and that gained them an extra 10 metres, and suddenly the Japan team were on the back foot, and just a really nice finish. But the pass from
we've come to expect that off Duff. She's just skillful, and she had engaged 2 or 3 players there, so very good job. But it's taken a play like that to get the opening score on the athlete scoreboard. So 1-0 Renegades over Japan Women's Open. They've had a few opportunities here. If we could see some phase play even there, they had a half opportunity, maybe get the ball down and go again. But again, they'll probably build over the course of the tournament, Des, in that regard, and learn the combinations. And we've seen a pull out there. That could well be a penalty to Japan there. And she's questioning it, but what happens is on the 7 there, if you're inside the 7, you can't actually pull out of the touch. So that's why the Japanese team have scored a penalty there.
Kaneshita with the little quickie play. She's good at this stuff. This was the highlight of the tournament for me at Trans-Tasman in the women's division, was watching Kaneshita playing a lot of middle stuff. She's very explosive with speed. She's fast.
Yep. Right. They love this little sweet play. Oh, beautiful step. I think that might be
away. She's got away. Well done.
That's a try.
Is that Ariago?
I think that's Ariago. And we'll watch. This is going to look great on the replay. Another great smile on the face as she runs off the field. But, Des, this is going to look beautiful on the replay here as a little sweet play. It might be number 5. Nakayama. Apologies there, but...
No, Shoko Kishi, number 5, yeah. She's swept around, straightened up, and then kicked back out again. And that, like we were talking in the last game, that little stutter step to slow down and then go again.
Yeah.
That's the same sort of effect, and that's really nicely done. Good try.
And game on. 1-1 on the athlete as we see a little play behind there, and their phase play. But they've recovered well here, the Japanese team.
They've got good defensive shape.
Yeah, and
there's some good personal defensive shape there too. That's Ariago out there at the link on the right-hand side for Japan.
So they've done well. They've scored a try and they've got a deep back line here, way behind the try line as we see an error.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, they are looking to promote that ball, which is great to see, but they're maybe just a little bit too deep there, Des.
I don't know so much about the depth, but I think certainly that ball ended up coming to her well above her head. So the execution of the pass has got to match the shape, and I think if that had come into the right spot, I think that they had good flow. And even though that next touch would still have only been made at about the 7, they would have drawn that defence all the way up. They would have got flow, they would have got rhythm to get into the drive up the park. And now there's some good tag.
Great touch there, because it looked like she was nearly in for a try. That was a really nice dive.
Yeah, and that's Holly Raff as well.
Holly Raff.
Yeah, she's a high-quality player. And they're going to try a little punish
play here.
No.
And no, she's called great honesty, called no touch. And we see a try there. Can't see the number under the hair. Might be number 13. Who have we got? Yes, Pahuka Berryman-Duff. So a little punish play there, and Des will run us through that as we get to the replay.
Yeah, it's just a little middle down for link, on the link, and just taking on that one player, and you can see a little step back, and Kaneshita, no, that's number 2, that's Kuraishi, and she's just got herself stuck flat-footed. And
great pass, we could be in for a try.
Nice tag.
Yeah. No, we definitely called back for the touch. It was great play, but equally good defence out there by the winger for Renegades.
Oh, no, there's a penalty, so okay, cool, play on.
Another set of 6 here. And they're definitely asking questions.
Okay.
Ref's called onside there, so we're just playing the touch. Called, I think it was Kiala Duff there, but she's been called onside. They've still got four touches up the sleeve, and she's obviously got great speed, Duff, so even though they're taking it on the 7, she's hard to get around.
Great. Get it down, pay it.
I think he's paying it. 2-2, and excitement plus here.
And that's just a little rooster play, right? Like, it's real simple, and it's an early offload, so the defence has got to stay out right from the word go. There's no threat to that right-hand side as we're looking at it, or the left-hand side for the Beaches.
Beautiful
Renegades.
pass.
And that ball is an absolute gem for Takasugi to finish off.
Yeah. 2-2. But that was a beautiful pass by Yamagata there. And you're right, exactly, perfectly executed little rooster play. And the defence had to engage. And then just the pass was too good. So 2-2. About 2/3 of the way through this first half. And this is shaping up to be a great match, Des, as we see a wide ball, but it's floated out in the wing, and good defence there by Nakamoto.
Look at their shape. They're across the line, and you couldn't see it on that camera, but from us, as soon as that ball was picked up and brought across to this near side, the Japanese defensive line was in perfect shape. I mean, perfect defensive shape all the way across the field.
And even the way they're driving, and now they've recycled the ball there through Ducati. They're just executing this really well at the moment, and we're going to get here a strike dump here. They're going to go back. There's a rooster out there. Oh, and they've generated 6 to go. So nice. Another really good set of 6, and whilst they didn't score, they've done the next best thing. They've got themselves a repeat set down on the line, and they're running these little plays, and then, stepping back inside, and no touch has been called.
And this is where their weakness is, right? So Kuraishi's run a little quickie and is ready to get out. She's outside her player, but her link out on the right-hand side didn't hit the hole. For her to be able to just pop it to stroll over, because she hasn't read it.
Yeah, and it's those half opportunities that they're not able just to convert to full opportunities yet. But I'm really excited to watch them over the course of this weekend and get those combinations going. As there we see a try. They've hit the lead.
Absolute gem, and it is going to be Kuraishi that scores. She's a wonderful player, Kana Kuraishi.
Another one that's going to look amazing on the replay here. So gets her player to come out, and then goes one way, drops it back in, and that defender was still retreating, and the gap opens up. 3-2.
It's the little ninja play, or boy, like the different names for the same thing, but it's a staple. It's a wonderful play, and really well executed there, and you could see in the response from the Renegades players, they just went, oh yeah, well, you just executed that, no dramas.
Yeah, that was just too good. As we see Charmaine Nathan, she was claiming that it was an offside, but there's a strong touch there and a beautiful pass.
Long ball.
But great defence again. and we see there Kanabi. So again, they've scored the try, they've made the stop. So this time they'll be looking to get a better set, holding onto the ball and getting it down the other end of the field. So, and they're really putting pressure. Again, third touch, unfortunately for them, they're going to have to hold out for the next 2.5 minutes. And Northern Beaches will be looking to get down here and have a few attacking opportunities at the Japanese women.
Yeah, if I'm a Renegades coach here, I'm by no means panicking. Is they're going to try, Lala Duff's going to go a little punish again, and she's great diving
and
tag.
Given a penalty for offside, I think there, but that looked like rinse, wash, repeat. What we saw a little bit earlier on from Kiala, and why not, as you said last game, Des, if a play's working, go back to the well until it's no longer working. So he's going to make the Japanese players come up here out of the line and. Again, great touch there by, looks like... Now it's a penalty. That might be the second penalty, is it, Des?
Yeah, will be. So Nishina Kiana made a really good tag across on this side on the previous play, and then you could see the referee jump up into the line to tell her to move forward, and she wasn't moving forward.
Called the touch there. It was another beautiful pass by Kiala Duff, but the winger out there for the Japanese team, she has saved the day on many occasions already this half.
Yeah, and it's a consequence of their strong defensive shape, and you can see Nishina Kiana there. She's in perfect position to just make that tag, and she doesn't look stressed.
No, Kiala Duff is throwing everything at them here. She's going through all her playbook and all the tricks up her sleeve, which we know she has many. Oh,
that's
nice
the
little
right
play.
option. Yeah, well done. That's
beautiful
good
pass there. Nikki Kennedy, experience. Beautiful. They've been going long, and then she looks like she's going to go long and then just hits the link and the gap just opened up. Here we see on the replay, Des.
Yeah, and it's the same play that Japan ran down the other end. It's the rooster, early offload to the wrapper, and then this time, and you can see the look on the face from the defender as she's realised that's my player, I'm supposed to be there. And, she's called stay or get out, and then...
Oh, we've seen intercept. So Talia Berriman scored before, and we see here a runaway, but she's looking for support. And she's home there. I think that's going to be a double for Brooke Boslin. And the game has changed in the last, I'm going to say, 45 seconds, Des.
And within the space of the last minute of the first half, they've gone from being up by 1 to down by 1, and that's just brutal.
It's heartbreaking. Yeah, you're right. That one try and then an intercept try. I mean, we all love an intercept, and that is right on the stroke of half-time. Here's the replay as we come up to it. Great hands, and she did well, the girl that took the intercept here, because as she's running, she realised she's not going to have the legs. Pass it to Bosland. And on an athlete scoreboard at half-time, we have the Renegades now leading 4 tries to 3 over Japanese touch.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Welcome back here to the championships presented by Inferno. It's what's shaping up to be an amazing second half, Des. This has been a cracker of a game.
Yeah, it's a real tight tussle. It's the attacking flair of the Northern Beaches Renegades kind of being nullified a lot by the strong defensive shape of Japan Touch, and it's just that little bit of it's going to come down to those one or two tiny little moments in this second half that's going to make the difference, as we saw in the last minute of the first half.
Yeah, they've made them really work hard for their tries. They did get the intercept at the end there. If we see a sweep play, and they've gone back to the blind side here. And she's gone through, and she'll be patient, but great, as we say, netball defence, but there could be a holding back penalty here. We saw there, that was Nicole Selden making her way through the line, but they're getting another set of 6 here. But I venture a guess that we're going to see the Japanese team try and push up off the line and really be strong in their line defence here and force Northern Renegades to see what they've got up their sleeve here. So you see they're pushing out hard, trying to get out to the 7. You see Selden there, but no gaps through on that occasion. She'll be working here with Holly Raff in the middle of the field, and out to then Berryman Duff, Bahuka, and that might be ball down.
Yeah, Kuraishi was in really good position there and was supported there by Takasugi coming across, and it is Takasugi has made the touch.
Yeah, it looked like the ref on the field thought it might have been ball down, but he might have got a message. I'd already just put the pen on paper, so I'll take that off. No try there to Nicole Selden.
And long ball out, but again, good structure, and this time they've gone the winger, and it's covered. It's going to be that link hole, I think, the same as they did right before.
Here's the replay here, and it's that little drop back in. And the ref's called potentially the touch there by one of the Japanese players coming across in cover. It was one of those 50-50s, but they're a lot closer than we are, Des. So we'll go with their trained eye. Referees are doing a great job out here today because it's hot, and this game is fast, and there's been a lot of opportunities where they've had to make big calls. So again, they've made a good job there, done a good job there of getting it all the way down the field, but just that little last pass there. So
yeah, just a little bit of execution there at the back end of the set, but they'll be positive now that they've got the ball down to the other end of the field.
This is looking like a good set here from Northern Beaches there, as we had Nikki Kennedy coming on there at speed, working through, and we've got Kiala Duff there underneath, and we've got, looks like Brianna Nathan, but yeah, there goes Duff through again, a beautiful right to left pass. Oh, and an inside step.
Nice.
And that's a really good try.
So hard to defend that, and that's a really nice try. It's the long ball out and then the step back. So as soon as that long ball goes, the winger out on this side, it might be Yago on this side, has had to get on a bike and go.
But you can see there,
power.
she's got the defence turned inside out, Kiala Duff. And it looks like it might be number 36, Camille Berryman there for her first try in this game.
Yeah.
Takes the athlete scoreboard out to 5-3 to Renegades. They want to stay with them here, the Japanese women. So as we see, they're running a little sweep play down the blind side. But a good touch there, but a nice dive as well.
Yeah, good play. This is where we want to see them be a little bit more artistic or inventive or something along those lines. And the ball will come across. That's Kaneshita.
And they're going for a little bit. They went back against the grain, and she's missed the first. That's a try, and that has worked. Kennedy was in the right position, but great honesty there. Called that she didn't make the touch, and we're back to 5-4 on that athlete scoreboard. Let's see how that unfolded, Des.
So that's Kamishita at half, and she's really sold that ball's going to the sweeper. So it was Shoko Kishi coming around on the outside, and Watanabe has made the try here, but
that kind of came out of nothing, didn't it? Because it looked like they had it covered there, but you've got to be right in making that touch. And
it was the body position of Kamishita going like that, and then suddenly she's picked up and gone back against the grain and really sold it to the sweeper, and that's where the extra space came out.
And now they've drawn an error. Oh, and it's hit somebody in the head. The good old-fashioned falcon we're seeing here at Coffs Harbour International Stadium. So, again, they've scored and they've managed to get a stop in defence. So, third part of the trifecta, Des, is they've got to make their way down the field and hold the ball for a set of 6.
The one before that was called forward. Yeah, the one before that tag was called forward. So that's that was the call from the referees.
And here they come, they're sweeping on the play here, and there's Ayagi. Oh, and that might be ball down in the ruck. It's a little bit sideways play. Just got caught up as she was trying to play the ball here, and Northern Beach Renegades are onto it quick, smart there. And there's a bit of feeling in that touch there as well, Des.
Ayagi's she's copped one, which has caused the ball to drop. She's given one back, and I love that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and we've got Holly. Looks like Holly Rath there, is it?
That's
taking off. That's Selden.
Nicole Selden.
Yep. So there was no winger there. She'd kind of punched back in on that inside hole, and Selden was looking for her on the outside hole. So, but again, they've made their way down the field, and they'll be looking here, Northern Beach Renegades, to make it really tough for the Japanese team to get to their box. So we've got play on here. So they make their way. They're just about on the halfway line here. And here we see another good transition. I thought she might have offloaded there to the player coming through.
Good
now
option.
We've got good recycling. They'll be looking for a strike dump here, I venture a guess. And she's through their key player. Oh, and that was close.
It really was. And that's Kamashita again going from half. And, she kind of... I think that's Nishina Kiyama that...
Yeah, see, they're poking holes, aren't they, in this defence? You'll see the replay here up on your screens.
Yeah, so Nishina Kiyama, look at where her eyes are there. She's looking at Nikki Selden.
Yeah.
And not at where her hole is. If she just gets a look towards, even if it's just at Selden's feet.
Yep.
Then when that ball comes, she's in the right spot and expecting where it's going to be, and then she can get the hands to it.
Yep.
But instead, she's looking Selden in the eyes to go, where are you going to be? And that's where she ends up being, and then the pass is in the wrong, she's not in the right spot for the pass.
Yeah. All right, here we go here. They're running their same play coming onto the field, so getting some people on. A couple of plays up their sleeve. Going to go straight back at the player that made the touch, and here she goes, take off. She's going to go straight through by the looks. She might draw a penalty here, has she? No, the ref's called 6 touch, and...
yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, I am happy with that as well, Des, actually, so... But we've drawn an error straight away there, a drop ball on the first touch for Northern Beach Renegades. So I just want to get their composure here, the Japanese women, and maybe potentially a penalty there for throwing the ball away, which doesn't really make too much difference when you're that close to the line. But they'll be looking here to press and try and even up this game. And I think she's done that.
Kana Kuraishi has got just wonderful footwork. And just a little quickie and a step back. And she's in. That is really wonderful to watch.
And on the replay here, this will be one for her socials later on this afternoon. She'll probably get plenty of likes and follows. But look at that. She's just too good there.
And you can see the defender saying, get in behind me. Get in behind me. That's where she's going.
There. Yeah, she kind of knew, but she just couldn't get there that time. But so now we really do have a ball game. It's 5-all. So we're going to look for the little boy play here, is there?
Good tag.
Made the touch. Yep.
Yeah, Aoyagi able to get across and recover on Lala Duff on the ball from Nicole Selden.
Yeah, and those two are working together really well here as she's tried to skip out Kiala Duff, and they've come back in. Possibly the outside hole may have been the option there for Pahuka, but not to be there. And now the Japanese team have got a penalty about 15 metres shy of halfway.
It actually was going to work really, really well, but it was read so early by Nishina Kiyama, and she was right up in the passing channel, and there was nowhere for that ball to go.
No, you hit the nail on the head earlier, Des, when you spoke about their defensive structure, and it so really is top shelf.
Long.
It's going to go long here, and we're going to see them hit the lead.
That's a try. That is a wonderful try.
Oh, I can't wait to watch this one back on the replay, but we could see it from here. We're going to go throw long, and that she did.
The finish is first class.
But the lead-up work, the dump,
Yamashita,
and then the little rooster play goes early.
Around and Yamagata.
And a beautiful pass.
Pass is wonderful.
And we've got is it number 14 there?
Yeah, Nakamoto.
Nakamoto scored 6-5.
That is great
Japanese
footy.
women hit the lead about halfway through this second half. And let's see how the Northern Beach Renegades respond. As we said, they've had 2 wins today already. They'll be looking to finish their day with a 3rd win. But the Japanese women will be looking to get their first win of the day as well. As we see an outball there, and good touch. Got to get back out there on the wing now.
Cover. There we go.
Well done. And we're seeing here Kiala Duff is the orchestrator here, but they're got a measure there, and they've drawn a penalty. So
yeah, not moving forward enough there.
So this is going to be a really tough set for the Japanese women here, Des, and you've got some of the key players on there. You've got Brianna Nathan, and then obviously working with Kiala Duff here. They might try the little boy play, will they? And
Great
it's ball down.
Wow. How quickly did Lala Duff get that ball down once it came into her hands? That was so quick.
Yeah, because the defence actually read it well and covered across, but you'll be able to run us through as the replay comes up, Des.
It's just a quickie. You can see just straight off, and as soon as she's got the ball in her hands, she's just perfectly judged the distance there, Lala Duff. Yep. Kuraishi was in good position. She made a good tag. She's back on side very, very fast.
And we're all squared up again. I can't pick this game, Des.
This is a really good game. And Japan's second half, they've been a little bit more creative in attack, and that's where it's helping them.
And now they get another opportunity here. They've got a fresh set of 6. And you can see here, Renegades trying to get out and past that 7, try and put pressure. She got touched by about 3 girls there, and they've drawn a penalty. Now, that's our second penalty, and Des, as you said before, if they manage to draw another penalty, one of the Renegades players will have to come to the sideline for a set of 6. But they're going to push through. They're going through the middle there, and I think he's awarding a try.
Wow.
They've hit the lead again. And we've got Enuyago again.
The Renegades players are pointing to Talia Berriman, saying that she's made the tag, but the way that Japan set this play up is very much, it's the little back door. So Nishina Kiyama makes the tag, the strike dump, and gets it down.
And I think that's a good call by the ref. I don't think she did actually get both feet behind the line there.
Yeah.
So again, the ref's right on the spot and getting the calls right.
Yeah, the referee's really rising to the level of this game as well. So, like, all round, everybody that's on this park is playing really first-class footy.
And there's Saldern. She's going to go straight through there. And a great pass. Evened it up.
That's the class of Nicole Saldern and her experience there that's just cracked open the Japan defence. With only a couple of minutes to go,
You see there, it looks like she's just strolling through, bides her time, and then she gets the ball down for a double there for Camille Berryman.
Yeah, and Kuraishi was in position and then moved out of the position to try to block a pass when her responsibility there is to stay on the player. Good drive.
They're going to drop in. Oh, no, she's called no touch there. That was Pahuka Berryman Duff, and so they've managed to strike back straight away. And now 8-7. This is just seesawing, this game. My ink's running out of my pen here. We've got the athlete scoreboard at 8-7 now to the Japanese women. And
2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's close.
3 minutes to go. Can't tell an 8 from a 9. Time to get my eyes checked.
And that looked like Kuraishi.
Yeah, it's Kuraishi that's scored that one.
So they're going to need a quick strike back here, and you see the way they're running now, Northern Beach Renegades. They know that the clock is becoming an issue now, as we see Saldern there with Holly Rath. It's going to go back to the blind side and a little ball, and that's just a good try.
And again, Saldern, and you can see Harry Berryman, the coach for Renegades, he's putting his most experienced player out on the park to control the game in attack and to give them that try when they need it, and she's picking the right options.
Here's the replay here. She turned him inside, and it's just a simple, they'd kind of gone behind the line there, and just not knowing, that awareness of knowing where the line is. And the time she looked up, the ball was already down for the Renegades.
Yeah, panic's too strong a word, but it was a little bit panicked, and so's that pass.
Yeah.
Just not quite experienced there to just go, let's take the best percentage option. But so now Renegades will get a chance to come down off their own line.
And again, they've got some of their key women on the field here, but they've given away a penalty. I'm going to say potentially forward off the ruck, is it?
Yeah, I reckon.
I would say. And again, bang on halfway, we're getting the tap here for the Japanese women. As we said, the clock is becoming a factor. It's been a cracker game. It's 8-all on the Athletes scoreboard. But they'll be looking to get their key players on here as well, the Japanese women, and see what they can manufacture.
And it's Kuraishi that's come on
there's
with
that footwork that you speak of.
And she's moving him around. She's got him going backwards. Read it really well.
She goes long. But she's got a penalty.
Early shooter.
Yeah. And if they come out here quick, they're not back on side yet, Northern Beach Renegades. They want to get started quick, smart.
Yeah, with a minute to go, you actually don't want to fire a shot too early in this one, I don't think, because you'll give Renegades a chance with the ball down the other end. So Kuraishi will be the one to control the play here. She'll run a couple of little quickies. She'll make it shape like it's going to be.
They're going out. They're going long. And that is a beautiful pass again. They've caught it forward, I think. Oh, she thought she was in for the game winner, and it not executed perfectly, but it looked like it was going to be an amazing try. So that now gives Renegades a chance as they drive the ball up the field. We're looking on the replay here. And it was forward out of the hands. Good call by the ref. So we get a last dump. Oh, and a drop ball. So they're quickly onto the ball. I'm excited here.
Here we go. Kuraishi's going to have to drive.
They need a length of the field effort to snatch this game.
Kuraishi going to go for the sub, I think. They don't have time for it.
No, they don't have much time.
2 tags, max. Get it across. It's going to be strike dump.
Oh, they've gone for a little fly play. Now we need that strike dump. Oh,
they've got it. No. She's going to be a draw.
No, now there's a penalty. So there's one last chance. This game is the game that just keeps on giving, Des. So they've got to go length of the field, last touch. Don't throw an intercept, and that I actually think that is on the Athletes scoreboard. We see an 8-all on the end of an amazing game, Des, and I think that's probably a good result given the excitement and level and intensity of this game.
Yeah, fantastic game of touch footy, and credit to both teams. That was sensational. The to and fro of the match, the last 12 minutes or so was just punch for punch. Like heavyweights. It was that was really, really entertaining. And for me and you, obviously, we saw a lot of these players in the internationals last year. The growth from all of those players was sensational. That was really a lot of fun to watch.
And I look forward to watching both these teams for the remainder of this tournament as we head to a break now. See you soon.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Championships presented by Inferno for a local Sydney derby in the Men's Open between the Mets and the Southern Rebels. And I'm joined by one of the best coaches and analysts in our game. Her resume, it will take me all game to read out, but Australia, New South Wales, Indigenous All-Star, Doyleson, Hornets. What else can I say on International Women's Day? To be joined by the best in the business, Carly Banks. How are you, Carly?
I'm very good and very humbled with that introduction. Thanks, Gab.
For those that don't know, Carly and I first met probably, I'm going to say 35 years ago. Carly was a great player herself, and for Queensland Schools, she came down to Sydney one time and billeted at my house. So as a teenager, or as a youngster, so we go way back as this game begins here. The Rebels in the light blue and the Mets in the dark navy and the grey. How do you see this one going, Carly?
Yeah, Mets are one of the real powerhouses of this competition, Gab, and I expect them to do, really well here. And this Rebels team is a pretty unheralded side, but, it's a great effort for these guys to be here. And I think it'll be really important for them to make sure that they try and compete, especially in the midfield, where the Mets will muscle up, really strongly, I'd expect. Yeah, and we see there was just an error in that first set of 6 by the Rebels, and straight into their processes, Carly, the Mets, as they drive it up the midfield, as you spoke about, and at speed and coming straight through. Who are our players to watch today as we see an error in the roll ball? Yeah, this is a really, really well-balanced side. Nicholas Good, obviously former Australian Men's Open captain, and just one of the best players ever. So he will lead this time around. Kai Symbol in the number 11 has to be in the top 3 players, I believe, in New South Wales, and just has been on fire the last 12 months for Parramatta, so I'm looking forward to seeing him play. And Jaden Ashby, there's some really good players. And out on the wing, young Cameron Chloe, straight under 18s winger who, has all the attributes to make it.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch, isn't he, out there on the wing? He's got a handy knack of getting the ball down over the line in situations where you don't think it's possible. So, but here we are back in attack, and it looks like the Rebels have nearly snuck through in that set of 6, and they had a 10-0 loss in their first game this morning to the 2023 winners, the CQ Bulls, and Mets are coming off a bye, so they're coming in fresh, and you can just see the speed that they're rolling up the field with, Carly, and they're going to give themselves an attacking opportunity here as he goes straight through and be looking for support players, and couldn't find one there, but end to end, and the referees are just going to have a little chat here. Yeah. See what they come up with. Was there a holding back, Carly?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's exactly what they're saying. Yep, and there's the indication there from the referee, and it's really a penalty to Mets. Mets in those first couple of sets, Gab, they've started really, really well, and typical of a Scott Buckley coach team. They're very good with their subsets and very slick. So, yeah, it could be a long afternoon here for the Rebels boys if they click in a gear.
And as you said, for some of these Rebels boys, it might be the first time they're at this level, and 100%. To come up against, they had the 2023 winners first round, and now to come against the highly fancied Mets, as we see them No, he's calling the touch there, so they're doing a good job so far, about 3 minutes in, and the line hasn't been crossed yet. So, but yeah, this is going to be a good initiation for them, and as you know, that's how we learn and get better and understand the speed of the game. So, as we see a nice out ball there, but they've penalty off the ruck, and I heard you speaking earlier, Carly, about the refs are really good at getting those passes. Anything that's, you know, forward off the ruck, our refs these days are just going to pick it up straight away.
Yeah, definitely, and it's been a real focus area for them today. Everywhere you went on these main fields, but also out the back, you know, the consistency's there from the referees in terms of looking at those forward passes through the midfield and on the scoreline. So, yeah, it's good to see that, and then the players know where they stand for the rest of the event. So I think that's, you know, great refereeing and great referee coaching.
And great consistency as well, because there's no point letting those forward passes go on the days 1 and 2 of the tournament, and then come finals day, suddenly plays that were working, you're now getting pulled up on in the finals. So you're right, we see the referees coaching, and the standard of their game is lifting in line with the players as well. As we see a little inside ball, and had to be knocked down there, but he's again forward pass off the ruck, Carly.
Yep, they've got him, and this is good. This is good for Rebels to have been able to withstand that, because that was a nice little sweeper quarterback play that they were building there with Mets. So yeah, now they've just got to get themselves out of this end, and this is really industrious rucking from Rebels. They just need to straighten up a little bit. There's a little bit sideways movement. I'd love to see that first one a little bit straighter, and that would, you know, buy them a bit of time.
Yeah, they've managed to make it to the halfway line here as we go through, and they'll still get 1 or 2 plays up their sleeve here as they drive it down the field. They've recycled the ball off there, and we've got Mark Phelan, and he's, unfortunately there. And that is a boy I do know since the day he was born, Xander Thompson. So he'd be one of the men they're looking to in this game. He's got his brother playing, his mum's helping coach, so it's and dad's in the box as well. So it's a real family affair for the Thompsons this weekend.
Oh, that's awesome. Right then, that wasn't bad shape. They came on at the back end of that, and there was a passive shape out the back. So they obviously know what they're doing. It's just sort of like the execution probably just needs a little bit of, you know, tweaking with. But and this is the experience thing where it would come in here. The Mets are trying to muscle up and get out and make that touch well outside the 8. So Rebels really need to have to work hard, go forward, try and get themselves down on that 7 so they can have a go at a strike dump play where they want it.
Yeah, so we've got here number 6, Will Saracold. Looks like he's orchestrating things from the middle there.
Beautiful.
Oh, just couldn't hold on to it there. But again, it was looking promising, and I think here, Carly, they might draw a penalty, will they? Yeah, they will. So they're going to get a set and a few opportunities on the line, and you're right, they're doing a good job so far. If they could, you know, manage the first try here, they'd be happy with the start that they've had. And there we had Luke Taberti.
And that's a really good play. That's close. Yeah, so if they can claim that 7 metres, and more when they're getting over the ball and those quickies and be a little bit strong, because Mets are traditionally a very strong touch. You've seen Jaden Ashby come in there with the 2-hander, and it's just really important to use your body position and try and sort of get yourself, you know, clear in that sort of ruck contest on the 7. So just see him here. Come and see the 2-hander.
Yeah,
it's all coming in.
They're really strong in that touch, aren't they? As we see Thompson, they've tried a little old school wrap play, but again, you're right, Carly, the Mets defence is just up to it. They're up and in their face and not giving them any space or time.
So as a young player, for anyone watching home, it's sort of one of those things that if you can, you know, get on the inside shoulder or just you don't have to use brute force. It's about your footwork and your ability to twist your body so you can get to the side of a player in that ruck contest, and they'd find if they did that, they'd probably, you know, get their quickie play done a lot easier.
Here we are here as they come back on the line there. We've got Robert Catalano Jr., but they've managed to stop that raid there, and now they're getting the ball. So we're 7 minutes into this game. You look on the replay here, and it was a good touch there. I'm pretty sure that was Xander Thompson. And now they need, again, another good set of 6. But you can see here, Carly, Mets are pushing up in defence, and they're really trying to just to win that midfield.
Yeah, they are, and that's a nice latch. They've been in a bit of trouble in the first 3 touches, but I've been impressed with Rebels' ability to really sort of put something together on the back end, and that'll be a 6 to go, and that's fortuitous but very timely for them here, and it'll be really interesting to see what they can build. And this is the danger for Mets, Gab, that often when you don't know too many of the players in the opposition, you sort of, you know, could be taken by surprise by, you know, the capabilities of some players who you probably thought were a bit unheralded. So, you know, Mets need to be, you know, really vigilant about this on the line, because these guys, you know, can play, and they're...
And there you go, they've got him on the 7, and I was just about to give Phelan a rap for how he started the game, but there it just kind of went all wrong for him. So here we'll see Mets again driving up that field. They really are at another level in terms of their speed and getting up the field there. A nice dump as we work our way up towards, and they're still going to have a strike play here at the end. Just that ball movement's lovely to watch, Carly.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, and just an in and away.
Blackie, here we go.
And I think they've ruled the touch there, have they? Oh, no, they've quick awarding try there.
Yeah, nice work there from Blackwood, cashing in on all that great industrious work with the ruck from the start. The transition was slick.
And they just pulled out there that, look, they needed to kind of force their way up and make the touch, and you gave him too much time and space, and a player like that's just going to convert that every time.
Yeah, and it's easier said than done, isn't it, Gab? Like, because these guys have been on the ruck, they've tried to compete really hard in this ruck area, but the thing is that they're being beaten in the first 3 touches, so it's really tough playing catch up, and then if you end up rolling, as you're saying, it's just fatal against quality teams like that.
There they went for a little play, but they didn't quite execute properly. They couldn't get the ball away to a player in space. So, but again, enterprising play, and they're trying things, Carly.
They sure are.
As we work our way down the field, and it looks like now Mets are just coming into their processes. They're 8 or 9 minutes into the game. See those lovely pink Asics boots that we've seen a lot of in recent times. We've got a touch called there. And we thought Jeremy Belcher thought, and he does have a try there.
Yeah, and again, this is the thing. Often when you're playing against a side that is as slick as the Mets combination is, like they're just running through, their rucking pattern, like they're inch perfect on their dump on the sideline. When you're up against teams that are tactically very good like that, there are a few things that you'd be doing down in that sort of Rebels box, and it sounds pretty simple, but finishing the ball on your own sideline, making life a little bit difficult for Mets to get the ball where they want it. I know it's easier said than done, but if you've got to try and stop the bleeding a little bit, sometimes it's a little bit about, just slowing them down a little bit, playing it at the speed that we want, and sort of, so here, let's have a look and see what they do with this back end. If this ball finishes close to their box, it's going to be pretty easy for Mets to do exactly what they've done in the last 2 sets of 6 where they've come up with tries.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about, as we nearly ball down there, I think. I think he's going to rule a try there to Thomas Pritchard.
And aren't they excited about that? The fans in the stands are really happy to see that one for local Rebels, and it gives you a little bit of incentive, doesn't it, Gab, when you've been behind a little bit and you feel like, it could sort of get away from you a bit. They've hit back really nicely, and that's a great link goal.
Yeah, it sure was. And again, it was that Mark Phelan was the one to watch, and as I said, he's had a really good start to the game and managed to help his link play there, Thomas Pritchard, go for a try. And on the athlete scoreboard, Sydney Mets 2, Southern Rebels 1. They'll be happy with this start. 11 minutes in, scores 2-1. They really need to get a stop here, though, as a coach. I know. Oh, good touch there. Carly, what would you be telling those boys or those men that are went onto the field there to defend this set?
Yeah, it's just try and get out past the 8, because any time Mets have got a strike dump in that 7-metre area, they've sort of made them pay. So really important. So there they are. They're very good at that stuff. But I've been really impressed, with the way that the Rebels are competing really hard here. Their links in particular are stepping up, and they're giving their middles a little bit of insurance. I like the way they're stepping up and they're being a presence. Makes all the difference.
And he's made the touch there as well there.
Yeah, unfortunately it's down.
Yeah.
But Gab, they're in the right spot. Like, this is the thing, is that if they're a little bit off the pace and they're not quite there yet, at least they're in the right spot. So if you're a coach, you're like, okay, we stuck to our policy. You were where you should have been, but athletically, you were just not good enough to get there.
Yep.
So if the link wasn't in the picture at all, then you'd be really worried.
Yep. And I think that was Nick Good there that scored for Sydney Mets, taking this athlete scoreboard out to 3-1. And yeah, they were just that step behind. They were in the right position, but just couldn't quite get there with the speed of play. But they're having a few opportunities down on the line there, as we see Will Saracold again probing, looking for a gap, and now we've got here Luke Taberti. But again, as a coach, they didn't score, but they've given away a penalty now, which kind of undoes some of the good work that they had done. But they had finished on the sideline on the 7, so that would have been a good end to the set.
And then those barring first the penalty, would have been good in trying to sort of limit their field position. But Mets are staying direct here, so, you know, that's an obvious ploy too. Like, there's no need to sub. They got the penalty. They would piggyback. Everyone was comfortable, so they're staying, and it was more a direct set there from Mets. So that's a bit of a pointer towards their tactics when they get in those situations.
Yeah, and then you've got Catalano Jr. who just dropped the ball there, but it was auguring well there for the Mets, and they'll draw a penalty here, Rebels. They're a bit too hard in the touch,
yeah,
so they'll get a chance here, Carly, to work their way up the field.
And Gab, that's another area that we've talked about. Referees came into this tournament with a clear edict around, you know, giving the greatest advantage in those first couple of touches, and if there's not, they're going to penalise them, you know, for trying to spoil, you know, the flow in the first couple of touches, and they've been super consistent with that today. So a big rap to the referees in terms of the application, you know, of that rule.
And here we see Thompson. He's claiming he didn't get touched, but he was adamant there. Robert Catalano Jr., he made the touch, and again it was Thompson and Phelan for Rebels that, he might give away a penalty here.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah, he's going to call him out. He's apologising now, but he kind of leant in. It looks like, I'm not sure if they show it on replay, but leant in with his knees potentially. So he may be trying to slow the play down a little bit. Yeah, he's just got caught up. He's actually given him time, has he? So that's unfortunate there for Phelan, because he has had a good half, but this could potentially be costly. Because explain to the viewers, Carly, how long we'll be off for here at the end of the field.
Yeah, he'll be down there for 4 sets, so it's quite a long time.
Yep.
You know, to attack 2 defence. It's fairly difficult to sort of, you know, defend 6 on 5, and you see lots of coaches will practice these scenarios at training in the sort of lead into events, so that, you know, you can score 6 on 5 or you can defend with 6 on 5. So they're the types of, you know, situations that you don't want to have happen, but you should plan for.
Yeah, and knowing you, Carly, you would plan for every situation that's forever possible in the game of touch. Am I correct? There's like a little wry smile here from Carly. Well, as I said, one of the most prepared coaches, and every situation that could arise, Carly will have practiced at training, which is, you know, the sign of a great coach. As we head into halftime, we've got about a minute left on the clock. And as you said, the Rebels have done a good job there. They didn't score their first set of 6 with only 5 players, and let's hope they can get a good set down here and see how much time's remaining in this half. Goes through, you don't want to give away an intercept, and there I think that was Dylan Bissett there. It was tempting to take the pass, but he let it drop to give his chance a full set of 6.
Yep. Now that's taken them a little bit. They've managed to go across the field in 2, but see, it slowed them down a little bit, and this field position, you know, they can almost manage this. If their link could make that touch on the latch, they would probably be more comfortable to be a little bit more man-on, but they're still doing well here.
Yeah, and there's holes everywhere, but he's done, great back in, and I think that might be Cameron Chloe, is it, that scored the try? We've ruled a forward pass, so no tries, the who to go, so Southern Rebels have survived that, bit of an onslaught at the back end of that first half, and I'm assuming they'll just be happy to make the touch.
Chip and chase.
It looked like it for a little while, and as we go to the break in a minute, we see the athlete scoreboard. Sydney Mets 3, leading the Southern Rebels 1. We'll be back in a minute.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
Welcome back to the second half of the Championships presented by Inferno. And we've got a good game on our hands here in the Men's Open Division. As I said, the local derby between the Sydney Mets and the Southern Rebels, a score of 3-1 in favour of the Sydney Mets at this side. And Carly Banks is coach of the Southern Rebels. If you were down in their box, what do you think their coach, Matthew Truman, would have been saying to his players?
Yeah, I think he would have been quite happy with the way that they competed. I think we were 12 minutes in before there was a score, and then I think that, if he can sort of get them to, finish the ball over their own sideline, just slow down this juggernaut that is Mets when they get a hole on in that midfield, they'll probably give themselves a much better chance to compete in this half. But I think he'd be quite happy with the way that they're competing.
And just then, even the link there, who's the try scorer for the Rebels in the first half, Tom Pritchard, he came in and closed the space. There was no opportunity there for the Mets to go wide, and he's nice and tall, so they've got a penalty here. They're back to their full complement now, the Rebels, after having a player sent to the end of the field with a couple of minutes remaining. So they've got 6 on 6 here. And he's called the touch there by Xander Thompson. And again, we've got Thompson and Phelan in the middle there for the Rebels, and they'll be heading up. And as you said, they'll be looking, and you can see there Carly trying to get out beyond that 7 and to the 8 and even 9 as he's called another touch there. Good touch, Xander.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Xander and the number 7. I think Mark Phelan's going extremely well. They're trying to push out, they're trying to play up tempo as middles and stuff. Just that
might be forward pass there. It was nice play. We've seen that on a couple of occasions. But there it was Catalano Jr. off to his winger and then back in and Cameron Chloe, but it was a forward pass there. And I think well called by the refs.
Yeah, and you can put that down to the bravery of those two middles. They really tried to get out past the 8, and they tried to sort of not allow, Mets to have that strike dump, and I thought that was really, really brave defence. So that's a real confidence booster for Rebels being able to, take care of that attacking foray from Mets.
Yeah, and they've done a fairly good job of rucking the ball up the field, so they've got to probably halfway, about 15 metres out from the Mets line, and they're here. They look like they're trying to unsettle the Mets getting to their box, and they're doing a good job. You can see here on touch 3 or 4, and they're still getting their players on the field here, the Mets. So this has been clearly a defensive focus from the coach from half-time, I would say.
And that's a very good recipe for Rebels. And no need to come in. That's great.
I thought there was a touch called there. No, they're calling all clear.
Yeah. Nice little switch play there at the end. Jaden Ashby making something out of nothing. He has a habit of doing that. He's a very talented player. Was lucky enough to coach him in the New South Wales Mixed a couple of years ago, and he's a very talented player who is creative. This nice little switch.
Yeah, we'll see on the replay. There wasn't too much going on. It looked like a try to Luke Maroon there. So it takes the score, the athlete scoreboard, out to 4-1. As we see here, we've got Phelan back on and Thompson and the number 10 in Luke Taberti. So we'll see what play looks like. They're going to run a little sweeper play down here. And it was a great touch there. Shut down any opportunity. That was Blackwood, was it, in defence?
You can tell those three, they're really trying to scheme. They would have lots of backyard plays between them. You can see that they're so passionate about playing, the three Rebels boys there. And here again, they've got a penalty. Let's see what they can do with this repeat set. I love their energy, the three of them.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, and they are asking questions. We see Phelan again.
Now.
Yes, that's 2 penalties, and again, if we see another penalty drawn here, or if Mets give away another penalty, there'll be one go to the sideline for the set of 6, which will create some more space and opportunities for the Southern Rebels. So let's see how, and again, a good touch there. Oh no, and it's forward off the ruck, so unfortunately there. It was Dylan Bissett who made that touch, but it was forward off the ruck anyway, so to no avail, and that's unfortunate for the Rebels because they had a few good things brewing there with 2 penalties against the Mets. So as we see here again, they're coming just down the field. That's Cameron Chloe there.
See, and that's touch 4 now. They really just need to stay up and keep their line, have a straight line and really, impose themselves. And that's a really good set. They've got one more to make here, and that would be a very, very good end of the set. That's great.
Yep.
That's a perfect defensive set. You can't do much better than that. So Rebels should take a lot of heart there. And now it's important to now ram home that advantage by, really having a really good solid set of 6. Doesn't matter if they don't score, Gab, as long as they leave the ball down the other end.
Yeah, it's about completions and field position sometimes, isn't it? Getting the little wins in a game of touch, or it can be like a game of chess where you're just kind of going for little wins each round. And now we've seen, and there we are, there's a try. And that's Will Sericold, and he's had a good game as well. And you caught it perfectly, Carly, and you'll be able to run us through this on the replay in a moment. But they defended well, and from that defence came into a good set. And now it's Athletes scoreboard 4-2 as we watch the replay here.
Yeah, they did really well. Like, they end up seeing great footwork, and he managed to get through. But the work had been done early in the set, as you said, Gab. They had a great defensive set, a really good transition. The latch play was the key one because they managed to get that middle, and they kept flowing and kept running, and that's the recipe. So hopefully they stay on that and see that it doesn't have to look all flashy and pretty. It just has to be super effective, and that's exactly what they were then.
Yeah, as we see Nick Good there from acting half, and we've got a good touch there by Oliver Perez for the Rebels. And Nick Good will be looking to see what he can orchestrate with Robert Catalano Jr. as well. And he's through. I wondered what happened there. It was a little flick play back in, but Rebels are going to be given the ball. No, 6 more there.
And that was a nice little play with Catalano and Luke Moffat there. They were just looking for that little follow trail ball back on the inside, and that would have been nice if it had come off. But nice creative play there by the 2 middles.
Yeah, you take a knockdown over a try, but it now gives another set, and this is just going to be nice play. And a try there to Dylan Bissett in the corner.
Yeah, and again, that man, Nick Good, he's been, carving teams to pieces for years. He is so smart. He just calmly controlled that set of 6 on the repeat and just knew exactly what he was doing, saw where the spacings were and where the sort of gaps were, and he just, moved the pieces around the chessboard, Gab, and, now that takes him out to a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, so you did see there, and it was all Nick Good, and again, that experience, you just can't buy it sometimes, and he's been doing that for years, as you said, Carly, and continues to make a difference at the top level. As we see Rebels back here with the ball, and they still have a few plays up their sleeve, and again, their main orchestrator is Mark Phelan. He's on there, and he's going to take the ball here. Looks like they're going to run a little rooster. He's going to go the cut-out pass. Oh! He nearly ran a sneaky little play on the wing there, wasn't
nice
it?
Little line.
Alex Flanagan.
He's done well there.
Yeah. Nearly tricked them all, but he managed to hold on to the ball, and they've still got one more play. But finish it in that corner. And then here they come up the field again, Matt. So here we see a little replay. He did really well, and
Yep, and there's the penalty on the first 2, so consistent with what the referees are looking for. So they don't want to blow these penalties late in the count. They're trying to stay ahead of the game.
Yep.
So, that's really good, and it is giving teams bang for their buck, if they're over the ball fast and they're, getting that sort of early ascendancy in the count.
Yeah. So now we've got about 3 touches left to play here, and they're again trying to draw the Rebels out and engage a couple of players, which he nearly had there. Coming back across. Good defence though.
And that's a great call from the referee. He was all over that.
Yeah, and that was Luke Marr there. And I've worked with Luke down in the school system, and he's giving back to the game, and he goes out to the gala days and helps out in the school system. So it's great to see these young men giving back to this great game we all love.
Absolutely.
Nice little out ball there. He's got him on the ropes, dropped it back in. We might get and unfortunately just given away a penalty at the last minute. And it was forward. It could have potentially even been late. So unfortunate there for the Southern Rebels from Cameron Moss. And now here we see Sydney Mets. They're going to take it to their box by the looks of it, Carly.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit like clockwork. But this is good. Like, the second half control from Rebels in this ruck area has been so much better, and it'll be a real sort of encouragement to the Rebels combination to know that if they can start all their games, like the way they've addressed things since half time, things are going to be a lot better, and they're really frustrating Mets.
Yeah, great defence there. So you saw Catalano Jr. working with his partner there, but they came up and in, and close the gaps. So you saw there for Moffat, and yeah, good frustration I think would be the correct word there, Carly. So, and now watch this back, Rebels, and they'll learn from it and they'll grow from it. And it looks like they're now getting used to the speed of the game as well. Yeah. Oh, great hands there.
Yeah, fantastic.
Oliver Kraz. And he's feeling down, and Thompson's going to be...
Just kick around a bit more. Is that right?
And off he goes, and he might call play... Oh,
very unfortunate there. Yeah, because I wonder about the 7 there too. But I'd like to see... These, like your Rebels guys, have got some foot speed and a bit of agility. I'd like to see them kick around and maybe try to implicate 2 middles before that strike dump touch. They're sort of going to the middle that they're being offered, but there's a little bit of space and an extra pass, and it would be interesting to see how Mets reacted to that with both middles out of play on the strike dump.
Yeah, as we come down here and they're coming up towards the line, and this is going to be hard to stop. And it's a ball, I think that's pretty much ball down.
Yeah, and again, Ashby. Like featuring sort of prominently there and doing a good job, and he's developed quite a good combination there with Jeremy Belcher. So those two have really sort of got their act together. So you can see how the combinations are starting to form. Now we're into game 2, game 3 of the men's open comp. So we're starting to see people finding their sort of rhythm. The first games this morning in all the divisions, obviously, Gab, were a little bit clunky and people sort of finding their way. But it's been a really promising day one, and can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, and the fatigue factor's probably setting in a little bit for the Rebels at this, probably increased speed some of them may be used to to keep that up for the whole game. So, and those combinations that you spoke about with Mets that we've seen on show for year after year. So this has been a good game, and Rebels will take a lot out of this game, I think, heading into their matches either later today or tomorrow.
Yeah, and this is really good for obviously speaking now as the sort of New South Wales men's open coach. It's like if we've got all of our sort of regions being strong and sort of pushing through and developing young players, it just augurs well for the sort of future of the game and the talent pool underneath.
Yeah, so we saw an error there from Mets coming off their line, so that's given Southern Rebels, and there's nearly a little sneaky play. They've called the touch first before... he is trying some little sneaky plays there, Alex Flanagan. He'll be one to watch. Hopefully one of these little trick plays pays off for him some stage over the weekend. So they've got a few touches here. We've got number 15, Alexander Cassidy, working with Thompson there, and there's a bit of space, but... well shut down by experienced campaigner there.
Penalty. So I'd really like to see these guys really want to own that 7. They probably have to be a little bit stronger in these exchanges. Like we pointed out in the first half, Gab, Mets come in quite strongly with the 2 hands on this, so I'd really like to see they're a bit farther out in there, and they're letting them have that. Go to the 7 and demand it. So get up. That's it.
That's a bit better.
Yep. And now they're off. Wow.
And he's called the touch there, but it was enterprising there by Luke Taberti.
Yeah, he's asked the question too. Good boy.
He was thinking what we were thinking there. So keep going at him, Luke. So, that could have nearly been forward off the ruck, but it's play on, and he might have copped accidental, I'd say. But
sure.
He's struggling to see there by the looks of it. We've got a long ball there, but that's going to be covered up on the wing. So that's probably not the spot you want to finish it, is it?
No, particularly because it's just a pretty easy thoroughfare now for them down here, and they'll roll these subs on quite well. And what a good effort there in that touch. That was really, really good. And again, we talked about the fatigue errors. There's probably a little bit of that creeping in late now for sort of Mets as well, but. It's been a pretty entertaining game, and I think Scott Buckley would be, quite happy. They haven't used up too much energy and too much.
I was going to ask you that, Carly, actually. As a coach, there's a few minutes left of the game. They've got the game under wraps at 6-2 with a couple of minutes to go. Do you still keep your foot on the pedal knowing you've got a 3-day tournament? There's some nice phase play here. Oh, and unfortunately the last pass didn't stick. But, do you want your players to just... go through the processes at a lower speed, or do you want to keep your foot on the pedal for the entire 32 minutes?
Yeah, you hit it on the head, Gab. Definitely want to sort of take your foot off where you can and try and save, because particularly at the elite level, of the sport, you can't play flat chat like that the whole time, and it's very debilitating sometimes in terms you sort of use up too much petrol, and so it's a little bit of conserving, and it's sort of often it's a fine line, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's very important to try and sort of conserve where you can, but still don't lower the bar in terms of what your processes are. and sort of just make sure if you have to slow it down a little bit, but just make sure you're still getting all the technicalities of your game in there. Everything's in good check then.
And we saw there, the Mets, there is that nice little combination between Ashby and Belcher going on. It didn't work there, the pass back was forward, but that combination, or pod as we call it, in our game will certainly be one to watch in the coming days. But they are working really well together. And as we said, they had the bye this morning, so they're now working into first game, see how they're going, get their combinations correct as they move into days 2 and 3.
Yeah, definitely. And the Men's Open have got another round tonight at 7:20, I think, Gab. So that'll be quite interesting to see, how the teams sort of, come up there. It's often really hard preparation-wise, as these guys will just watch the game unfold here.
There's a touch made there. It's hard to see. There's like a plethora of players around there, but it was...
Yeah, he's saying got him on the foot.
Yeah, Simbolan went through and they did that man-on or netball defence that we talk about when somebody goes through and just try and back him into a corner.
Yeah, they ran that little cut line out the back and they were just sort of getting there, and there was a little...
touch made?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Really good.
Oh, and that's hard as a winger. You're trying to be in, you're trying to be out, and then you get a step back inside, and not much he could do there, Flanagan, but another try there to Dylan Bissett.
Yeah, it's nice piece of play there, nice opportunistic stuff, nice little set play, ignored the sweeper, came back to the open side. Those two middles are probably a little bit tight together, and that's sort of what created that, but yeah. They keep trooping on here, and I love the enthusiasm that sort of Rebels are playing.
And he's made his way through there, but they've drawn a penalty, and we're nearly at the end of this game as we hear the hooter blow in the background with they'll be looking, that's feeling with the ball, and he has been in everything for Southern Rebels. So the local derby on the Athletes scoreboard goes to the Sydney Mets over the Southern Rebels 7-2. But Carly, a lot to take out of that match from the Rebels?
Yeah, 100%. It's a real opportunity to learn, Gab, and they'll get better from this game, and there'll be plenty of things that they thought, well, for a 5 or 10 minute period we're competing, so we need to just make sure that we're consistent in those things. But Mets would be encouraged by the start to their tournament as well, and they'll be there when all the chocolates are on the line.
We all love chocolates, Carly. I know I do, but yeah, we'll be back soon for the next match of the championships presented by Inferno.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Get down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome back to the championships here at Coffs Harbour, brought to you by Inferno. Jack Rogers here in the commentary box with Carly Banks once again to help take you through the action. It's the Hunter Western Hornets playing against Japan Touch in the men's open division. And Carly, this should be a fast-paced encounter, and you know all about it.
Yeah, it should be really, really good. This Japanese team, very agile on their feet, very good on the 7. So the Hornets boys will have to keep their wits about them down here.
We saw earlier the women's Japan team are going toe-to-toe with the Northern Renegades, of course, in the women's division, and they were really good around that 7-metre mark, so they really pride themselves, Japan Touch Association, on these things. Hornets, though, are always injecting fresh pace into the game, and while their lineup is slightly less than before, it looks like they're going to have an early play at the line here. Let's see what they can do in the left corner. That's going to be ball down straight away. I was about to mention, which we'll talk about later, 2 players short in this fixture. But first on the athlete leaderboard, Carly.
Yeah, really nice put down there from Huey Doherty. A little passive play out the back. Dylan Thompson trademark try, and the Hornets are away to a cracking start, 1-0.
Now, obviously, Carly, this is a team full of big names, this Hornets lineup. Runners-up last year in the competition, of course, and came agonisingly close, of course. Holding up their line here, who's going to be in charge of defence? We'll talk about that in a moment as the touch is made, but who are some of the leadership figures out there for this Hornets side? Oh, yeah.
So, obviously, Dylan Thompson, the captain of this side, along with Australian Men's Open player Jack Edwards. The two of them, have been the mainstays of this side. Daniel Langbridge, New South Wales and Australian Emus mixed open representative. They're the sort of leaders in this team, and they sort of really set the tone for the rest of this team. So, we've got great experience out there, and Chris Lennon, he's electric, like in terms of talent. He's definitely the next big thing, and as we say, he gets through and he puts one down for us. For Hornets.
Just a little Freudian slip there, perhaps, Carly. But, diving for the line, the Hornets there, in again. Just when you run at the line with pace like this and just get down nice and quick, unstoppable there. The Hornets, 2 on the board. Yeah, no, it's a good start, and Coach Lindsay Brain would be happy with that start from the boys. They were a bit clunky in game 1, speaking to him and assistant coach Tom Dafter, and so they really wanted the boys to start this game a little bit better, and so they started off really well. So I'm sure the coaching box will be pleased knowing. Well, Japan on the 7 have earned themselves a penalty. The defence not moving forwards. And Takehiro Hori with the ball in hands. He'll be working with Oshima. Hori will receive the ball here. They're going to sort of play it safe for a touch. Set the scene. Looking for that out ball to the number 14, Hamada. They instead goes himself. Can't quite get through Hori for Japan here. Yeah, nice saver defence there from Blake Potts. Sat in behind, let Matt Atkins come out on the lead, and did a really, really good job to just back him up there. Both teams with a great start this morning. Wins in round 1. Hornets, of course, 11-5 over the Saints. As Japan come for the line here, that's a ripping ball. Maybe a little too much oomph on the back of it. But, going to be called forward, or touch pass there, rather. So Hornets back in possession. Yeah, asking a few questions there, the Japanese combination, but Hornets are moving the ball towards their box and just, rolling their subs on, very well-heeled rucking scheme from the Hornets team, and that's a great drive from Daniel Langbridge giving Thompson. And just again, too much space in that 7 metre. They never slow up, this Hornets team, and if you want to see good direct touch footy, this is where to come. And of course, the 2 names that were involved there, really, Langbridge, Thompson. Yeah, fantastic play from those two, as you'd expect. But young William Eagleton's one of the most exciting young players in the game, and he was just on the end of that, happy to score the try. And that's the thing. It's just about sort of sharing the workload around. Like the real class acts, in this men's open competition, they're good at being balanced and being able to share the workload. And I think that's what the CQ Bulls and probably Hornets do a little bit better than some of the other teams. The balance and the way that they share the workload. And it'll all get very interesting at the pointy end of the competition. Of course, the Hornets expected to be there. Ooh, a forward pass will get picked up by the match referees, and well picked up too. And yeah, after an agonising defeat in the grand finals last year, it must be said, an extraordinary tournament for the Hornets. So absolutely nothing to be disappointed over. But I'm sure as hungry competitors, they'll be back for more. And Carly, I'm sure you've heard on the grapevine at the very least that they'll be keen to go one step further this year. Nice ball and great shutting defence from Japan there, the winger.
Absolutely.
It's the number 8, Suyesu, who played in the Pacific tests as well at the back end of 2023.
So what we're seeing is the Japanese side is very much mirroring the Hornets' rucking pattern there, and their first 3 were very good in terms of their get out and stuff, and their latch was there. Just the back end probably is where they're sort of lacking and stuff, but they're doing a good job, and this is a really quick transition again from the Hornets, and they're just again rolling down the field, getting to their latch quite easily, and just the variation at the moment is good. The flow's there. They're not overexerting themselves, but they're keeping the ball alive and recycling, which is very much a Hornets trait.
Potts at the start of that set, and it looks like another diving try. Connor Edwards on the end of it this time. He was working there with Josh Moffat as well. And, it was just what you just mentioned there, sort of recycling the ball, actually. Blake Potts through the centre of the park. Quite different to the Blake Potts that we saw in the New South Wales Origin team. Very, very direct. I can recall him sort of just making those sort of straight line banging runs every time. I believe he was playing mixed, actually.
Yeah.
But here, recycling the ball, keeping things creative.
Yeah, and a nice little left to right pass from Jack Edwards. He'd like me to mention that, I'm sure, because he doesn't get much of a go there. So Jack would be pretty happy with his ball playing ability there, and his younger brother Connor would be happy to, to score off the back of big brother. So well done.
Battered down there by Edwards again. So heavily involved at this point in the match, and Oshima with the ball now. He'll be working with Hori, who has been part of that key attacking pod for Japan so far. Can't quite work his way through on this occasion. It's not on the scoreboard yet, Japan touch, and that's mostly due to the lively defensive efforts of the Hornets. But as Japan always do, they will try their best to claw back into this effort. And one of the notable things about every Japan outfit that sets foot on Australian soil, they're always full of energy till the final whistle, and here they go. Oh, the cutout to the winger might have been the option there, but they're still probing. They're asking a lot of good questions.
Yeah, I'm liking how patient they are. They're demanding the 7. They're really asking some really, really good questions of sort of Hornets, and they shouldn't be disgruntled because the plays that they are running are quality plays. It's just the defence is the equal at the moment, Jack.
Hornets up the field, and very quickly to 2 touches, and they're already 7 metres past the halfway line as they play the ball 10 metres out from the line. Langbridge will look to drop the ball down or recycle. Thompson, he's working with again.
And Floyd Ty, look out for the left to right.
And here we go. Little rooster around and straight out left to right, Carly, as you called it. Connor Edwards on the end of yet another try. 5 for the Hornets. And Japan aren't even doing all that much wrong in the middle of the park. It's just at either end.
It's the flow. It's the flow that's doing Japan in, and it's not their fault. They're trying their best, but they're just establishing. Hornets are just establishing ascendancy, at the transition and doing a good job. But shout out there to Floyd Ty. He's come into this team late. Zach's son had to withdraw from the team because of work, and Floyd Ty is a very talented player. He played in the Indigenous All Stars team last year, and it's good to see him, getting an opportunity in his men's open debut. So yeah, fantastic from Floyd. And a great left to right.
Good on you, Floyd Ty, and it is your debut, but we expect to see you many more times. Japan, crack at the line there, and it's all clear. First try on the board. Ryoma Kazumi for Japan gets the ball just through the middle link hole there.
Yeah, Floyd got out to make that touch, and they got a little bit muddled in there. Dan Langbridge just stuck in there, and great play from Japan to seize on that opportunity, and that's a well-deserved try there for Japan, because I feel like they've been very patient down on the scoreline and they've been probing away, so that's a well-deserved try.
5-1 on the athlete scoreboard. Hornets in control. Japan always fighting. See what they can cook up here, picking up from dummy half. Edwards works his way out to Lennon and almost gets through, if not for a good touch. Daichi Yago, another Pacific Test player there for Japan. A lot of experience in this outfit. Touch is made. That's 6, so Japan playing the ball in the 7 and good shooting defence, putting pressure, but Japan cope with it adequately. They're not going to get a roll on from that, unfortunately, but Tetsuki made some extra metres.
Yeah, nice work from young Riley Jones there. He's just an energiser bunny, that young man. He's got full of energy, and he's starred for the Indigenous All-Stars a couple of weeks ago up in Townsville, making his debut there, and he is one young player to keep an eye on.
Hornets back in possession now, off their own line, looking really comfortable in their structures and dangerous on the tail end. Not afraid to throw that extra ball too. See what they can do here. You can see Potts working his way out to the right-hand side. That's been their favoured side. But as I say that, back to the left. Have they got space this time? They can score absolutely anywhere. And I believe Hugh Doherty on the back end, the tail end of that set.
Yeah, fantastic work there. Good finish there, but Matty Atkins featuring prominently. He and Blake Potts are a combination. They've been in this Hornets men's open team for the last 5 years, honing a great combination together. But I want to give Josh Moffat, the number 7, fantastic strike dump. He kicked between a couple of players, and he gave that opportunity for Matty Atkins to rifle that precision right to left long ball that he possesses.
Well, 6-1 now on the scoreboard, and outstanding try. It's just when you can throw long both ways like that in a team like this, the quality of finishes on this Hornets team, you're going to be able to convert most opportunities. So they seems to be an issue in the ruck here, maybe perhaps 7 on, or a touch pass even. So here Japan will get the ball right on halfway, and this is an interesting opportunity. They're going to get the full set here to show that patience, Carly, that they've shown all game, and see if they can jag another try.
Yeah, definitely. We'd like to see him throw a few more sweeping plays and sort of stuff in there, a few more little variations, maybe against the grain a little bit, just to keep the Hornets defence thinking.
Ticking over here, just under 4 minutes left in this first half. Daichi Yago plays the long ball out, and they're going to go in here for a try. It's a nice one too. It's Suyesu who gets the second try for Japan touch. And yeah, that flank, they're just creating some opportunities there.
Yeah, they're a little bit too far in, and they'll be disappointed with that one, Hornets. But it's a great piece of patient play again from Japan, and thoroughly deserve that try.
Hornets being very compressed in attack. Wingers still hugging the paint, but here they go, spreading out a little bit more now. Fishing back to the inside, Moffat. He's going to pick up from half. Where will he go? Back on the right. Squeezing through. The touch has been made. A bit of honesty policy there. Tetsuki makes an all-important touch. Throws the dummy, and the Hornets, well,
that's classy.
Yeah, all class there, and it's the number 7, Josh Moffat, who throws the dummy and then eventually throws the ball through to Chris Lennon, who's on the scoreboard now.
Yeah, that's a little Central Coast Dolphins combination there. Those two boys have played a lot of footy together, and fantastic piece of play from Josh Moffat, silky hands, and Chris Lennon, what that young man can't do is probably more the point. That was a great piece of play, and they've been in stellar form since winning the State Cup. Unfortunately beating my Doyleson boys, but that's okay. That's another story. But they've been in great form, and you can see how well they're playing at the moment. So it's a really nice little combination.
Well, Japan back on the attack, and as always, when they're attacking, they attack with this sort of confidence and poise. You feel that they're actually ahead on the scoreboard when they're attacking. They're not in this case, but it's the right kind of attitude to take to the line. So they will earn a penalty here. Players need to be moving forward in defence.
Yeah, they need to move forward at the speed that the referee individually has set for them, so every referee may have a different interpretation of that, so that's where some players get a little bit caught out. And that's a try, and that's a fantastic call. That's absolutely spot on, and that's excellent refereeing.
Takahiro Hori with a third try for Japan Touch. So coming back in with a bit of a sniff here. The Hornets have not had the best momentum, but feet never quite made it to the line there.
Yeah, Luke Kane struggling to get out of that touch and get onside, and then Lennon wasn't sure whether he should be jumping up and sort of helping his middle out, but that's definitely on Kano to get out of that touch and get where he needs to get to. So just a little bit of an air swing from Leno was what he was a little bit disappointed with, but Hornets shouldn't be too concerned at this point. They'll come in, they've got 30 seconds to go, so a little bit of patient play. The old firm of Potts and Matty Atkins working together with Jack Edwards, and they'll wait patiently to get their shot here. They've got about 20 seconds, so and they've got 40 sort of stationed out here.
Atkins and
nice
Potts.
little play, and this is a good process.
Not risking any sort of intercepts, runaways, holding the ball, going for safe options. Looks like they'll use a little sweeper play here, or back on the inside, and they know there's not enough time, so it's professionally complete there by the Hornets. Our first half, 6-3 in favour of the Hunter Western Hornets over Japan Touch. It's been a high-octane first half, and we fully expect that they'll come out with a lot of intensity. Carly, what are you thinking for the second half?
Yeah, I'm thinking Lindsay Brown will be over there in the Hornets box, not too happy with a couple of those tries. Just get the boys to sort of tighten that up. Happy with their transitions, and they'll keep working. I think Japan will be pretty happy with the quality of line attack that they've put up, and just maybe if they can be a little bit stronger in the first 3 touches.
Well, we'll be back very shortly, live on KO, Sky Sports Next for the championships.
When it comes to the perfect break, there's booking a holiday, then there's all.com. Over 5,000 of the world's favourite hotels, curated dining, wellness and entertainment experiences, all while enjoying exclusive rewards. Find the best hotels in the best destinations at the best price, guaranteed. You find the time, we'll find everything else. That's all.com.
Well, we're back here at Coffs Harbour for the championships brought to you by Inferno. Just tapped off here the Hunter Western Hornets in the men's open division. They're leading 6-3 against Japan Touch. We've got plenty of fans down here at the stadium. Of course, Victoria Storm players who are very keen to show us that they are keen. And straight away there, we've had a surprising try. Set play there off the tap-off.
Yeah, some really nice phase play there from the Hornets, and great work from Chris Lennon, left to right, just straight out. And Hugh Doherty, I reckon he's an early favourite for the leading try scorer.
Yeah, Bristol Paint's try-scoring leaderboard, and Hugh certainly be in the mix there. Got to assume that Connor Edwards might be one of his biggest competitors as well. The wingers, of course, they'll go to town.
And a shout-out to young Jesse Jenkins, who injured his knee this morning, and all good thoughts go to Jess.
So the Hornets off their own line. They'll be racing away, much like they did, just using that momentum to lay a platform like the first half. And look at the pace there, almost working their way through the line. But Japan's number 9, Takahiro Hori, who had a lot of parts to play in the first half, he's back at it again. Hornets, can they find the space? No, 6 touches, but they've worked their way up the entirety of the field.
Yeah, they won't be too disappointed with the end to that set. They scored a try in their first set, and then set completion, and it's just about being patient now and making sure that they really man up and stand up defensively, because this Japanese team is just full of enthusiasm, and they just keep running, as you can see, and it's a really nice play.
Well, Japan with the ball in hands now. That'll be a touch pass picked up deftly by the referees, and a tap off the 7th now. And it's just interesting to see the ruck battle that's going on out there too. Just Hornets well-drilled, principled touch. They're getting down early. They're getting around the side of the defender, and they're just working hard for every centimetre. And off the back of that, they earn a penalty. Blake Potts.
Yeah, and that's doing it really well. You see how each of the pods are so well balanced, and they come on with equal intensity. No one thinks that they're any better than anyone else. Everybody works for each other, and that's the consistency that we've grown to, associate with Hornets, and they've got another one.
Another try on the board, and that's 8 now for the Hornets. Gee, they start their halves strong, and I'm sure that's the message coming from Lindsay Brain. Yep. Just making sure they start with that intensity. And Japan, well, they'll be there for it. They're always there for the arm wrestle. Let's see what they can do here. So some key names out there now for Japan. Of course, Oshima working as well with Hamada. A little bit of a bobble in the ruck, deemed not to be a Hornet's foot in there. So they'll get the ball back. Potts almost gone through himself. But be happy to pick up those extra metres as they bring fresh legs on now, the Hornets. Here they go. What can they do? Heading in towards the 7-metre mark. Langbridge picking up from half as well. Lennon is involved. And the call is touch pass. So Japan survive yet another set.
Yeah. I'm looking over in that Hornets sub-box, and I can see Liam Squires, the other winger for the Hunter Western Hornets, who had his tooth knocked out this morning in that same game that Jesse was injured in. So they've been in the wars, the Hornets wingers, so it's nice to see him back at the fields and stuff, and hopefully he'll be a good chance of playing tomorrow.
Well, long ball there for Japan, and yes, it'll be interesting. It is merely the start of the Hornets campaign for this year. Same must be said for Japan. They'll be favouring themselves, especially with a few upset results in their division so far. We did see the South Queensland Sharks go down as Sydney Scorpions earlier this morning, which is, technically an upset result. So those semi-final spots are going to be hard to come by. Yeah, here we go, though. The Hornets, they find some space on the right edge, and it's Josh Moffat. He's been working hard all game, and he deserves a try to his name now, but really that is a team try of epic proportions. Yeah,
some great work there from Riley Jones, but Dylan Thompson's the architect. He's the brains, of the operation, and he just, moves his team around the park effortlessly. Very unselfish, works for other players, and he, created that opportunity well and truly for his Hornets team.
Japan now 9-3. 6-point deficit. Driving in hard on that 7-metre mark, and nice right to left ball, but it's going to be picked up by Connor Edwards. And unfortunately, he won't be so happy with his central defenders there, because he wanted to make that highlight reel. He wanted the chase.
Yeah, and he's done that before. We've seen him do that in Origin, famously back in 2021 when he raced away in the opening game of the New South Wales win over Queensland in the Origin. So yeah, he's very, very good at those intercepts. So an elite basketball player as well. He and his brother Jack.
Well, there you go. Expect him to pick up any loose ball with those basketball. He's on the rebound pretty much. So not bad from him. It's unfortunately running the full field in touch football does not give you 3 points. Just one. Here comes Japan, though, on the sweep. And unfortunately, they couldn't quite connect on that play. It's a touch pass. Hornets will work their way towards the box now. Let's see what they can concoct here. Let's look for which of those players come on. And, of course, Thompson, as you called him, aptly before the architect of this operation. Potts charging through the centre of the park, and that left to right ball does go to ground.
Yeah, it's a shame. It was some nice exit set from the Hornets. They came on, they ran the fly, got the ball down, a nice strike dump, and just the execution was off a little bit for them there. But yeah, they'd be encouraged by that, still leaving the ball down the other end of the field, and now it's just like making sure that they do the work in the midfield, because this is the thing about a team like Japan. If you clock off on them on touch 1 and touch 2, that strike dump is down on the 7 where they'd like to be. But Hornets are very resilient and resolute in that midfield, and it won't allow them to win those first couple of touches, and that's the difference.
It's fascinating to see approximately halfway through this half now, and Japan yet to strike on the leaderboard on the south end of the ground here. So something to be said about that. The Hornets have tightened up, and it's in that middle part of the park, Carly, as you said.
Boys try a little trick play there. That's a Josh Moffat special there, but yeah.
They might have done their homework, Japan, on this occasion.
Good. Nice little late switch there.
Almost through Will Eagleton. And yeah, every time he gets his hands on the ball, he's always working his way through the right holes as well. He's just...
Yeah, he's a very
got to keep an eye on him.
Very intelligent, very mature player for his age, Will Eagleton. He just always seems to come up with the right plays, and does all the little work for his team every time.
Well, here we go. Good show of pace from Shuta Hagino. But, yeah, he's caught there. Worth running through from half at the tail end of the set there, of course. Let's see. They're kicking up 1-2 defence by Japan. And... yeah, aggressive defence too, which is good to see. Just holding up the Hornets, but with the Hornets' pace and Thompson picking up from half, they'll be slowed up on fit. So a static play. As a bit of a win in defence this set for Japan.
Yeah, definitely. And as the game's sort of wearing on, you can see probably Hornets have taken the foot off the pedal a little bit, and that's fair enough given, the context, of the situation and where they are with player depth. They've still got another game tonight at 7:20, so, they're just, you can noticeably see that they've kicked it down a few notches. Still respectfully, showing up and doing what they need to do, but yeah, they take the foot off the pedal compared to what we saw them, how they started the first half and, came back after the break.
Absolutely. If you can put 3 or 4 points on the board at the start of each half, I guess you earn the right. In a 3-day tournament like this, energy conservation, team management, it's all relevant. And, with the Hornets lineup, a few unfortunate instances this morning, it's more important than ever. And these two players will have a lot to do with that. Langbridge, Thompson.
Yeah, and they're just controlling things out there, both Daniel and Dylan, and just sort of, moving the team, where they need to be, which, it's a great skill. Having coached both those guys for over a decade now, it is one of those things that you feel very reassured as a coach to know that you've got that calibre of leadership, within your group.
Potts, middle of the park, working now with Lennon. See what Lennon can do. Nice little cutout there. They've definitely slowed their speed towards the line, but the ball moving laterally is still causing all kinds of problems for Japan here. Lennon, what can they do on 5th and last? Can't quite get a handle on that. 2-on-1 was opening up on the right-hand side. Japan back in possession once more. 6 minutes left on the clock. The result is there's probably no doubt about that, but suspect there still may be some tries left in this game. Oh, a little flick ball out the back, absolutely unnecessary, but we love the flair. And especially off a box set, you don't often see that kind of character.
They're bringing the crowds back to the championships. I love it already. Well done, Japan.
Exciting for the game, that's for sure. And now the Hornets. Well,
and there's a forward pass to the ruck, I thought so, and that was well picked up. You've got some of the best referees in the game out here at the moment. Kim Skelly, world number 1 at the moment, and Baggio closely behind him, and Jordan Randall. So 3 of the top-class referees, at this tournament. And, Field 1, we've been treated to all the best referees, and they're all in the national referee squad working hard towards the World Cup in Nottingham in July.
Just want to say a massive shout out to our referees, because I saw the lists the other day on TFA Facebook pages. It's a phenomenally long list, and I was super impressed to see WA as the 3rd biggest contingent here this weekend, which, they've obviously got a great refereeing culture in WA, but outstanding to see such a long list. And I think in terms of number of referees, they'll be competing with New South Wales and Queensland in terms of numbers if they keep this up. So, well done. WA Touch Association. Touch made there, close to the line.
Yeah, let's hope that he's okay. He just copped an accidental foot to the head there. I think we'll see Matty Atkins coming across in support of Floyd Ty there, who made the strike dump touch. And, the player's just coming off the back and just
Junkie Hamada.
Make sure he's okay there. And, let's hope he's all right.
So, Japan Touch just taking care, because Junkie Hamada is a key player in that outfit. Oh, nice out ball there. This might sort of make up for it. Can they do it for their teammate? Not quite. It will be a touch. Good shutdown defence. Yeah,
really nice getting out there from Huey Doherty. The Nelson Bay product got himself out there, and he's one of the most exciting young wingers in the sport.
Oh, another flick out the back. Goes to ground this time. Maybe one too many. Takahiro Hori. And Hornets now looking to complete sets, and that's a slightly sloppy one. Maybe a miscommunication there. I think maybe a player or 2 might have run off the field before their job was done.
Yeah, Jack Edwards, he's good for one every now and then, and he won't be too happy with himself there, Jack. But this is a good opportunity again for the Japanese to get this strike dump on the 7 and ask a few more pertinent questions of this Hornets defence.
Here they are, as you say, that right on the 7.
That's down, and that's a great call.
Down. Calling the player, the number 23, Eagleton, offside there, and a fair call at that. He seemed to spring up off the line a little bit too quickly, and Japan are in. 4th try of the match, 9-4 in favour of the Hornets.
Yeah, that's a fantastic call again from Jordan Randall. Like, he's had a great day as a referee. Like, he's made a couple of those on-the-spot decisions around the 7. Very clear that the player never made it onside, and that's a well-deserved try for the Japanese combination.
Well, you mentioned right at the start, Kylie, they're good in that 7-metre zone, but the Hornets are good there too. And it looks as though the ball has been grounded. They've kicked back, and that is about the best way you can respond to a try being scored down your end.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic comeback there. Obviously, Dylan Thompson and Chris Lennon together combining 2 of the fastest players in the game. Little splitter play there, and Tomo quick hands there to Leno, and good luck trying to stop that one.
He is flattened like a pancake to get his hand over the line there. Ball obviously being carried. And, not much you can do about that defensively. That's a try every day of the week. Oh, close marginal ball there. It will be called play on. Players will have to move forward momentarily. The touch was made there on the 7, in case you're wondering why things came to a halt for a minute there. Looks like a little sweep play. They don't look like they have enough room on that left edge, but you got to back the creativity.
Yeah, good decision there from Baggio in terms of, the players not moving forward and just letting him know that's one. So, Hornets need to get out.
See what they can do here at the tail end. And worth noting that the man diving for the line there is Junkie Hamada, who recently went off with a slight head injury, and he's back.
Him okay, yeah, absolutely.
So, no injury for Japan. And They'll have another crack at the line here. That is just a gorgeous out ball. They flicked it back on the inside, but
that would have been special. That was a really nice piece of play. I love the creativity around the Japanese. They were realising that Huey Doherty and Dylan Thompson were scrambling to get across there, and the little bump ball play back on the inside would have been sensational.
We were ready to call that a highlight.
Yeah, but fantastic too from Mitchy Wilton. He got himself, across there to support Thompson and Hugh Doherty. So, yeah, it would have been interesting. But, really, really inventive play there from the Japanese.
Well, fronting up in defence now as Langbridge tries to get the ball down 7 metres out.
Yeah, they've got one more play in them here if they can get a strike dump here and away they go off the sweep.
And I sense that they will. They're going out to the left, right the left ball, back. The ball's hit the ground, so that'll pretty much be it. Will they get one last play? They will. Japan, they're going to call it quits there at 10-4, the scoreline. A lot of tries in this encounter, but we sort of expected that. Carly, two teams that love to attack and play direct footy. And, how are you feeling about the Hornets' chances, I guess, of being here on Sunday evening?
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, 2 down. They've got Western Australia tonight at 7:20, so it's been a relatively, easier day. Tomorrow things get a little bit tougher for the boys, so it's a nice progression and they'll build, but so far so good. I'm sure Lindsay Brain and Tom Dafter are happy with the progress so far, and the Japanese can hold their heads up. They're going to trouble a lot more teams, during this competition. Some really intelligent play from them, and really exciting to watch them go around.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you on commentary, Carly, and we will be back shortly for women's 20 action. Got referee Zach Jenrick joining me in the commentary box here at the Championships. Don't go anywhere. Brought to you by Inferno, live on KO Sports and Sky Sport Next.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter. Because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
Welcome back to CEX International Stadium at Coffs Harbour. Jack Rogers in the commentary box here with Kangaroo referee Zach Jenrick, who's off to the World Cup a little later on in this year. Zach, and you're joining me for Women's 20 action. It's the Hunter Western Hornets playing the Rebels. What can we expect from this match, Zach?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Great to be here at the Championships. The best couple of days of the year, I reckon. And yeah, it should be a pretty entertaining game here. I think both of these sides are a bit younger, is the word out on the street. So yeah, both very much development sides, and I'm sure a lot of these ladies will be hoping to play Women's O in future years. So yeah, it should be some of the stars of the future out there, and hopefully it'll be a good tussle.
I think it will be indeed. Both teams sort of struggling in their earlier matches today, but they're in a tight pool. Every game is going to be close, and it's anyone's guess who ends up in those sort of semi-finals positions in the 20s. As the Hornets have the first crack at the line here, and doesn't quite work out for them because of good rushing defence from the Rebels there. Not bad at all. Yeah,
good defence. Good early chance here for the Hornets, though, earning a repeat set on their line.
So working with the ball there, Estelle Nicholas goes wide. The touch is made there. Awesome work by Amelia Elphick, who basically covers two players on her wing. And that's very much the role of a winger these days. So let's see what they can cook up. Sweeper play now for the Hornets. Oh, no touch has been made, and the defence bamboozled there in the middle of the park.
Yeah, really good start. I think that's Millie Barnes crossing the line for the try there for the Hornets. Yeah, great job, I think, through their rucking set, and then got that repeat set on the line. And we know at this level it's really hard to defend 6 touches on your line. You just see an offside, no touch call, sorry. Apologies, but really good honesty in defence there from the Rebels girls to put the hands up and say, no, I didn't get her. And yeah, perfect start for the Hornets.
And you'd know better than anyone, Zach, of course, being a referee, it's honesty policy is still important at touch. We know now the referees are phenomenal at getting in position. We heard earlier that Luke Saldern, referee coordinator, actually has a drone out and about helping to get you guys in the best possible positions. But honesty is still the best policy in touch footy, and it's good that we thrive in a game like that. The Rebels go for the line there.
Yeah, good defence. And yeah, no, you're right. A lot of technology used these days to help the referees, drones, the communication kits that the referees are wearing. But yeah, absolutely, especially for those tight ones, you really, it is still a game of honesty at the end of the day. And yeah, I think we're very lucky across our sport that we've got a lot of good coaches through the juniors and good role models who are really big on that. Honesty is the best policy. So, very rarely do you have any issues with that, which is really awesome to see.
While we're in the middle of play here, Zach, it might be good to chat about the preparation that Australian referees are doing for the upcoming World Cup. It's obviously a huge tournament. It's a referee camp just a few weeks ago. Carly was talking about a bit earlier. Were you at that camp?
Yeah, I was, yeah, and credit to TFA. They've done a really good job in the last 12 months of getting the referee high performance program back up and running. So yeah, there was a national referee squad camp down in Sydney, which was, really good. It was really positive. Referees normally go to the player camps, which is, generally quite player focused, as they should be. So it was nice to have one that was just about the referees and video sessions, fitness, and then obviously everyone's got their own fitness programs they're doing into the World Cup, and obviously attending, the major events like the Nationals, and, a lot of referees will also go back and do their state events. So yeah, it's certainly quite a big full-on prep for the referees. We're taking it as serious, if not more seriously, than the players. But yeah, no, it should be great to get over there in Nottingham in July. I'm really looking forward to it.
Should be an exciting time for touch. What's also pretty exciting is the play here by the Hornets. They can't quite make it work on this occasion. It will be a touch pass. So the ball in Rebels' hands. Yeah, for any young watchers, young or old actually, if you want to get involved in refereeing, then go down to your local touch club. They'll always be looking for people, aspiring referees. Got started myself when I was 9 or 10. Not quite cut out for it anymore, Zach. I leave that to the pros. But yeah, it's great to be part of the sport as a player, referee, or administrator.
Yeah, it's the best sport in the world, isn't it?
I'd say it's at least the quickest, so in that case, it must be the best. Fastest sport on earth, touch football. Never stops here as the Hornets show a little bit of that pace. Just as I say, that commentator's curse. The ball goes to ground. And, Lily Westerman just subbing off there.
Yeah, we've had a nice little arm wrestle unfold across the last few minutes with both teams going end to end, but now just starting to see a couple of errors creep in. And sometimes when you get into that real arm wrestle style of play where you're just going set for set for set, those little errors can really be the ones that kill you, and then you've got to absorb pressure on your line, as we see another one of those little errors there. It's an incorrect roll ball, player not stepping over correctly. So Rebels now with a chance.
Oh, and Rebels almost running away. Can she get through? It's the number 3, Jessica Henville, and she's diving for the line. Does she make it? The referees confer it's all clear. Henville with a beautiful try. And you're right there, Zach. It's come from that little tussle. The defence opened up. Winger couldn't quite affect a touch there in the back of play.
Yeah, just great heads-up footy and really good speed there as well. There was, I wouldn't say the defence were organised, but they weren't all over the place. There was chances there to make the touch, but you're right. Henville just took the space, put the afterburners on, and ran away down the field. And it's a really important hit back for the Rebels here, as we said, into a bit of a grind for a few sets, and now they equal it back up at 1 try apiece.
And 1-1 on our athlete scoreboard, and we knew this would be a close one. Many stars of the present and future as the Hornets go for the wing, and the overlap works out in their favour. It's the number 40, Mia Hayes, who puts the second try on for the Hornets, and that's the best possible response to a try.
Yeah, great response here from the Hornets. They've had 2 sets on the line and come up with 2 tries here, as we just see numbers out to the right, and really nice ball play there from the number 2, which is Lucinda Watson. Just summed it up really nicely, sucked that winger in, and then finds her winger, Mia Hayes, free for the try. Been very dangerous in attack, the Hornets.
This is sort of, as we can see, some of our younger players. This is the 20s division, just trying to get their defensive structures in order. Maybe the winger there not quite having the trust yet in that link on the inside. Got to pull their corner hard, as there's a lot of pace coming at them from this Hornets outfit.
So you're going to see a penalty here. So the referee signal not moving forward up off the line in defence. And so it'll be a repeat set here for the Rebels. They haven't had too many line attack sets. See what they can come up with here. Could be patient early in the set.
And this will really be a good insight into who's running the show for the Rebels in attack. Playing the ball there. He balls and gives the ball to the 22. It's Lily Riolo. But no luck so far. They'll have a couple of short jabs at the line here, I suspect. Henville's involved there, picking up from half. We've already seen her pace. 5th and last, diving for the line. Good defence. They're nice and compressed there, the Hornets.
Yeah, quality defence from the Hornets, and you mentioned it as well, very much a development division, the 20s, with a lot of young players, but yeah, really good to see the Hornets middles connected there, didn't leave any gap, but just as we praise the defence, they come up with another largely unforced error to the box, and Rebels are straight on the ball here, coming out to the left.
Can they capitalise? They'll be on the 7, and again, it's these names that we've seen so far. Henville's involved. They haven't had time to sub anyone off.
Yeah, and probably smart decision there from Henville. Sometimes it can be a bit frantic when you get those quick turnovers, but they had touches in hand, so she's just pulled it up. Unfortunately, though, trying to come around on the sweeper, pass just a little bit short for her. So Hornets have another opportunity to try and get to their box here.
They throw that extra pass, and yeah, they're going to lose their roll on there, but make an extra 5 metres. So some benefit. Hornets crossing the halfway mark after 2 touches, so the tail end of this set we should see a strike dump. Through the hands here, out to the wing. Can they go to the corner, back on the inside? There's plenty of space for it, and that's beautiful heads-up footy by the number 40, Mia Hayes for the Hornets, and it's try time for the 15, Millie Barnes.
Yeah, that's a really, really good effort from the Hornets winger here. You don't normally see wingers setting up tries, but she catches this one, takes the space. 2 Rebels players collapse over, and then great job from the number 15 to just back up and support and be there for that inside ball. And Millie Barnes strolls across the line for the Hornets. A couple of really classy tries they come up with now, Jack.
Absolutely. Maybe might even see that latest try back on the play of the day. We'll see how we go. 3-1 Hornets over the Rebels. It's a 2-point margin as we draw a little closer to the end of the first half. But the Rebels, well, they'd like to have the last laugh. Can they effect a coup d'etat here on the scoreboard? No, they can't. The ball goes out.
Yeah, great way to kill the ball, though, there. It's probably intentional there from the Rebels, but you don't want to give away quick turnovers and let the other team get on the ball quickly and have their way getting to the box. So smart position to kill the ball for the Rebels, lets them get their defence set. So we see now, off the back of that, the Hornets are going to stall a little bit coming towards the box.
Hornets over the halfway line. They lose the ball there on 6. So good field position for the Rebels. See what they can do with this set. Zach, is there anything sort of specific that, you know, obviously you're a senior referee here this weekend, that little things that have been talked about that referees are looking to pick up and sort of crack down on this weekend? I know sometimes different topics are talked about. You may or may not be able to divulge.
Well, I certainly don't want to call it a crackdown, but no, look, I wouldn't say there's any sort of crackdown happening, but like I said, TFA have done a really good job getting a high-performance program, the national referee squad, up and running for the referees. As we see here, the Hornets are heads-up footy again.
Running away with it. Sorry about that, Zach. We, of course, have a spectacular try. Running away and laughing, sort of in celebration. She's happy with that.
Yeah, I think it's the number 2 there, Lucinda Watson, who was streaking away down the wing. Just see again, really nice play coming out of their sub box. Yeah, great hands, little turn of speed, and it's been really, really fun to watch the Hornets. Actually, they've come up with a couple of really fun tries. It hasn't just been your standard plays on the line. They've been happy to throw it around, try that little sneak play when they come to the box. So it's great to see from the Hornets.
Yeah, really positive signs for this outfit, and the Rebels maybe just needing that little bit of flair on the back end of their sets too. Maybe they'll feel a little inspired by what they've seen from the Hornets. As we see here, going direct towards the line, the referee will blow offside. You could probably walk us through that call, Zach.
Yeah, I think you see the 2 middles in shot there. One of them made it back onside, the other one didn't, and you could see that defender try and pull out, but probably had already come up off the line and impacted the play. And so, yeah, good call there from referee. I think that's Kane Thorburn out in the middle to recognise the impact that had on the play and come back for the offside penalty.
Touch made there. So the Rebels still have touches to work with, and it's the number 7, Eve Bolson, working with Tyre Selden. Let's see what they can do here. Also the number 14, Summer Anderson, in there, one of the more experienced players in this lineup. I think they were looking for a little wrap around there, a bit of a rooster play, but couldn't quite connect on this occasion. So the touch made, and they're charging off their own line there. What a run from number 15, Millie Barnes. That was an electric run.
Yeah, you can just see, you can feel the Hornets starting to pick up here. Confidence after a few tries. They come up, I think there was a not square roll ball. Was that error there towards the box. But yeah, in fact, you can just feel the Hornets' energy lifting a little bit. It's always easy to get the energy up when you scored a few tries, especially a few fun ones. So danger signs here for the Rebels. Down 4-1, certainly wouldn't want to concede again before they go into the half, and they'd probably love to put one more on the board. So pretty important set in the context of this match coming up here.
Well, let's see if they can convert here. The Rebels, they're plotting, they're planning. You can see it happening. Neve Bolson calling the shots there, but unfortunately, yeah.
Forward pass off the ruck, I think. Call there. It's a bit of a coach killer, that one, especially on a pretty static setup there with not too much going on.
It's looking more and more like 4-1 will be a half-time scoreline, but 2 minutes left. Plenty of sets left. 2 each is highly likely for the teams, provided there are no penalties. But here come the Hornets, 5th and last, looking fairly static. They'll be caught, but not too unhappy with that set.
Yeah, good rucking set again from the Hornets. May manage to go the length of the field. Going to make Rebels come off the back fence here, and you can see Hornets really pushing to get up in defence here. So Rebels get subs on around the back.
Hugging the paint there as they came down the line, and of course our sideline referees just really in the right position to see if there's ever a foot on the line. It wasn't on that occasion, and that'll be a touch pass call. Pretty straightforward call there as the ball changes hands once more. So the Hornets, can they get that fifth try? Tries have eluded both teams for a while. Looks like they're sprinting away, but a good touch there by the Rebels to calm things down.
Real chance to stamp their authority on this match here, the Hornets. Still got a few touches in hand as they get their subs on out the back.
Defence crucial here. You could just see the number 9, Harriet Gunn, winger for the Rebels, just getting up in defence. They've clearly got a defensive policy. And they're trying to cut out that long ball option. You can see how compressed they are in the middle, though. Here they go. The ball goes to ground. So 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if the Rebels will get one more shot at the line. They've got to be careful here to not do anything silly either.
You can see the Hornets screaming up off their defensive line here. They're determined not to give Rebels a crack at the end of this set. Good meters now on third as they do manage to get to the box.
And players sweeping on. They're really only going to have time for this last play, and the referee will blow the whistle. The ball was not played before the buzzer went. But a good first half there for both teams. As you said, Zach, these are two young sides. The Hornets currently leading the Rebels by 4-1. And do you think we'll see more of the same in the second half, or maybe some change-up?
I think probably for the Rebels, I actually think they've had quite a few opportunities with repeat sets on the line, so no doubt their coach, I'm sure, would probably be mentioning their line attack. We've picked it up. They've been probably just a little bit static a few times, probably run similar plays, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something a little bit different from them in attack. And for the Hornets, it's probably just more of the same. They've been really upbeat. You could feel their energy lift, especially towards the end of the half, and they come up with a nice couple of heads-up play tries, so I think it'll be more the same from the Hornets.
Well, it should be an exciting second half. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We're here on the stadium field, live at the championships, brought to you by Inferno on KO Sports and Sky Sport Next. See you soon.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Welcome back to the second half here of the Women's 20s Hunter Western Hornets as they play the Sydney Rebels. I'm here with Zach Jenrick in the commentary box as the Hornets lead 4-1. Zach, hopefully the Rebels can pull a few tries back here early on in this second half.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned just before we went into the break, they certainly had their opportunities in the first half. They had a number of sets on the line, but just couldn't find a way to get across and put a few tries on the board. But as we see a dive over here, touches made first. But yeah, they had enough opportunities, so I'm sure that would have been something that the coaching staff would have addressed at half-time, and excited to see what they can come up with when they get down to that end of the field.
Well, so far, positive defence from the Rebels here. They've saved one close to the line, coming forward off the line. And referees love to see a player sort of getting back on side and then coming forward and affecting that touch. It helps in that decision when the player is diving at the line, obviously. But here, off their own line now, the Rebels, let's see what they can do with their first attacking set. And you can see the Hornets defenders are shooting up 1-2 defence.
Yeah, it was definitely a highlight of their game, especially to end that first half from the Hornets, was their ruck defence. So we see penalty here, just a hard touch call. You can see the referee signal.
And that'll be of great benefit to the Rebels here, because they should find themselves in field position. All things go well in this set.
Yeah, just important to try and punch 1 and 2 up the guts here so that they can get to the line with touches in hand. That's a good run from the number 14 there. Back into the middle with a few touches in hand.
Sari McKee working there with Summer Anderson. Summer with the ball, passes back around, and McKee, she looks pretty lively there. Light on her toes, but can't work her way through. So they're going to be static on 5th and last. What can they do with this late switch? And we had Carly in the commentary earlier. She talked about this late switch option as a great way on a static 5th. Not a high-risk play, but definitely caught that Hunter Western Hornets defence off guard there, Zach.
Yeah, really good to see them be willing to have a go on 5th and last and not just kill it. And yeah, you're exactly right, just that late switch there. Hornets middles just not quite connected, leave a bit of a gap. And we spoke about it as we went to the half and coming out that the Rebels really needed to find something when they get down to line attack, and they found it, although the Hornets now trying to hit back out to the wing.
They do.
What a great response. Great response from the Hornets.
They're just not going to let the Rebels back in at this point. McIntosh Walsh, and it's being turned over. Maybe a forward pass off the last touch there. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, forward out of the hands. Great pick up there by the match referees.
Yeah, you can actually see the sideline referee signalling there. Believe that's Chris Reynolds. Picked that one up. So yeah, really good teamwork by our referees. You'll often see that, the sideline referee, the best placed to make the call on those forward passes, especially down on the line as they're going into the corner. So a good process from the referees to make the right call there, but an error coming out of their half means the Hornets will have another chance here.
Hornets on the 7-metre mark. Can't squeeze through. Great defence there by Henville. Try scorer in the first half, now backing up in defence. 5th and last, static play. Can they get a late switch going? See what they can do. Oh, I think they were wanting it there for the Hornets. That'll be a touch pass. So really positive start here for the Rebels. They've maybe even had the better part of this second half. So working their way to their box now. This is where we saw a couple of errors creep in the first half. They're going to need to get creative here with the ball, and they do, to deal with that shooting Hornets defence. And a great little run there by McKee.
Yeah, really promising start to the second half from the Rebels. That's where coaches, assistant coaches, that's where they earn their names. They probably went into the half-time, their heads down just a touch, especially Hornets scoring a few circus tries on them, but it's been a really positive start to the second half, and they're going to earn themselves a penalty here. I think offside will be the call from the referees. We saw first set in line attack, they were able to come up with a try. We'll see if they can do another one.
You've got to ask the question, I guess, at this point, Zach. If Hornets stop scoring circus act tricks, can the Rebels sort of fight back here? They're certainly finding space to go through. So, yeah, this is an interesting one. We're going to get 6 more, a penalty blown.
Yeah, I think you could see the first touch there was offside, but a good scramble from the other Hornets defender to realise that her other middle was offside and make the touch, which has forced the penalty.
Sweeper play on the left, but this classic play back on the right-hand side, back to the short side. Playing the ball now. Evie Bresnahan, who is actually the niece of Gab Rose, who is commentating pretty much all weekend up here with us. So, shout out to Evie.
There you go. So you see 6 to go there. You can see the signal from the referees. Hornets defender just putting herself up in that passing lane. Stock standard call for the referees in touch football. So you see here, little punish play and pick up and go back the other way.
Oh, there's space opening up. almost an overlap, but a great touch affected there by the Hornets. Their line defence is shaping up at the moment. It seems static play is the only way they get beaten at this point. So let's see what the Rebels can do here. They're calling for defenders to come forward, not to pull out, but referees are all over that already.
Yeah, great check ball there to keep it alive. An opportunity here with the ball, but that'll be 6.
Just need one of those players to sort of step up and take command of that 7 metres, pick up from half and go at the very least.
Yeah, it is nice to see that they are throwing a couple of different plays at them in the second half, and the Rebels, they're going to have another chance here. So they look to jump on this changeover quickly. Hornets, a number of players still trying to make it to the box and substitute as they lost that one.
Coach Thomas Taylor's calling for those quick subs. He wants a fresh pod on, perhaps an attacking pod we might see here. This will be an interesting taste of what's to come. So, Neve Bolzen on the field again. It was dangerous in the first half for the Rebels. Playing the ball there. Looks like short side play, but no, they go back to the long and, yeah. Oh, second phase play here. Not sure they have enough space to work with, but they're going to try and make it work. Bit of Fiji touch 1-2 there, but can't quite work it out. They're definitely trying to spread the Hornets' defence, Zach, like you said. So it just seems to be just a matter of time if they can keep getting that kind of field position.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've definitely been on been on top in the field position stat category in this second half. But we've seen Hornets, it doesn't take much when they get down in the attacking zone. They're happy to play eyes-up footy and throw it around.
And now the Hornets will have another crack at the line. They want to go 3 up in this contest if they can. But the referees will be bringing this back here. So
touch pass from the middle, I think.
Yeah. So just all-round good defence, yet to concede in this half, the Rebels. So it is still 1-0 as our second half scoreline.
Yeah, and this game's well and truly on. Still plenty of time to play here in the second half. As we've seen, it's been an improved performance from the Rebels. One more try and things will certainly get very interesting as they come out of their box now and look for a strike dump.
Looking for those options. Picking up now from the half position. Through the hands, they're going here. Do they have a 2-on-1? And unfortunately, it is pulled back to the first infringement, which will be a touch pass, if I'm not correct, if I'm correct.
Yeah, touch pass the signal there from referee Chelsea Wilkes. But again, good to see the Rebels happy to throw it around and have a go late in the touch count. Hornets now, this is interesting for the first time we've really seen that they've opted to go direct here. Copped a fairly strong touch there from the Rebels. And you can see while they go direct, still players getting to the box, so they will have fresh legs on here to finish the set.
They go, what can they do? A bit of flash of pace through the centre of the park. And don't mind that sort of very strong defensive effort there from the Rebels. Even if you give a penalty, it's showing the right sort of intent. And unfortunately, on this occasion, they've been split open through the centre. Space opened up there, and the Hornets, they capitalise every time on opportunities like that.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it was the middle further side of the screen just got a little bit lost here, and I think lost the try line. Just actually defending a step or two behind it. So we see here, and then yeah, just behind that line, and good job from the number 9 from the Hornets, which is Estelle Nichols, just to recognise that and take the space in front of her. And an important hit back there. We were in the grind again a little bit, but once again it's Hornets who are able to break that and put some points on the board.
Shout out to the defensive effort of McKee there, almost getting into to make a touch there. A penalty will be blown for a hard touch. So we've seen 1 or 2 of these, and that's probably a mixture of fatigue. Don't think that that's necessarily frustration from the players, but their intensity is still where it needs to be in this match. So on the 7-metre mark now, what can they make happen? Bolzen working in there with Lily Riolo, and you can see she's quick off the mark, so they might work for Riolo again here. It seemed to work the first time around. Picking up from half will be Selden. Selden gives to Riolo. Riolo wants to have a crack at the line. Offside is the call. So again, we see that. They're not moving forward, actually. So
yeah, I think it was just on the setup there, and you sometimes see this from the referees. They'll get that not moving forward. They'll still allow the touch to play out. But then if those players who weren't moving forward have been able to make it back to the line really quickly because they didn't move forward, then the referee well within their rights to say no advantage from that and come back for the penalty, which referee Chris Reynolds has done.
It's good to see them sort of going for these incisive runs through the middle on their first set here. Their first real set of 6 in this part of the field, and right to left long ball, and that's what it's done. It spread the defence. The long ball was pretty good, but it couldn't quite be picked up by the winger there for the Rebels, and they really, you get a sense that they needed that try to get back in the match.
Yeah, good signs. I think that was Neve Balzan with the long ball. Haven't really seen that from her this game, but you could sense in that set, you could really see her waving her hands around and directing the Rebels in attack. And Hornets have come up with an error going to the box, so look to see that again. In for a little rooster set up here. The punish option. Back inside, good cover defence on the Hornets. Little accidental collision there, but the girls look to be all right.
Ball now. Riolo's still on field. Ball's in as well. Try to call some of the shots. Selden. So it's really this trio that we're seeing call the shots, and they're going to add a 4th to the punch here. So Riolo, little fake ball there. She's running through from half. Can she find a spare player? The touch is made, and that's great work there. You can see that the winger, Mia Hayes for the Hornets, who's been great all game, she just does well to stay on her player instead of being tempted by the half running through.
Yeah, do a really good job to hold her composure there. You sometimes spare, especially with the younger players, the half goes through and players just start to be attracted to the ball. But yeah, really good maturity there from the winger just to stay out and man her player, and a really important touch in defence, because another try would have well and truly let the Rebels back into the game. And a good drive set from the Hornets here. Footy in good field position now.
Well, score still fairly tight. There's not long to go now. 3 minutes left in this encounter.
Yeah, it's go time now for the Rebels. Said for a while they've looked a little bit promising, but they need to put some points on the board here if they want to remain a chance in this game. See, again, it's good subset defence from the Hornets. And again, Rebels just a little bit static to the box, and it means they're going to come up with a mistake. And over the marks, the signal from referee Chelsea Wilkes. So credit that mistake to the Hornets' subset defence. Again, they're really strong, getting up off their line, putting the Rebels under pressure. And when you're under pressure, that's when those mistakes happen.
There you go. Looks like the Rebels want to reciprocate here. I think they sense the occasion, the moment, and they're getting up in defence too. The problem here is that their field position is already a little bit dicey. So the Hornets, they've been pretty good from the 7-metre mark. Touch has been made. Evie Bresnahan there. So, yeah, we're definitely coming to the tail end here. And you sense that the Rebels, they're going to need a really good set from their box here, provided that they can defend this play. So second phase here, right to left. The touch has been made. So they'll be coming off their own line here. 6 touches.
Yeah, really good long ball out to the wing there. That looked very dangerous for a second for the Hornets. And yeah, it's go time now for the Rebels.
Oh, and just maybe need to play 1 or 2 extra balls there, because the defence are in the perfect position. There you go. So opening up the space. They got to go to the wing, and it just takes a tumble out of the hands. They needed that, the Rebels. But they can take solace in the fact that they're creating opportunities.
Yeah, good to see the girls willing to go direct on that set. The Rebels punch through the middle rather than going to their box. So we see referees and pick up on that forward pass. Another opportunity now for the Rebels. But yeah, happy to go direct and play around with it. And certainly that was on, going down the far wing.
And not long now, just over 1 minute. The result, there's almost no doubt about that at this point. The Hornets will come away victorious, and ball takes a bobble there, and that was actually a really nice touch there made by Estelle Nicholas. Just sort of got in the way a little bit of the touch, but still nothing illegal or no infringement in it, just good competition.
Yep, perfectly legal touch, just won the body position. As we see, yeah, it will be the Hornets who take this one out, and it's an incredibly exciting women's 20s division, especially with the new format allowing for some affiliate entries as well. It's one of those divisions where you feel like there's a large number of teams who are really in contention, and anyone could be there come finals day. So an important win for the Hornets, and they've well and truly deserved it here as well.
Well, let's see if the Rebels will be the last to score in this matchup. Result not going their way, but they have shown great signs in this second half. Gone 1-1. Look, they've skipped away and through, but can't quite find the option there. Sari McKee, one of the stars for her team in this match. And we certainly feel like we've seen many stars of the future in this matchup. But in the end, 5-2 is our scoreline. The Hunter Western Hornets getting over the Sydney Rebels there. Zach, it's been a pleasure to commentate with you. Any final thoughts on that match?
Oh, it's just really exciting. Like we said, it's the stars of the future, and it was great to see, especially the Hornets willing to throw the ball around. They weren't just playing structural game. They were happy to throw that extra pass and try a few things out, and we love to see that, especially in the 20s and the Opens divisions. It's really exciting footy. So, yeah, great game from the girls, and I'm sure the Hornets will take a lot of confidence from the win.
Well, plenty more action coming your way here on KO and Sky Sport Next at the Championship, brought to you by Inferno. It's women's open action where the Sydney Scorpions will take on the Sydney Rebels. Stay tuned.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their third consecutive loss, the dedicated Dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
They just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Game down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your number one supporter, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, You play with pride. We protect with passion. Because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Welcome back to the Championships live here from Coffs Harbour, brought to you by Inferno. We've got Women's Open action about to get underway. And we have the Sydney Scorpions and the Sydney Rebels taking the field. You can see the Scorpions on field at the moment. Scott McAllister and Zach Jenrick with you. Looking forward to this Women's Open action getting underway. Zachy?
There should be a good game, Scotty. We got the Sydney Scorpions, probably one of the heavyweights in this division, have been for a number of years. Plenty of superstars out there. And Rebels have a couple of really exciting players as well. Bella Slattery just earned an Australian Women's Open selection, so it should be one to look for from the Rebels.
Here they go, straight away from the tap-off. Last pass just dipping away at the last minute, but again, looking pretty energetic straight away from the tap-off. They earn themselves a penalty as well, and a repeat set here, the Scorps.
Yes, an offside call there, probably the link or wing out there from the Rebels. Scorps happy to throw the ball around early in the set.
Dyball plays it just short of the 7-metre line, looking to go back inside to Davis. Nice defence.
Yeah, I think that was Bella Slattery there. Good job to stay connected. Shelley Davis, obviously, one of the important key players in attack for the Scorpions.
She offloads to Dyball as Petey gets in hard to go early release. Again, good defence coming from outside him. That's another penalty given away here from the Rebels.
Yes, that's going to be 2 penalties on the line. And for those who haven't seen too much touch football, a 3rd penalty on the line means the player will be excluded for the remainder of the possession. So, be really on top of their discipline here, the Rebels.
Time hitting the line as they make the touch on Petey.
The Scorps happy to pull it back here. Be patient. Dyball and Davis in the middle.
A little bit flat coming in to that last touch. They've still got some up their sleeve to work with. Straighten things up a little bit more now as Dyball gets it down. Again now Davis lifts it back inside to Laura Petey. It wasn't the greatest lead up to that try, but they got back on the bike and finished it off nicely. Nice try there to Laura Petey.
Yeah, absolutely. At this level, it's so hard to defend repeat sets on your line, and yeah, the Rebels just giving the Scorpions a couple of sets there, and they're too good not to capitalise, and that is a great inside ball from Shelley Davis there. Just the awareness. She had her player beat, but obviously the other Rebels middle trying to cover across and just flipped it out the back. That's champagne footy from the Scorpions to open their account.
Hear the band rocking it in the background as well. The live entertainment has kick-started here in Coffs. Real party feel at the Championships this year. Plenty going on in and around the fields. Action's red hot on the field, but there's some great entertainment happening on the outskirts as well.
Yeah, it's an excellent addition to the event. Yeah, you can see the players and spectators certainly making the most of it over there as well, which is great to see.
Rebels now bring it back midfield, turn the ball back over. So Scorps coming into this game undefeated. 2 earlier matches this morning, an 8-3 victory over BMTA. 6-1 was the Rebels' victory in round 1. They took on ACT, so they're coming in 1-1. Scorps, they won 12-5 over the Lions, which is an affiliate team from Melbourne. And the Rebels went down 6-2 to the Swans in this second round. It's an important fixture for both teams. Scorps, no doubt, looking to try and go in undefeated going into tomorrow's action, day 2. The Rebels, they could really take a whole lot out of a strong performance here against one of the heavyweights of this competition.
See them now trying to come away from the box. Great job just to steal that touch and not give them a strike dump on last. Looking for the 6 again. The referees, rightly so, not going to give it. It's going to be a touch pass, I believe. And a couple of really solid defensive sets to start from the Sydney Scorpions. So we mentioned they're probably one of the teams to look out for in the women's O, and usually are, and they're just so good on both sides of the ball, Scotty. It's not just the key players in attack, but they've got a number of really solid defenders as well, which is what makes them such a special side.
They put the ball through the hands come out on the left-hand side, still retrieving here. The Rebels takes a little deflection. Repeat set here for the Scorps. Nice flow coming out of their box. Players making their way onto the field. Not much room to work with down the left-hand side, but they do get the repeat set.
We may have mentioned before, we often see at this level it's really, really difficult to defend repeat sets on your line. See Scorps out to the right.
Oh, play on. Ball falling back in the hands of the Scorps.
Yep, so 6 again, so that'll be 0 touch, that one there. Another full set now.
Slow defence from the Rebels. Bowery making the touch.
A good option early in the count, though, when you get a repeat set. Go with something safe. Don't risk the long ball and a ball down. Nice little safe first one as we see not Steph Mayo, my apologies. Number 7. And yeah, good defence early from the Rebels in this set.
Come up and make the touch, regain possession.
Yeah, quality defensive effort. We mentioned it's difficult to defend repeat sets on your line, and again they had a couple there. Scorps with 2:6 to goes. See Winger manages to hold on to the ball there, but a bit scrappy trying to get to their box here from the Rebels.
The defence is holding out. They've been doing a pretty good job, but this is where they need to get things moving. This defensive juggernaut from the Scorpions doing a pretty good job. Not too bad on the back end of the set. They picked up as many metres as what they could, but Scorps are going to be pretty happy with where they're starting their set here. The passes, they're already over towards the sideline.
Yeah, that's one of the things they do so well. They wear sides down. They're happy to get in the grind because they just back their defence. And then they come out of the box like this with players in motion. They just look so dangerous every time.
Davis, or Danny Norman, I should say, heads over possession. Last year's player of the final in the Women's Open.
Yeah, excellent to see her back on the field as well. A bit of a stint on the sidelines. Birth her first child. But yeah, great to see her back on the touch footy field. She'll certainly be, again, a player to watch, I'm sure, as the Scorpions look to progress through the Women's Open division.
And they start their set here just a few metres short of the halfway line. Woman now heads over to the sideline.
It's getting a little bit static. Heading to the box here, the Scorpions. But again, a really nice flow coming out of the box, and they'll look to get a nice strike dump here.
Sweep. Players still retrieving here for the Rebels. Nice defence coming from outside in. I knew they were in trouble.
Yeah, good scramble there. And we've said a few times, Rebels really struggling to make metres here. See what they can do as they try and come to the box. This time again, really good shooting defence from the Sydney Scorpions. It's not letting them get to their box easy. Third touch, and they're just at the 10.
Last touch, just getting over the halfway line now. Nice little short ball punching through the hole. Even the Irons caught in possession, but again, 6 touch, they hand over the ball. Scorpions 10-metre line.
Yeah, they've actually looked a little bit dangerous on 5th touch a couple of times, the Rebels, but they're just so far away from their line that it just makes it easy for the defence to just hold back, wait and see what you've got, and then be able to cover over and make the touch. So I think it's that those metres early in the count that are going to be crucial for them as we progress through the first half. 6 again, call here from the referees.
Shelly Davis will play at Dybel in the half. Full set of 6 here for the Scorpions. Davis just holds things up momentarily. Such a deadly combination. Davis and Dybel in the middle of the field here for the Scorpions. Here comes Dybel coming off the right foot. Touch has been made. Again, they're still holding on, the Rebels. Only down by 1 on the scoreboard.
Yep, crucial defensive effort here needed. Davis and Dybel again. Long ball out to the wing. I think that's going to be a good finish. Looks like the referees are going to point to the spot. It was the number 16, I believe, Ellie Wilson, diving over in the corner. Yeah, just too much quality, Scotty. It's so hard to defend, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Weight of possession down this end of the field. It was going to crack eventually. Lovely ball from Dybel. Good work to do on the back end of it. Not much room to work with. It's a good finish as well from Ellie Wilson out on the left-hand side of the field for the Scorps.
And you can just see the Scorps girls there, they conditioned the Rebels really well in the defence. Their first couple of setups were very much middle, try and dive over plays, just compress that Rebels defence. And then you see Dyball there opting for the long option, and the Rebels just still really compressed in the middle and not able to chase out and make that crucial touch in the corner.
Penalty here to the Southern Rebels. Slattery. More players to watch, which you mentioned, hasn't had too many opportunities so far. Goes early release from half. Diving in at the line. Tomasi will come back and play it.
Yeah, look for Bella Slattery to really direct play here. If the dump split, it's the early ball back, has a crack at the line. I think the referees are going to point to the spot here. And is that danger player, Bella Slattery. Scotty, she's one of the most dangerous players in attack in the women's game.
Yeah, you can see on the DoorDash replay as well, just the amount of Scorpions players that she attracted as well. Two coming in, got a bit nervous at this point. Petey and Mackenzie Davis coming together. Just clashing heads. Good to see that they both popped up to their feet. But it's a good response, isn't it, Zach, that they've hit back 2-1 on the scoreboard. And we just mentioned, doesn't have too many opportunities so far. As soon as she gets into the right position of that repeat set, comes up with points, just puts a bit more pressure back on the Scorps.
Yeah, I think they'll take a lot of confidence out of a set like that, the Rebels, and know that if they can get their rucking together and get down that end of the field, that they have got tries in them.
Carruthers plays it to par from half, comes off the right foot, can't get away. It's good defence. Just holding on. Little one-on-one situation, hit both feet on the line.
Yeah, it's really good defence and assume really good communication as well, telling her defenders to stay out and not be sucked in. As we see now, trying to get to the box, a little bit more flow about this set, Scotty.
And an extra good couple of metres there from Emily Irons. And again, getting away from Davis with Bowery. Last touch, they're on the run. Irons again, another touch, picks it up. Half looking to potentially switch back in underneath. They don't get points off the back end of it, but there hasn't been too many times throughout the game, particularly here in this first half, where the Scorpions have had to start their set on their own 7-metre line.
Yeah, really good set. I think you may have mentioned, Scotty, just a few times, just a little bit of heads-up footy, willing to try and put that step on just to beat the first defender and make a few more metres, and really paid off there. The Scorpions just get stuck without a half on fifth here.
Woman gets caught in possession. Touch made there from Denise Bowery.
There's some positive signs here from the Rebels. So it was a fast start from the Scorpions, but yeah, it's an average error there trying to get to their box. Again, it's probably credit the Scorpions' defence, putting a lot of pressure on as they try and get to the box, and they end up forcing the mistake.
Just looked like they were caught in two minds there, whether to play the short ball or out the back to try to make it towards their box. Floats one over the top. She's on the sweep now. It's Danny Norman back inside. O'Reilly, looping ball, has that been held on to? Great hands, and diving in at the line. And they get the penalty. They don't get the try, they get the next best option. Great pair of hands there from Maddie McGrath.
Yeah, I think it's an offside penalty by the looks there from the referees. So again, we've seen a lot of repeat sets from the Scorpions. They've managed to execute on everyone so far.
Oh, lovely little inside ball down the short side. Touch has been made.
Yeah, great defensive effort from the link there from the Rebels to recognise what was happening there and be in tight enough to make that touch.
And from half goes short ball, receives it on the wraparound play, early release out to the left-hand side, McCurley's. Caught in possession, and you can come back for a penalty.
Yeah, I think a little forward pass off the ruck, I think. Just waiting for the signal here from the referees. Get the ball back to the mark. Yeah, forward pass, just that little pop one off the half. Which you do see from time to time, Scotty, players just don't quite get the timing right. That first receiver just overrunning it a little bit, and good pick up from the referees.
Good metres down the sideline here from the Rebels. They get the replacement players on. Slattery's back on the field. Last touch though, nice early release. Oh, it's unfortunate, it just comes out of the fingertips. Didn't punch too far downfield. Doing the hard work there, the Southern Rebels. This is good work. It's the Scorpions who are making changes. Carruthers some going forward again as Dybel does. Petey gets into half, has a look up. Got their numbers on the right-hand side. Nice little bump ball back to Petey. Slattery makes the touch.
Yeah, really good defensive effort there from Bella Slattery. We've mentioned that she's a key player in attack, but you saw her push up and really fly to the line and make a couple of really important touches early in the set that just didn't let the Scorpions get the roll on. See a good solid touch in defence here is going to force a roll ball. But yeah, not just a key player in attack, Bella Slattery, really important defender for this side as well.
The golden opportunity here for the Scorpions. Still 2-1 on the scoreboard coming in towards the back end of the first half. This could be a crucial set here for both teams just to regain control, and it will be the Scorpions that get the job done. It's their danger woman again, Hannah Dybel. This time going back on the inside to Macy Carruthers. His third try on the board.
Yeah, really good play here from Hannah Dybel, just so experienced, sums this up really well, gets it back early, steps back inside, and massive hole for the girls to run through. And yeah, good try there from the Scorpions. I mentioned they've had a number of repeat sets and a lot of possession on the line. Doing a really good job of completing and putting points on the board.
So the Rebels try, their only try of the first half came from a restart. They've got a repeat set as well. They haven't had too many opportunities down this end of the field, so they've got to take them with both hands, even if it did come off the back of a try. Down by 2 at the moment on the athlete scoreboard. They go long, just gets held up a little bit.
Looked like that got caught up in the wind there. Backwards out of their hands, but floated forward into the hands of the Scorpions, and they're straight into their work. Scotty, it's been a real feature. And look at them come out of the box here. Last play. A bit of heads up footy. Switch back inside. Numbers out to the right if they can get it there.
It's still on for the Scorp. Shelley Davis puts it through their hands. They're still going here. No, they'll pull it up. Both teams will head to the sideline. Bit of enterprising play right on the halftime hooter. It's a pretty good game so far. They haven't had too many opportunities, the Rebels, but I think they wouldn't be too disappointed with where they sit on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think it'll be rucking the focus. I think of the halftime chat, as we said, they've showed when they can get to the attacking end of the field that they have got tries in them and they can look dangerous, but just not getting there probably enough in the first half and letting Scorpions really win that midfield battle. So I'm sure that'll be spoke about at halftime, and we'll see what they can do out of the break.
Yeah, and going into the break, the Scorps in front. Current score here at halftime: Sydney Scorpions 3, the Southern Rebels 1. Welcome back to live action here at the Championships, live from Coffs Harbour. Thanks to Inferno. Halftime score here in the Women's Open Round 3 fixture between the Scorpions and Rebels. The Scorps up 3-1 on the scoreboard. I just have to throw the kitchen sink here in the second half, the Rebels. Like we said, going into the break, though, I think they'd be pretty happy with where the score line is at. We spoke about the dominance that the Scorpions have in this division, defending champions. But Rebels had some promising signs there in the first 16.
Yeah, and I think this will actually be a really important first set of the game. I mentioned they probably didn't get the opportunities they would have liked at the Scorpions line, but they're going to get one here off the tap-off. And they've got their key players, Andy Law and Bella Slattery, on, and it's going to be Bella Slattery with early ball. Well done to hang on to that by the winger.
Have a couple of touches still to come here. Potentially set up. Slattery again on the sweep. Plenty of running here in this opening tap-off. They come across pretty comfortably to make the touch. That's the Scorps coming off their end of the line, doing the hard work to get forward. And this has been the real differentiating factor between the two teams, is how they're transitioning out of their end of the field. The Scorpions are doing it pretty comfortably at the moment and getting opportunities to potentially get points on the back end of their sets. Rebels really fighting in that area.
Yeah, absolutely, as we see a great strike dump here on 5th. Good job to hang on to it. But they'll end their set there, and yeah, I think you can tell, Scotty, that you can really see that they've played together for years and years, this group from the Scorpions. They're just so connected, they've got their structure, and there's just almost never a player out of place. Everyone's where they need to be, hitting the ball with speed. And it's going to be really important for the Rebels. If they want to have a chance in this game, they've got to be able to match that. And as we see, 5th touch here on halfway. And that's been the issue, just not able to get deep down into the Scorpions' end of the field off the back of their rucking.
We've got more Women's Open action to follow this game. Sunshine Coast taking on the University of Queensland. Both teams coming in undefeated into that fixture. Looking forward to that little Queensland derby.
Yeah, it's one of the real features, obviously, of the new formats, allowing the affiliate entry, and the UQ Rebels. They've won just about everything there is to win in Queensland, everything that you can play as an affiliate anyway. They've won state cups, they've won metro cups, so they'll feel that they're in with a real chance in this Women's Open division, which is, it's excellent to see affiliates not just at the event, but a genuine chance of winning the event as well.
Rebels again on their set of 6, just getting over the halfway line. What can they do, Zach, just to vary their point of attack, because they're quite dominant coming towards their box every set at the moment, and the Scorpions are just answering the call in defence. They just need a little something different potentially to try and get themselves downfield and regain the territory battle at the moment.
You see a penalty here for offside, but yeah, I think the key word you said there, Scotty, was varied. I think they're running a very similar structure, going straight to the box every single time, and you can just see the Scorpions just lining up in defence, waiting to shoot. So, maybe it's just throwing an away set in there, maybe it's a direct set, something like that. Come into the box, maybe throwing a switchback going through the middle, just something a little bit different that's going to make the Scorpions think twice about lining up so heavy on that box side and shooting up in defence.
Late penalty call here for the Scorpions after throwing the intercept.
Yeah, I think it was a not moving forward there. It looked like the call came from the sideline. Yeah, another repeat set for all the Scorpions now. Just happy to hold it up and be patient here. Touches in hand.
He's not quite in position, but like you said, Zach, still got touches to work with. They straighten things up a little bit more now. Tapar puts it through the hands. O'Reilly over the top. Last touch for them. Now it's the Scorpions. They might be happy to finish their set. Nervous moment there right at the death. They do get the touch and pass penalty.
Yeah, crucial touch made there in defence. Yeah, it's probably one of the more out of sorts sets we've probably seen from the Scorpions. They've been pretty clinical in attack so far, but just a little bit disjointed there. So we see the Rebels now better meters to the box in this set. We'll see if they can keep it going as they get fresh legs on out the back.
Someone just needs to straighten up on this. They did a good job, like I said, good ball movement to get them going forward. Last touch now, Slattery picks up, puts the brakes on, comes off the right foot, nice little ball. Oh, it's been picked off.
And the chase is on here. You can see Bella Slattery, 3 players from the Rebels all in chase. Great diving touch there. In cover from the number 5, which is Chloe Kennard. important one too. And luckily as well, Scorpions player just running over the mark, which allows the Rebels to get their defence set here. But crucial, they can hold the Scorpions out off the back of that intercept now.
Laura McCurley took the intercept. It was a funny chase. She looked like she was in the clear, then she came back, then she took off again. A good recovery from the Rebels to pin that one down. Now it's Carruthers. Too much space to work with down the left-hand side of the field.
Yeah, actually a bit of an unusual try here. You just saw the Scorpions holding that up, trying to, it's a pretty tactical play. You see it often. They need subs, especially off the back of an intercept or something like that. So they just hold the ball up. Don't really have much going. They're just trying to waste as much time as possible so they can get the subs on. But the Rebels actually weren't aware of it. I don't think they saw that late sub come on. And then good heads-up footy from the Scorpions to use that overlap it created and run through another try.
First try in the second half for the Scorpions. Their fourth of the game.
Yeah, crucial for the Rebels now that they're able to find a way to hit back if they want to remain a chance in this fixture.
Halliwell Quill, just a smidge, I was going to say too close to the try line. They get the penalty for the contact.
I think maybe it could have been a dropping early penalty as well if it hadn't have been the contact. A fresh set here for the Rebels. It's a Nat sweeper again. For the dive over. Touch first, says referee Tony Calabria.
Halliwell Quill. He comes back, she's in the force, switches, just get the ball away as Doyle holds them up. Doyle will get herself into half again. Much doing so far for the Rebels as they throw the football back around. Back to Doyle, loops over the top. It's a comfortable touch made there from Ellie Wilson. Try scorers from the Scorpions team, loose ball on the back end of it. They just didn't really look comfortable at any stage there in that set, and it's funny how they can just continue to flow on. You don't have a clinical start, just transition all the way through their set of six there, attacking line.
Yeah, it just felt like they were missing just that, that Bella Slattery key player to really, direct them and, get it down for me. I'm going to be the one who picks up and ball plays or whatever it is. See, good defence there from the link to be up. Oh, spoken too soon. Was the link, I believe, offside. Just a signal from the referees. So again, another repeat set in dangerous field position here for the Scorpions.
Just shy of the 7, it's Petey. Comes back, big show and go from Mackenzie Davis. They all fell for it. Davis gets another try against her name for the tournament.
Yeah, another really dangerous player, earning her debut selection for the Mixed Open, I believe, heading to the World Cup in Nottingham in July. And yeah, just sold him on the dummy there, Scotty.
Starting to stretch away a little bit more now, the Scorpions. Up by 4, 5-1 on the athlete scoreboard.
Yeah, just showing their class. It's a typical Scorpions performance. They're happy to hang in the grind for a little bit if they need to. They know that they can outlast teams. They're just so clinical and they just back themselves. They don't panic if they're not scoring lots of tries. And they just trust that they'll come, and it's a classic Scorpions performance, and we see it year in, year out from them.
It's Petey. Picks up meters again. Has to go back to the mark where the touch was made. She'll head over to the interchange area for a breather. This wave of Scorpions players make their way onto the field. Come back out to Hannah Dybel. Why wouldn't you? Good touch though. Full stretch. Denise Bowery having to make that one. She doesn't make that touch. They're in trouble again. They're the Rebels.
Yeah, that was real danger signs. Their crucial defensive touch. To hear a bit of Country Roads cranking in the background, Scotty.
Oh, the crowd's going off. Happy hour I hear as well down there. If anyone's listening, there's commentators in the box. Quite parched at the moment.
I've actually still got a referee game, Scotty.
Might help you, Zach.
Well. Damn. Scotty McAllister, ladies and gentlemen.
It's all good fun. All good fun.
But no, we did mention in the first half, it is really great to see that the new format in the championships, referees picked that up. But yeah, the new format, it's not just about the new rule with the affiliates allowed to enter. There's been a bunch of things going on off the field as well, and I think there's been a really great response from the touch football community as well, really getting around the changes. And yeah, it's great to see a number of people over there at the stage having a refreshment and enjoying some tunes.
Yeah, record number of teams this year for the championships. New format, international guests as well. We've seen Japan out here earlier on as they're preparing for the World Cup later in the UK.
Yeah, great to see as well. There's actually a few international referees here as well. I think it's the largest referee contingent as well, I believe, to go with the record teams. I think 190, I think I heard, was the last number for the referees. And yeah, a number of internationals as well. A few from France, a few from Japan, I believe, and a couple of others floating around. So excellent to have them here as well as part of their preparations for the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge commitment, isn't it, that everyone's investing. They do it for the love of the sport, but it's a huge financial cost. The referees, they don't get paid to be here. They do it out of the love of the sport. But it's a huge achievement for our referees, particularly those that are going to be making their way over to the World Cup, which you're one of as well, Zach, and congratulations to you. But that's what you guys are striving to achieve as well. Since the last World Cup took place in Malaysia, as we see Shelley Davis roll over for more points. Referees are going to be getting ready to head over to the World Cup as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a really exciting time, and as most know, there's quite a lot of time and effort that goes into the refereeing side, the same as the players. So, most referees have been sort of talent scouted over the last year, NYCs, last year's NTL, and a number of events. So. It's a real honour to be selected, for those of us who are going over, and it's, great to have these awesome events like the championships here as well to be able to run at in preparation for that World Cup as well.
So the wraparound play here for the Rebels. Good ball as well, out to the corner, covering defence coming across there on Claudia Nielsen.
Play. Be same again from the Scorpions, I'd imagine. So look at the replay. And good defence. And yeah, again to the box from the Scorpions, just so clinical. Times they look for a strike dump. Great drive from Shelley Davis, kicks it out. Oh, numbers on the right if they let that one go.
Yeah, just a cheeky little smile there from Carruthers. I don't know, that could have been one to get out of the hands. They're still running and putting the ball through. Carruthers now offloads. Norman bats it over the top. There's work to do to get into the corner. It's coming, dive. And they get there. Andy McGrath, that is a quality try from the Scorpions. On the last play coming in, there wasn't too much doing for them. We thought it fell apart from them on the previous one, and they just tried to put the ball through the hands. And
this is magic from Danny Norman. Just look at it go whack there. Sometimes the bat-ons are, when you get that bullet pass to the link, you can just sort of get under it a little bit and just give it a little bit of air, but Danny Norman really had to give it the massive whack over the head there, and to be able to do that with the accuracy to still get it to the wing is pretty special. Great try there from the Sydney Scorpions.
They've been much more clinical here in the second half, the Scorps. Reflected on the scoreboard. Rebels managed to get a try here in the second 16. It's a nice ball, though, out to the corner. And we'll say last touch. Smitty Muskins goes back to retrieve the ball.
Yep, referee deeming the player had the ball under control when the touch was made. And a fairly easy last touch to defend there from the Scorpions.
Roll forward yet again. It's Carruthers. Pops the ball out the back. Good defence. As they restart now, PD just rolling them over the halfway line. This is danger signs again here for the Rebels. Good contact on Mackenzie Davis as PD comes forward again. That's good defence from the inside though.
Yeah, but again, just completing sets from the Scorpions, even when they don't score. Just get the ball down the other end of the field. They're generally pretty good at killing in that far corner as well. Make the Rebels come all the way laterally across the field to get to their box. As we've seen on a number of occasions, just line up. Shooters flying out of the line.
They're running here from the Rebels coming into its back end of the set. Little bobble though on the play of the ball.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit upright going into that touch, and when you do that and you get a solid touch in defence, if you really try and force that ball quickly to the ground, you often come up with those little errors. So credit the good defensive touch for that mistake.
Davis puts it through the hands again, off the fingertips there of McCurley. Had some space, open pastures in front of it. Ball just going to ground. Rebels now a little bit isolated as Emily Irons holds things up. Gives them an opportunity to get their replacement players on. Oh, nice little show and go. Doyle now puts it through the hands. They've got numbers on the right-hand side. Can they finish it off? Good scramble, cover defence. And the die ball having to get across there. Better footy from the Rebels. Got more running in their legs now.
And see if they can finish on a high note here. Just pulling it back, getting the Scorpions to walk forward off their line. See them now suck back.
Hooter sounds. The touch was made. And a clinical performance in the second half sees the Scorpions take the final victory 6-1. Juggernaut rolls on going into day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We've made mention plenty of times over the call. They're certainly one of the teams to beat, one of the strongest teams in the Women's Open division, have been for many years. But it's one of the benefits of the new format, Scotty. There's a number of different looking teams in the Women's O. We mentioned the UQ Rebels, they're probably one to look for, but also a number of the other Open women's sides looking a bit different, a few other affiliates in there like your BMTAs. So it's a really exciting Women's Open division, and yeah, can't wait to see more matches as we roll on into the end of day 1 and to day 2 tomorrow.
And that team you mentioned, the UQ Rebels, they're going to be on your screens next. We've got more Women's Open action taking place very shortly. UQ Rebels taking on the Sunshine Coast. Stay with us, more to come.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, a dedicated dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the king.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Down, they just think they are. Never little wannabe gangster trying to play hard.
Hi, I'm Scott Prince, Bristol Ambassador. I'm inviting you to join me in signing up for Team Bristol. So what is Team Bristol? It's a club for those who play touch footy. You'll get tips and tricks when it comes to painting, exclusive offers, and the chance to win prizes throughout the year. It's easy to sign up. Visit the Bristol website.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Welcome back to the Championships. Thanks to Inferno here live in Coffs Harbour. Second last game of the day, and we have another Women's Open match for you. And this is going to be a ripping contest between the Sunshine Coast Pineapples, UQ Rebels. Gab Rose is back with me in commentary for this one. Both teams coming into it undefeated. This is an important match for both teams. They want to go into day 3-0. Day 2.
Yes.
I'm getting the losing track already.
Yeah, bit of yourself. It has been a big day, but you're right, Scott, there. We've had a Sunshine Coast Pineapples have had a 4-3 win versus Japan and a 15-0 win versus WA. And UQ Rebels, who are a team to watch, they beat WA 12-1 and then a win against the Hornets 7-1. So I'm looking forward to this game. It's perfect conditions as we head into the evening in Coffs Harbour. And both teams a little bit slow to get onto the field because the Hooters already gone. So let's see how this game transpires.
Yeah, it's going to be a quality contest. A lot of these players obviously very familiar with each other, both based in Queensland. The Sunny Coast have got a lot of country club Colts players. That is their Brisbane-based club. They come up against the UQ Rebels a number of times throughout the year. You've got the Australian Women's Open captain in the Sunny Coast lineup, Kim Susi, who's just put that pass on. She's into half. Down the sideline they come. Talia Rolfe now plays it just shy of the 7 through the hands. This is a great start here from the Sunny Coast. Can they finish it off? Desperation defence from the Rebels. Well, they were pretty casual getting out onto the field, but as soon as they took that tap, they really flicked the switch there.
Yeah, they sure did. And it was nice, wide, expansive play there. We saw a couple of out balls or long balls and opened up some space, but good defence there for the winger. And this is shaping up to be a really good game. UQ Rebels this morning looked really fit and fast running across the field, so it's shaping up to be a good one, Scott.
And putting the ball through the hands to try to get themselves out of trouble. Nice ball from Bryce over the top. Caitlin Blade will finish it off in the corner. Well, that is a quality set of 6 there, their first of the game, and they finish it off with points.
Yeah, and you'll see on the replay, they came from the very far corner and then scored in the opposite corner at the other end of the field. And you're right, a lovely pass there and a good way to open their account. Caitlin Blade, 1-0.
Sunny Coast tap and restart with Grace Izell. Nice little pop-out ball. Picks up good metres there straight away from the tap-off. Rachel Walsh, another player to watch here for the Sunny Coast.
And both teams have had a bit of a break over the course of the afternoon, so they would have had to do their recovery and get back into it. And out here, probably have something to eat and get themselves ready for this big game this evening.
Zell comes back to Lily Finger and plays it. Metres shy of the 7-metre line. Zell can't connect. Looking for support back on the inside.
Yeah, and UQ Rebels straight onto the ball. They want to get this ball moving. They want a fast game and coming straight to their box, getting some fresh subs on. And their coach, Renee Murphy, will have them very well coached for this tournament.
Sammy Jo Curtis plays it coming into the last. Mai brings it back to the right-hand side of the field. Send it over the sideline.
Yeah, they'll be able to get their defensive line get reset there. And obviously Rebecca Mai, she had a great game this morning and coming off a big win with the Indigenous All-Stars about a month ago where she had a great game.
Walsh almost getting away from Fildes. Sending her back to the mark.
It's quite expansive already, isn't it, Scott? So it's just going from side to side and end to end, and that's the type of touch we like to see.
Get themselves a penalty here, the Sunny Coast.
Yeah, they'll get a full set here down attacking. It's probably the third time they've been down here, one off the tap-off and then after UQ Rebels scored. They've looked enterprising but haven't been able to capitalise yet, so they'll be really looking to get on the scoreboard this time they're down here.
Sending it back out to the right-hand side of the field and get players into position back towards the midfield as Hudson links up, sends it back in field. Ellum picks up from half, goes short ball.
Yeah, they need phase there, which they've done. Possibly the splitter could have gone the other way. They had the girl tangled up in the ruck, but they've still got a chance here. She nearly slipped straight through.
Almost slipping through. Would have been a play. You could probably see the fingers pointing to finish it off on the right-hand side. Almost caught UQ napping, almost getting in between the defence as they get marched up a little bit upfield for the restart.
Yeah, it was an easy 10 metres with the penalty there for UQ Rebels. And then just straight into their processes here.
Lucia Fildes down the sideline. Has she got the toe to get there? Yes, she does.
We've seen that before, Scott.
Well, just didn't really look like there was too much going on for the Rebels. And then all of a sudden, Lucia just takes off down the sideline, scores the second try for the UQ team.
Yeah, and you're seeing the replay here. She still had to work for it because it was a good chase by number 6, which is Chloe Sortel, and had to dive in the end to get that try. 2-0 on the athlete scoreboard.
Both tries not coming from too much from UQ. A few messages in the Sunny Coast box just to tighten up things a little bit defensively. Had a couple of opportunities themselves, the Pineapples. They're playing short, close to the line at the moment. So you see we'll get them back out. She gets herself in a half. Early ball release, and Tiani Bryce makes the touch.
I think they're going to give the try there.
Short of the line. So nice work there from the Sunny Coast. Good awareness. One of their experienced players, Talia Rolfe, scores the try.
Yeah, so it was just good eyes up footy. She looked, she held up the pass and did give nice early ball, and number 7 there, Tiani Bryce, was called offside. So it was play through and a try to the Pineapples.
Gets them into this game. Back down to a 1-try deficit. We're still in front of the athlete scoreboard.
And it could be a high-scoring affair. We've had 3 tries in the first 6 minutes of play. So at this rate, it'll be a 16-try game somewhere along the line.
Dresan has touched on the 5th and final for the set. They're stacked nice and deep on the right-hand side. They come that way now with Marama Thomas, who puts a little bit of footwork on. Nice work from Izell. They'll earn themselves a penalty as Bryce a little hesitant to give the football back to the Pineapples.
And we've spoken about this earlier today. The refs are right onto that, so they're nipping anything in the bud. So trying to keep that fast-flowing, free-going game. So it's we might get another penalty there. Yeah, just a little bit too much force in the touch there.
It's a good opportunity here for the Sunny Coast. They go back-to-back tries. We're going to be level on the scoreboard. And we're definitely right back into this game. Here's Ellum. Young up-and-coming superstar of this team, played in the Queensland Secondary Schools team at the National Youth Championships last year. Started that tournament. Sunny Coast couldn't capitalise on that good field position.
No, it was a shame there because they still had a few touches up their sleeves, so they probably let UQ Rebels off the hook there. So we see some nice recycling of the ball as they get some of their key players back on the field here, and it's going to drive it straight through for a strike dump here.
Ashurst picks up, skips off the left foot, and they've got numbers. I mean, Joe puts it through the hands. No touch has been made. Good honesty there from Kiralee Costello. The Rebels go over for their third.
Yeah, and it looked like Danita Smith there. So they did have the numbers again, held up the ball, and the link just hit the hole beautifully. And as you said, Scott, beautiful honesty from the Sunshine Coast Pineapples player there.
Good calm heads coming into the line there from all the Rebels. Sammy Joe instrumental in that one as well. Send the final ball across.
And you'll see Kimberley here will get herself heavily involved and try and sort something out in the play. She's going to run round. That's great play. Not to get through there.
Sankey plays the ball. Come back out to Talia Rolfe.
Oh, a nice little trick play, Scott.
It's definitely worth a shot. Good recycling here from the Sunny Coast. They're throwing the footy around at the moment. Nice footwork. Finger comes off the left foot. Just needed someone to punch through a hole or ball to fall in the hands, but they created the space, and it was great lead-up work, wasn't it, Gab? They almost came up with the points.
Yeah, Lily Finger. That was a beautiful step and created so much space. Just couldn't get that final pass. And you see here, Scott, the way they just recycle the ball. And again, they got players coming on at speed, and we saw that again this morning. And it's just very hard to defend because they're just at you constantly. Great touch there.
Carla Sankey making the touch on Britt Donovan.
So they'll try and push up here, UQ Rebels, and they'll try and really make it hard for Pineapples to get off their line. But they're doing a good job. They're going straight down that wing, getting their fresh plays on, a low-risk play. And still a couple of plays up their sleeve. And they've drawn a penalty as well, so that's been a good set for them. Good recovery from down on their line.
A little boot in the ruck. This is a call from the referees. Now to the left-hand side. Costello plays it. Back in field to Izell. They're liking this short side. Sunny Coast just pushing the pass there. Comes off the fingertips.
Yeah, they are loving this short side down here. Maybe they've seen something. They would have watched the footage this morning on KO of the UQ Rebels, and their coaches have probably seen something that they want to try and execute this evening.
Siani and Sammy Joe just throwing the footy around in the middle of the field. Rebels get a penalty. Sunny Coast not moving forward. They're within the 7-metre zone at the moment. Short side play. Tiani dangerous on this point of the field, and she does get another try.
And again, there wasn't actually that much doing there, but you've got their two key players obviously there, and Rebecca Maimai and Tiani Bryce, and it's just a simple quickie out to the link, and it was a nice dive from a couple of metres out, as we'll watch that coming up on the replay. So dump, just gives it straight back to her, and it's there, that foot race, and that's a good dive from a fairway out there by Tiani Bryce. 3-1.
Sunny Coast tap and restart. As Hudson puts it through the hands. They go out to the right-hand side of the field again. Been happy to throw the footy around Sunny Coast.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of width in their passes, which is excellent. So they're hoping to spread the defence out wide and then possibly come back through the middle like we're seeing on show right now. But caught there from acting half, and straight away, UQ Rebels straight onto that ball.
For offside players, it was Donovan. Does earn her team a penalty. A little bit short off the restart there, Sunny Coast. To tighten that up. There's UQ happy to go down Sunny Coast side of the field for the first couple of touches. No changes here in this set. But now they're a little bit exposed. The players are going to have to double up and defend this set of 6.
Thought they were maybe going to try the old school mousetrap there, Scott.
Oh, yeah, quality.
We're looking for that this weekend.
Someone out there
please.
listening, please. Love those old school plays. That's right in our wheelhouse, isn't it, Gav? These kids probably don't even know what a mousetrap is.
Bit less of the old, please, Scott.
I'm putting myself in that basket too, just to...
Good save. There's a try saver there by Scott McAllister, everybody.
Rebels again. Doing the hard work, this time coming down their sideline. Changes on. Maimai gets them towards the halfway line. She'll take another hit up going forward. Links up with Andreasen. She'll get herself into half now. Picks up there on the back foot here, the Sunny Coast. Final ball. Doesn't hit a target.
No, but a really good set. They just come on at speed. They're recycling back in, and they're just at you, as I said, the entire time. They've drawn an error there now, and if they move the ball quickly, UQ Rebels, you can see up here from our position that there's plenty of space.
Drasen goes down the left, goes back on the inside. Marama Thomas has a little look at the open space in front of her.
There was a lot of space back on the inside there if she could have got given the ball.
Still touches to work with. Won't be too disappointed. Be confident for more points. Just getting a little confused there coming into the line. You can see Hinarangi just having a quick chat to the referees. Caught in two minds with what's going on. Might have been some offside calls from the refs, or not too sure, but it fell apart for them on the back end of the set.
Yeah, it looked like they kind of had a little bit too much time there. They kind of double pumped, triple pumped, and by the time she went to pass it, Bryce was actually in front of her.
Zizel's been busy for the Sunny Coast
Yeah, I was just thinking the exact same thing. She's got quite a good turn of speed there and been very involved in this match already.
Thomas goes off the hit to my makes her way over for a breather. Sammy Jo on. Yeah, Nizell now getting it done in defence. Just stop that little pop-out play between Ashurst and Sammy Jo Curtis. They come into the last. Oh, the flick ball almost getting it done.
Sure was.
Bella Fildes. Got all the tricks in the books, these young Fildes sisters.
And it's so great to watch all these players at this level now. They've just got all the skills, attack, defence. Their passing skills are great. They've got good turn of speed. Agility's good. So I'm quite happy to be up here in the commentary box this weekend, not down on the field trying to play against these current and future superstars of our game.
Let's pick up and go. Beautiful little short ball. Throws the dummy as well. Great footy from the sunny coast. Chloe Sortel put it on an absolute platter.
Yeah, and I think it was Georgia Hudson that's going to get the try there as we watch on the replay. And beautiful pass, and she looked and she dummied and then realised there was nobody in front of her. And great try scoring there for the SC Pineapples. The Athlete scoreboard 3-2 to UQ Rebels. And they needed that just before half-time, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they can get a bit of momentum going into the second half. They haven't had too many opportunities, but it's a lovely ball, punching through a great hole as well. This Hudson almost was too good to be true. She threw the dummy, probably didn't need to.
No.
They'd already fallen for it or given up on the play. Still crosses over. Score their second try of the game.
They need to get a stop here, the Pineapples. They've gone for a passive play at the back. Great defence there. Georgia Harris for the Pineapples. They've got about less than 20 seconds in this first half. UQ Rebels will have a couple more opportunities.
Crucial defensive set, and they do manage to hold out. Ticking the box after scoring down the other end. Talia Rolf, quick tap and gets things back going. Hooter sounds in the background. The ball hits the turf. And a positive way to finish the second half there for the sunny coast. That point will try right before the break. They'll take some confidence out of that going into the second 16.
Yeah, they sure will. It should be a good second half, Scott.
So both teams will head over to the sideline. Rebels making their way over. You can see the sunny coast as well, grabbing their quick drink.
Don't forget, engage.
They've got plenty of experience in the box as well. Sunshine Coast led by their head coach Craig Morrow. Of course, Renee Murphy leading the charge for the Rebels. And we take a look at our Bristol Paints leading try scorers from day one here at the Championships. And Xavier Tuttle from Brisbane. I think that's the All Abilities division, actually.
9 tries.
9 tries. Great work from Xavier. Zachary Conte from the Northern Eagles, all abilities as well. We've got Cooper Thornhill rounding out the top 3 from the Suns in the men's 20 division. There's been plenty of tries on offer today, and there'll be plenty more to come. It'll be interesting to see who takes out the Bristol Paints leading try scorer again this year at the Championships.
Yeah, a lot of tries scored on day one, so it's looking good for the next 2 days of competition there. And great to see the All Abilities players up there as well.
Yeah, and you've got to stay tuned tomorrow. We will broadcast the All Abilities Grand Final. It's probably one of the highlights of the tournament every year. Everyone comes all around Field 1, centralises it for our All Abilities divisions. So let's take a look at both teams. You can see the Sunshine Coast coach there, Craig Morrow, giving instructions here to his team. What do you think the key messages will be coming out of Craig Morrow at the halftime break?
Yeah, I would say they worked their way into the game, but they probably lost the ball on a few opportunities on the early touch count. They need to just be patient, play out the set, run a play, and then have an option running off that try and what we call condition the defence and get them to think you're going one thing and then come back with an option. But they're definitely in this game at 4-2, and we'll see how the second half transpires.
That young lady, the number 9, with her back to us as well, Grace Izell, one of their best in the first half. She's created a few opportunities. I think she just might need to get her hands on the ball just a little bit more to kickstart them here in the second 20, or second 16, I should say.
Yeah, I agree, and just back herself a little bit. So she's kind of half getting through and then looking to pass. If, you know, she's got a good turn of speed, so potentially this time, just get the girl to go down and get the ball back and make herself a live player and just have a crack.
UQ Rebels. They were good without being great, you'd probably have to say, there in the first 20, but they've got the comfort of the scoreboard in their back pocket, up by 2 tries coming in to the second half. Probably just little things for them, do you think, Gab, that they might look to put a little bit more polish on coming into the second break?
Yeah, I agree. They've also had a lot of opportunities, but probably missed a few. And I think Renee Murphy will be telling them to play fast and just get on that ball and run. Because I think if they play that type of game, it'll be hard for the Pineapples to go with them for this second 16 minutes.
And you can see Renee on the bottom of your screen right now. I think she might be heading out for the starting 6 for the Rebels.
She has been an amazing player, Renee Murphy, for both Queensland and Australia. I grew up playing with and against her for many years, and a champion person and a great athlete, and now an amazing coach in our game.
So just set here for the second half. Be Goodsall on screen, Australian Mixed Open representative. A bit of a different role for her. She's played a lot of representative touch on the outside edges. We've seen her come in field in the opening matches. Wearing the number 11 for the UQ Rebels here today. They've got the opening possession. Ashurst plays it. They've got all the numbers on the right-hand side. So Joe comes out to the left. And the Sunny Coast, they were able to shift their defence quite comfortably there as Ashurst comes off the right foot. Nice first defensive start from the Sunny Coast.
Yeah, they did well there, the Sunny Coast. And you can see here UQ Rebels. So I would say Renee has told them to get up fast in obviously work hard in attack, but they're going to get up fast in defence for this second half. Really try and keep the Pineapples down that end of the field. But this is a good opening set from the Pineapples in the second half.
It's good work from Sankey to get them on the front foot, and Izell punching through the hole. All might have even been intended to come around the back towards Carla Sankey. Too bad way of going about it there from the Sunshine Coast, but UQ already on the second touch, third coming now, getting themselves into an attacking position yet again. Bryce, short ball, takes a little deflection.
Yeah, they'll get 6 more here, so I think they'll be looking to try and spread the Pineapples' defence to start with, rather than just go straight up the middle. They're running a little sweep play here with Bryce. The link's open. Did she make the touch? She's going over to talk to her rear. They've just swapped, so touch has been called.
Bella Folds comes back, plays it on the 7. Stiani again, plenty of touches already here in the second half. Mara Thomas goes over the top.
And it's just absolutely perfect conditions for touch this evening. So we're kind of seeing day turn into night, but the players would really be enjoying these conditions as the ball goes down, so they get a penalty there for offside for the Pineapples, so they get a fresh set of 6.
Mara Thomas all smiles on screen as she comes over for a breather. She almost reeled it in. Screw away. Tiani slicing through from half yet again. Bella Folds dancing around. Gets it down on the deck now. Too much room to work with. That's a very short side for the Rebels.
Yeah, they just kind of smashed in there, the defence, because there wasn't much doing. As we see Mai here, we're going to have a sweep play. Oh, beautiful play.
Over the top, and it just held up just enough. Caitlin Blade having a little chat to the referees. They both come together as well.
I think she's saying she didn't get her.
Yeah, they're going to award the try. The Rebels get their first to kick-start here in the second half. After a little bit of a confusion, the referees come together, make the right decision, and point to the spot.
And you'll see there, they had the sweep play, they went back. Mai to Bryce. And then out to Caitlin Blade for her second try for the evening.
Yeah, can you just catch it in the replay there? Sunny Coast player indicating to the referee that no touch was made. It was unfortunate because she did such a great job to get over there. It looked like she was actually going to get hands-on to make the touch. The ball just held up fractionally.
Yeah, and for anyone who's played wing before, it's such a hard position because you're supposed to be in, but then you have to be out, and you only get, a split second to make that decision, and sometimes it feels like it's just all on you. So she did a really good job there, but just must have missed the touch. It looked extremely close.
Rebels are back with the football in hand. They're relentless. We saw that with the Sydney Scorpions in the game before. Rebels, much the same. They get their opportunities. They take them more times than not. That just emphasises the point right there. Iranian Andrenesen gets in between two defenders.
Yeah, and they just look like too much space there for her. She just kind of went off one foot, so she comes around. And then just, yeah, great execution on the dive there. Went outside one and then tucked back in before the incoming defender could save the day. It's starting to blow out a little bit here, Scott. It's on the athlete scoreboard. It's 6-2 in favour of the UQ Rebels. So they really need, the Pineapples really need to get down this end of the field and see if they can get back into this game. Here's a good drive in. Give themselves a chance. And there's that J line we've seen before. The touch was there, but it was pretty close call, and that's a nice enterprising play from Pineapples.
Coming into the last touch now as Susie plays it. Nice ball out in front, just couldn't reel it in.
A beautiful pass. But again, finished in that far corner, so it'll take UQ Rebels at least, you know, that's already 2 touches, and they've drawn a penalty. So that's unfortunate for the Pineapples, but they've done a good job in those first 2 touches there.
Final match of the day will follow this Women's Open match between the Rebels and the Pineapples. It'll be men's open action. Sydney Scorpions taking on the Townsville Saints. Forward to more men's open action to round us out here on day 1 of the championships.
You see a penalty there for an infringement in the ruck, and so Pineapples got the ball directly on halfway. But again, it's taken a couple of touches to try and get some fresh legs on here. They go back down the blind side.
Walsh plays it. Zell comes back to Rachel Walsh.
Here's where I'd like Zell to get the ball in her hands and have her go really punch through a hole. Ooh, exactly like that. But and because she's tall, she can do that nice long dive.
They're making the Rebels' defence work on that occasion. They're doing it here. They must have just got it away. Touch and pass penalty is called.
Yeah, it was a nice little late switch we saw. As we see UQ, they're just clinical there. And they've given away 6 to go there. But they had to, because otherwise that little pop back pass inside, she was going to be running down the field for their 7th try.
Trenery getting her hands on the ball, giving the Rebels another set of 6 to work with. Sammy Jo Curtis shows it to Lucia. Rungi gets in from half, out in front of Lucia Folds. Take their time to have a look at the Sunshine Coast defence.
Yeah, they're trying to have a look and see where the best option is for them.
Ooh, slick hands from Lucia to get it out to Sammy Jo. She just had a little bit more pressure coming her way to be able to get that final pass away.
Yeah, and the winger, Georgia Harris, was right in, and you know, it looked like it was forceful, but there was no intent in it. She was just trying to do her best to get to the play with the ball.
Sunny Coast making their way towards the halfway line as they roll over now. Nice touch. Sankey sends one across field. Caitlin Blake comes up to make the touch. Rebels just get straight back onto the football. Second touch, they're going to get over the halfway line.
Yeah, and again, that nice wide play. And she's got some good speed there too. Good sell. They're giving her plenty of ball.
Norma Thomas now goes to Donovan. Dangerous again here, the Rebels, as Bryce comes off the right foot. Good defence in the middle.
Yeah, she's got all the skills, Tiani Bryce. So the last few occasions when she's done that, you know, the sweep play, she's given long. This time she just feigned long and then stepped back inside. Saw a little gap.
It's work from Goodsall. Send back inside to Britt Donovan.
And they won't be too disappointed with that. The ball's gone over the sideline. Their defensive line can get set. It's in the far corner. They're in control in this game with less than 10 minutes to go, about halfway through the second half. So they'll be looking to still keep going, but not use up too much energy.
Loose ball from Sortel. It's gifted the Rebels another golden opportunity here. Attacking position.
Yeah, another try here. If UQ Rebels can get it, will really make it a difficult task for the Pineapples to get back into this game.
As Bryce plays it, just burn a couple of touches potentially here as replacement players come on. Maimai gets him going forward again. Mortimer Thomas out front to Murphy. Can't hold on to it. So the touch was made first.
There's one of those 50-50 calls, but number 15 there, Sinead Murphy. And there we see Maimai coming in, a nice beautiful pass, but well touched.
Good work.
There by Talia Rolfe, yep.
Supporting, not giving up on the play, back on the inside.
Yeah, because she'd nearly sliced her way through their files.
Trenery goes through the middle, second touch. Struggling to get forward. Izell does a great job. Firstly to pick up the meters, then pop the extra pass. It's got them into a pretty good attacking position and earns the team a repeat set. Great work there from Grace.
Yeah, that was all Grace there. So she drove the ball, recycled it back in, took off again, and then got a 6 to go for her team. Been impressed with her this evening, Scott.
She's again ball in hand. It's solid contact from Beck Maimai. They turn it back on the inside while she dives in at the line. It was a good recovery from Maimai. She was taken out on the previous play after that decent contact with Izell. They ran straight back in towards her direction. Made her work for it, but she answers the call as she always does.
Yeah, she was just there, wasn't she? Jolly on the spot, no stress, just straight into where she needed to be.
Last touch for Sunny Coast is Walsh. Nice right foot step. They're going to get another repeat set here. Work just to throw a few questions here at the Rebels' defence. It's footwork. They're throwing the footy around as well. It's forcing the Rebels to come up and get their hands on the football.
Yeah, and they'll be coming into their third set of 6 on the line. So if UQ Rebels can hold out here, their coach will be really happy with this defensive effort. And they're strong in the touch, aren't they, Scott?
Well, very strong. Two of the best defenders in the middle in Rebecca Maimai and Mortimer Thomas. Here for UQ. Inside the 7 this time they come. Looping ball just doesn't have enough legs on it to get out to Jordan Stock.
No, it was just a little too far over the link's head and not quite enough on it to get to the winger. So great defence there by UQ Rebels, as we spoke about. 3 sets on their line, and which augurs well for the coming days in this tournament. And they're looking like one of the real heavyweights in this Women's Open division.
Murphy plays it. The Championships logo. Sammy Joe switches in. Ashurst from half goes short. Rangi gets away from 1. Claim the touch. Referee's just confirming what the call is there. Experienced referee Brett Freshwater blows the penalty now for the Sunny Coast. Touch of pass is the call.
Not quite sure. Yep. Pineapples, you need to get on that ball quickly. Got a few minutes left in this game, and you want to really finish strong, even though this game's probably gone with a few minutes to go. You really want to finish strong and take some momentum into tomorrow's games.
Ball out to the left-hand side of the field. Just having to hold things up and come back to the mark. A little bit disjointed here from the Sunny Coast. Coming into the last touch, nothing doing.
No.
He's not quite in position. Still, managed to find some space.
Nothing.
Costello back to Susie. Oh, Kira Lee might have been able to just put the foot down there, head towards the corner. That was remarkable for Sunny Coast. Nothing doing at all as we take a look at the DoorDash replay.
Well, look on the replay, and they created something out of nothing, and I thought she could have got there, but the cover defence was excellent. So as you can see, that intent and effort in those last, they could have given up on that play, UQ Rebels. They've won this game with a couple of minutes to go, but not to be, which shows pride in your defence.
There's good work from Kate Hammond, just putting enough pressure on Costello, and she probably was going to get there in the end, Hammond, to make the touch. It's good footy from both teams.
Yeah, because it didn't look like there was nothing doing on that last play then, and then they just went back to that blind side, which we spoke about in the first half. That seems to be the side they favour, going down their left-hand side.
Last touch again to the Sunny Coast. Out in front of Izell, can't reel it in. The clock's starting to wind down in this one. UQ going to go undefeated on day 1 As are the Sydney Scorpions, who we saw in the match before this. They're two heavyweight teams that most would have had an eye on coming into the championships this weekend. Have got themselves off to the perfect start going into day 2.
Yeah, they sure did. As we see some beautiful hands there from Lucia Folds, and she's working with Rebecca Maimai there, and they've got 6 to go. And they'll have another set here, and that'll nearly wrap up proceedings in this Women's Open match this evening.
So we're looking to finish this game off in style here, UQ. Sammy Jo holds things up. Goes to
There'll be a couple of trick plays here, I'd say, Scott, with these 3 orchestrating it. As Maimai steps back inside, they've called the touch. She won't mind walking back to the 7-metre line, waste a few more seconds. Wind the clock down.
Murphy feeds it from half. Switch in Sammy Jo. Beck picks it up again. They put pressure on Lucia. Tries to link up with her twin sister Bella on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it didn't quite happen there. The sister connection wasn't quite on song, but last minute of the last game of the day, we can forgive them for that. They've had some good combinations throughout the day.
Changes onto the park. For the Sunny Coast, they come down that left-hand side again. Why not? This came up the goods for them last time. Here they are again, probably just a step behind. And the defence was there to make the touch. UQ far too good in this one. They got it done towards the second half in particular, really stretching away from the Sunny Coast. Final score 6-2. They go through undefeated going into day 2. Well, stay with us. We're going to head over for the Red Rooster Wrap Show very shortly, and then we'll be back with the final match of the day, Men's Open, Townsville taking on the Scorpions. Stay with us.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter. Because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Welcome to the Red Rooster Daily Wrap. Scott McAllister and Gabros with you. It's been a huge day 1 here. Still one more match to come in the Men's Open, but a lot of the heavyweights in the top divisions will focus on the Opens in particular, like we just saw the UQ Rebels in the Women's. Great start to the competition as expected, and they'll be happy with where they're going into day 2.
Oh, I think so. And in the women's division, I think we saw the last 2 games, we saw UQ Rebels and obviously the Sydney Scorpions. And they're going to be 2 of the heavyweights of the competition. But I must say, Scott, one of my highlights of the day was the Japanese Women's Open team having an 8-all draw against the Northern Beaches Renegades. That was a cracker of a game.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the games of the day. And it's a great aspect, the new era of what the championships is this year. We've got international teams, club teams, regional teams, and it's just been a great mix of footy as a result of this new format this year.
Oh, it sure has. You know, as you said, there's new teams in there, and it's exciting to see these new rivalries evolve today on day 1. And as we just saw before, how many tries have been scored. And, yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days.
It's going to be a massive day tomorrow. All the action live and free on KO Sports, Sky Sports in New Zealand as well. We thank our New Zealand viewers tuning into the championships. We've got one final game of the day coming up. Men's Open action. Scorpions taking on Townsville. Stay with us. Welcome back to the championships, presented by Inferno. Our final match of day one is about to get underway, and it is the Men's Open Division. Sydney Scorpions taking on the Townsville Saints. It's the Scorpions that have the opening possession of this one. Gab Rose with me in commentary again. Great way to finish day one, another Men's Open fixture.
Sure is, and it should be a good one. Scorpions won 7-6 versus the South Queensland Sharks, and then they had a bye in round two. So they're coming into this game high-flying and ready to finish off a good day.
He has a great performance earlier in the day. Another heavyweight of the Men's Open Division, the South Queensland Sharks. For them to take that victory is a big tick in the box for the Scorpions. They're looking to finish off what's been a strong start for them in their opening match. And this is a pretty good start for them in this game as well. He's coming up with the points. Good defence there from Townsville.
Yeah, it was a great touch there by the winger there in Friel. But it's a fast start, Scott.
His toner. As they just loop one over the top.
Well, he's hurt his shoulder, has he? Let's hope it's not too bad. He looks at the other players, which is great sportsmanship, which we see in our sport all the time. He's come across just, he's gone to dive there. Yeah, just landed on the outstretched arm. So let's hope he's okay.
It's John Kennedy who's down on the ground at the moment. Doesn't look too comfortable. It's the Kennedy brothers connecting up there. Reese sending the ball across to John.
We see the Scorpions medics coming out to him now. So he is up on his feet, but
he doesn't look good, does it?
Looks like that shoulder could be not where it's supposed to be, or wrist. He's looking a little bit uncomfortable. Let's wish him well, and hope he's okay.
Yeah, one of their danger men as well for this team, John Kennedy, and one of their experienced players. He's head off the back of the field at the moment.
We're back to the action here, though. So Townsville Saints did a really good job there of holding the Scorpions out, and now they're coming on the field, and similar colours here, but opposite but similar as they come on down the field, Townsville Saints. I watched a couple of their teams today, and it's great to see them up here this weekend.
He's one of their experienced players, Michael Law. You see Maurice Kennedy, he was up in the line, slapped their hands. He had a real good look at that one as we take a look at the DoorDash replay.
Yeah, he got up in the channel, and it's kind of like he had too much time. He knew what he wanted to do, but couldn't quite get his hands on it.
Oh, Michael Law almost getting in between. Has a little look up at Connor Wilson. Finn Watkins, sorry. The opposite number 10 for the Scorpions. Watkins makes the touch. They come back towards him now.
Oh, great touch.
Screaming up out of the line. They'll come back for the pass going forward in the lead-up, but it was a great defensive read. He's been everywhere at the moment.
He sure has, Kennedy. He's in attack and in defence, and he popped up out of nowhere there, and lucky because his inside player was offside.
Spawn plays it, receives the ball back. Here he is, the big number 3, looping through, hits the wrong target.
A couple of intercepts already, Scott, early in the game.
A couple of loose passes from both teams. They just start to find their feet in this fixture. Played on the 10-metre line. Coming into the last touch. It's Kongu. Has a little bit of a look for some outside support.
Yeah, and as we'd expect at the start of a men's open clash, it's just going pretty much from the 7 metre to one end to the 7 metre at the other. They're rucking and transitioning in and out of the box is so good these days. It's hard to find a break. As Kennedy comes back into the action, he didn't have much time off the field. A quick drink and back he is on.
Roberts from half. Here's Kennedy. He's getting the feet going. Switch in and just couldn't quite reel it in. Sam Pulu.
Yeah, and that was looking like a good opportunity there. Again, we spoke about earlier, these sometimes there's these little simple late switches. Turn the defence one way and then switch the ball back the other.
Townsville roll over the halfway line. Sean Francis, no half in place. Fitzpatrick eventually gets over there. He's working with Townsend now. Fitzpatrick again in the half. They've got the numbers on the right-hand side. Francis comes off the right foot, goes back to Townsend. Great footy from both teams coming across. Hickey making the touch. There's a big touch had to be made.
Yeah, you're seeing the replay here. They stepped back inside. It was great play, but really good touch there by Hickey.
Campbell Muir, on-field referee, straight in front to make the call.
Yeah, and both teams just kind of sorting each other out, just trying to see where the gaps and the opportunities will be. And already 5 minutes in, it feels like it's gone quite quickly already.
Toner feeds it from half. Watkins gets a nice clean play of the ball. Toner picks up, goes, gets himself into the in-goal area, looking for support, plays it out the back.
Referees look like they're going to have a little bit of a discussion here.
There's a bit of confusion.
But he just took off like a rocket out of half there.
He's
quick. They're going to award the try, Scott.
Awarded, and the opening try of the game does go in favour of the Sydney Scorpions. And all comes off this. Clean play of the ball, but Kieran Toner from this point just took off.
Yeah, he flew out of half there, waited patiently for his support play, and I'd say they must have ruled that he was touched before he actually got the ball there. The try scorer.
Definitely see that Alex Dietrich had contact at certain stages there with the try scorer.
The referees are in great position though, and they've done a really good job all day, and they're on the back end of a long day as well. Remember, they've done multiple games under pressure, and they're still coming up with the good decisions at the end of the day.
Loose ball there from Michael Law. Couldn't link up with Christian Kongu. It's good to see Michael Law on the park. He's been hammered with injuries over the last few years. Former Australian Men's Open rep. Back playing for his home club in Townsville. Nice switching play, and he gets across and just makes the touch there. Michael Law, as the pass was thrown. Here he is. He'll tap it right on the DoorDash signage. Main field here in Coffs Harbour.
And we've seen Toner come to life in these last few minutes. He's just electric with the ball, and again, nice little tricky play down this our left-hand side.
Zach Paul plays it. They're happy to roll into their own line here, the Scorps. Footwork, they come out to the left-hand side. Ball hits the ground.
Yeah, they're looking for that little pop-in pass where you go it out to the winger and then try and engage that winger and then pop it back in and hope for a lazy defender, but Scorpions were all over that there. They've done a good job here too, the Townsville Saints, of unsettling in this defence. As we see, the latch was excellent there.
Great pick up again from Watkins as they push the passes through the hands.
Yeah, and that was a late pass, and that was the correct decision. But yeah, another one with speed to burn, Watkins. All these young players coming up through the ranks and now playing the Men's Open division.
Way down on the deck, pops back up to his feet. Maxwell Masters. Good to see him progress through into the Men's Open division as well. He's been such a good player in the junior ranks for a number of years, and he comes and makes a big touch there as well.
Yeah, that was a really good touch there and had to be made. So Townsville Saints player was off behind the line.
It's good defence so far from Townsville as the interchanges were coming onto the field. Horro trying to get them towards the halfway line. They roll over now. The last touch. Footwork, not much doing. A little bit of a flick ball around the back. They're continuing to throw the ball. Roberts puts it through the hands. Townsville, they can't get hands on them. They eventually do. And Spiders on them there, the Scorps.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Harlem Globetrotters there. So there was flicks and late switches and more flicks, but to no avail as Townsville Saints come down the field. And it's just looking like Scorpions are probably just a little bit quicker getting their box and driving down the field. But in saying that, they've still done a good job here, Townsville, to give themselves a couple of opportunities.
Wolf sends it out to Wilson, who plays it loose ball there from Will Hunter.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that there, Will Hunter. He just gave it a little bit too much and went behind his player.
Scorps with Roberts. Roland Reese, start, ball out in front. On the flip side, they won't be too happy with that.
No,
they
sure won't. Coming off their line, first touch. Get some more practice on their line defence.
It's a big set here for Townsville. Get to score, looking to lock it up. It's Law and Townsend. Just a loose one. They're going to regain possession here, though, the Saints.
Yeah, and there's been a few errors by both sides in the last 2 or 3 minutes. We've had probably 3 or 4 loose carries or drop balls. But Townsville Saints were lucky there. They'll get another set.
Go away from Edwards. Nice defence. Josh Turner coming up out of the left link position. Another penalty here. Zoe Jenrick.
Yeah, I think that was potentially for bit too much force in the touch.
Oh, a nice clean pick up as Edwards was shaping to go back inside.
They're playing the touch, maybe before the ball came loose. So they just need to compose themselves here, Townsville Saints. Give themselves a few cracks at the line, just like that.
Christian
Beautiful.
Kongu off the right foot. That's bread and butter for Christian. It's just that weight of possession, wasn't it? 3 repeat sets on the line. They get the ball in the hands of one of their danger players. They level up the scores.
Yeah, and they were a bit more patient there, and they gave it to him on the 7, and he goes out, and I mean, that's extremely hard to stop. That's a beautiful right foot step.
So scores locked up here in the men's open. 1 try apiece on the Athletes scoreboard. Scorps and Townsville. And then the Scorps hit back here. Toner early ball to Osborne. Gets touched, comes back out to the 7. And Watkins receives it back, puts the brace on, just held them up a little bit. Nice slide defence there from Townsville. Pins them into the corner.
It was really good defence there. So they tried to stop and prop and get the defence to stop, but they kind of just keep moving. And in this game and in most sports, you just have to keep your feet moving the whole time. I know Queensland Rugby League great Billy Slater talks about it all the time. You just cannot have your feet stopped. You've got to keep on moving and anticipating where the ball and what's happening in the next play.
The penalty here in their 10-metre line, Townsville. Sean Francis, Australian winger, playing in the different position for Townsville this weekend. Left link position at the moment as he takes another one forward. Very experienced player, Sean Francis, particularly at this men's open division.
Another try.
Inside, outside again. They're mesmerising the Scorps defence. They go back to back. Sit back and enjoy this one.
Yeah, I think it was Seamus Edwards that eventually got the try, but you're right. They went in, they went back inside. You take it, no, I'll take it. I'll give it back to you and you can score the try. Seamus Edwards. And on the Athletes scoreboard, Townsville Saints hit the lead, 2-1 with a couple minutes before half-time.
It's been a great response from them. It really felt like Scorpions for the majority of the first half, all bar the last probably 2 to 5 minutes, had been in front. They were in front of the scoreboard, but it just felt like they were on top in between these two teams. But those back-to-back tries, Townsville.
Yeah, and it came from a couple of errors coming off their line on the first touch. I think it was on 2 occasions. As we see, he's around there, 6 to go. But yeah, they dropped the ball twice down on their own line, and Townsville Saints were able to convert.
Great footwork there from Will Hickey. Saw him just pop down on the bottom of the screen. He's been replaced by Osborne. And the number 3 in the left link position. Coming his way now, Masters. Comfortably come up and make the touch. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, and they'll do well here. It'll have to be a strong defensive set by the Saints because we got Masters and their Toner and then Osborne on as well. Great touch there. Jared Townsend. Bit of a party atmosphere here tonight, Scott, with the live music in the background.
The band's going off in the background. Masters punching through a hole. They skip over the top as Osborne goes left to right. What a ball.
Oh, that's going to look amazing on the replay. That was shot out of a cannon. So he got the ball. There wasn't really much, so he had to juggle it to get the ball back. And I'm going to say that's gone probably at least 20 metres.
That's a quality
out there
ball.
To the number 1.
Triple M finishes it off in the corner. It almost looked like it fell apart because Masters was punching through the hole. That looked like that was what the play was. Osborne just pulled things back and all of a sudden kicked again and just threw a beautiful ball.
That's one of the passes of the day, that one.
Kongu's going to get it done again. He's on the outside and all of a sudden this game's starting to open up.
Yeah, it certainly has. We're in the last minute before half-time and as we see you then, Christian Kongu. Just beautiful dive, and Hickey just couldn't quite get there before the ball was down.
Well, yeah, he's happy. Christian, it was lovely work from Michael Law, just showed it to the outside. That was just enough to hold the Scorpions' defence off. Beautiful ball out in front of Christian Kongu. He'll finish those 9 times out of 10. 2 tries to his name already in this game.
Yeah, and we're in the last set before half-time, and there we see Osborne. If anyone's going to catch a high pass, it's going to be Osborne there, and we're going to be all tied up as we head into half-time.
Another big man with one of the highlights of the championships going back a couple of years. He thought he might have been able to whip that out where he did a full somersault off the back end of it. He's about 8 foot tall. And he plucked that one out of air with ease. They score right before the halftime break to level up the scoring. And this is a quality game we've got on our hands here, Gab.
Yeah, it's a great game, 3-3 as we head into the halftime break and looking forward to an exciting second half, Scott.
Absolutely. Stay with us. It's an exciting way to wrap up day one here at the championships. Both teams can't be separated going into the halftime break. Sydney Scorpions 3, Townsville Saints 3.
From early morning jogs to late night workouts, from heartbreaking setbacks to the ecstasy of achieving your goal, we're your #1 supporter. Because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover provides affordable, tailored insurance solutions designed to protect your sports and leisure lifestyle. Created by sports people for sports people. More than 35 years of industry-specific experience and knowledge makes us not only experts in our field, but pioneers of our industry. Commitment to customer service is our focus, and we are passionate about tailoring our range of products to ensure you are protected. So whether it's in the sporting arena or it's for fun and leisure, you play with pride. We protect with passion, because we don't just know sport, we are sport. Sports Cover. Get in touch with one of our representatives to find out more.
Hear that? That's the sound of you winning. Because while you didn't miss a second of your team picking up their 3rd consecutive loss, the dedicated Dasher is picking up pizza with chicken salt chips. Step up to the podium, my friend, because you have smashed it. Smash it. DoorDash it.
The rooster's calling. Chicken is the key.
The new burger range from Red Rooster.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to the second half here. The final match on day one of the championships, presented by Inferno. And we've got a tied game on our hands. Quality first 16 minutes between these two teams. 3-3. Here's the score going into the second half. Townsville have the opening possession. This is a good game on our hands we've got here, Gab.
It's a great game. It's hard to call at this point who's going to break first. But as we see, Townsville look like they might have scored in the opening set.
It looked good, very close. Edwards, who's just starting to inject himself into the game as well. This very talented young man wearing the 13 sends a beautiful early ball out to Christian Kongu. Good recovery there from the Scorpions. They hold out in their first defensive set, but Townsville came out of the gates there from the half-time break.
They sure did, and we know Christian Kongu can find the line. He's already done that twice in the first half, so it might be a case of who comes out at a faster speed for the start of this second half. Might get the chocolates tonight. So we see Osborne straight through. Man. Speaking of fast.
Oh, there's that somersault I wanted. He's done it again.
I think somebody has said something to him in the halftime break and said, Scott McAllister wants to see the somersault.
Oh, wow. Have a look at this. They just held off him, and I don't think they were anticipating the speed the big man had. Little show and go. The two number threes. Kongu couldn't mix it with him. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's just got the melody in underneath.
That could have been disastrous, but great start for Luke Osborne in this second half, and that's definitely one for the highlights for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Now, Townsville have hit straight back. Well, it's still getting where the first half finished off between these two teams, going punch for punch. This is a heavyweight battle at the moment here in the men's division.
Yeah, and that gap just opened up for Maverick Pecoraro there, and a nice little held up the ball there was Jared Townsend, and beautiful try. Try for try. Back on even keel here on the athlete scoreboard.
Yeah, William Hickey claiming the touch was being made. Whether he was onside or not, potentially that might have been an advantage played from the referees. Back at level pegging. Scores on the run. Tony just losing his footing.
He's going to get a penalty. He was nearly crawling his way to the try line there.
Pecoraro called offside.
This game's come to life again. It has been a good game to wrap up proceedings on day one.
Turner almost getting on the outside shoulder. Paulie Friel having to come in to make the touch. Toner again goes short. Oh, falls into the hands here of Townsend. It's almost like he didn't know that the ball was in his hands. It just fell right into his lap.
It sure did, but I'm thinking he looked up and saw there's 65 metres I've got left to run, so I'll wait for some support plays. He's done a great job for his team there because he's got him back the ball and played the ball nearly on halfway.
Yeah, one of the very experienced players in this Townsville team. Had a great run. We're going back to Elite 8 days with the Queensland Cowboys, named player of the final. He might have even got player of the series around 2016, 2017. Earned himself an Australian Mixed Open jersey off the back of those amazing couple of seasons with the Cowboys. It's great to see him still playing footy and back playing with Townsville.
Yeah, and making a difference. We saw him set up a try there a couple of minutes ago and then save one and grab an intercept down this end of the field. As we some of these elite players in this comp coming, as we see a mistake there, looked like maybe from Watkins, coming off their line. And as we saw this in the first half, you cannot give this Townsville team opportunities attacking the line.
It's another one of their experienced players. Two of them, Francis, the 3 and the 4. Francis, though, is claiming a repeat set. He's probably lucky to get that one. It was a bit of a wild pass from Sean Francis. Showed it to Kongu, but he only had one or two support players on the right-hand side.
Yeah, but if he could have got clean ball away, as we see another mistake early in the touch count, Townsville had made a sub and the player came on to the far link. So if he could have got clean ball away, they had an easy 2-on-1, which I'm sure they would have converted. But not to be, and now Scorpions are marching it down the field.
It's Toner. Gets him to the 10-metre line. Nice kick out to get them going forward yet again. It's Masters and plays it out the back. They switch. Loose ball from Osborne.
Yeah, it might have copped a deflection, but I think they're going to say it was either late, touch pass there by the referee. You'll see, but again, these little late switches are working well. But as he's gone to pass, I'd say the defender's probably got him on the wrist there, which we saw the ball splay out of his hands.
Well, nice work. Zach Paul linking up. Message at the halftime break from Australian coaches Nick Pecchio, based up in Townsville as well. Big raps on Zach Paul, said he's a real up-and-coming superstar for this team. He's represented the Cyclones before, playing for Townsville this weekend. We'll keep an eye on the young man. He comes up and makes the touch.
Yeah, and we love watching them back playing in their, their local clubs and colours where they would have grown up playing as well. We see a good touch there by Maverick.
Pick up and go. Watkins can't skip away. Good diving effort. Callum Purden, another good young player for Townsville. Here is Zach Paul. It's his way over to the sideline. They get good contact on him. Just unsettle him a little bit.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get the ball down quick enough, and it was definitely a forward pass off the ruck there. But I'd say the Townsville coaching staff, as we look at the replay here, is kind of a little bit sideways, and there, yeah, definite forward pass. I'd say he's told them to come into the transition into the box a little bit with more speed, and you're seeing that. It's paying good dividends so far. We'll get some phase play here from Scorpions.
Oh, Kennedy must have heard the call from the referee.
He's given away another penalty there. He just casually rolled the ball back, but not quite enough for the ref's liking, and that was an easy 10-15 metres march up the field for Townsville Saints.
Just got to keep cool heads here, the Scorps, don't they? Score's still locked up at 4 apiece. Give away cheap possession away, as I say that, Horro. Strong contact. Just feels over the last couple of sets, Townsville have picked up a little bit of momentum. They're working themselves back into the game quite nicely.
Yeah, I agree. And then probably 2 penalties that they didn't need to give.
Kennedy again with the read, screaming up out of the line. We've seen him do that a couple of times.
Yeah, he's got penalised there for a hard touch. And it was hard contact, but he was coming in at speed to try and stifle the play. And there's Congo on his feet again. Working with Seamus Edwards. They're a lethal combination, aren't they, those two?
Oh, absolutely. Elusive. They've got to be careful here now, the Scorpions. I'm not mistaken, that's the second penalty away in their 7 metre zone. Congo goes again, tries to get on the outside. They're giving it the all clear. Well, he's in everything in this game, Christian Congo.
He sure is, as we see the replay there. And it was Edwards, and he's just too fast on his feet. And on that occasion, Masters just could not back to the line. He did make the touch, but he hadn't got back behind the line before he went up. So correctly, the ref called play through, and now we see on the Athlete scoreboard, Townsville Saints take a narrow lead, 5-4.
Scorps will be looking to hit back. We've seen this once. One team scores. It's like a game of tennis between these two teams in this game. The other seems to hit back. It's the Scorps now trying to push the pass. Referees come together. It's going to be a penalty ahead of the Sydney Scorpions.
Yeah, so they got another full set of 6. I'm not sure what the penalty was for there. Potentially offside. Osborne called straight to the ref when the ball went down. And he got another set for his team.
Townsend, I should say, for Townsville, coming out of the right leg position. Beautiful defensive read. Now they put it through, and they slice through the Townsville defence. Connor Wilson watches his man fly by, and we are back at level peggings yet again.
Yeah, that was just all too easy. So see Turner here, there didn't look to be much on. I don't have a name for number 22 there, but yeah, he won't score many easier tries than that. He's not on our team list, so apologies there for number 22, but great effort there. Tie the game back up.
Here's Law. Got the numbers on the left-hand side. Loose ball back on the inside. Now it's the Scorpions that'll get marched upfield. Townsville not returning the football to the mark.
And as we spoke about, the refs are definitely onto that. So they don't want anybody trying to slow the play down, because then they can get the defensive line set and push up. So you've just got to give the ball, as frustrating it can be at times, you've just got to give the ball back, put it on the mark.
Osborne plays it. Watkins gets into half. He's quick. He's electric. Gets into the in-goal area looking for support. Goes back to Osborne.
It's your man.
He's got a double here in the second half. No somersault needed this time around. He gets the ball in his hands. He slams it down on the ground. Scores back in front.
Yeah, and we'll see the replay here. It was Watkins. He just shot out of half there, and they couldn't go with him. And again, he waited, and then he saw looming none other than Osborne, and that's his hat-trick for the game. He'll be very pleased with his performance tonight.
So now the momentum swings yet again. It's back in favour. Sydney Scorpions. Kongu to Francis. Good defence coming up out of the line. Hickey.
Yeah, he's a really good defender, William Hickey. He's in that link position, and he knows when to shut down and come in, as we see Kongu again. Kongu.
He's got the footwork going. Come back out. They couldn't get the pass away in time. Connor Wilson trying to sling it back infield.
How does your step compare to Kongu, Scott?
Non-existent. It's non-existent compared to that. In my head, it looks like that, but I can guarantee you it does not look like that out on the field.
I would have to say, I'm going to assume there's probably 90% of players would have to have that same response. He is lightning on his feet. Very hard to defend with space.
He's a quality player. Christian Kongu has played a lot of men's open footy before. Now that is great work from the Scorps. Had work to do. Alex Tripolone, another try to his name. Just got held up. Yeah, almost caught in the lights there.
You'll watch William Hickey here. There's number 22 goes through again. He's injected himself into this game. But William Hickey saved a try down the other end and now has done just a bit of like a bat on. But he still had a bit of work to do, Tripolone, and it's a double for him as well. So high-scoring affair, and they've just skipped out a little bit here now. Sydney Scorpions to 7 tries to 5.
Yeah, reeled it in with the one hand as casually as you like. Quality finish in the corner as well. It's a great try from the Sydney Scorpions back-to-back. They're looking a little bit more comfortable and almost squeezing through. Punching through the hole there. Over at Pegraro. Looking up with Townsend.
Yeah, there wasn't much space, but he did nearly slice through. They definitely need to be next to score here, Scott, don't they, the Townsville Saints?
Edwards gets it short and tries to feed it short off the hip as well. It's Purdon. He can't open them up.
No, and again with Osborne out there, because he is tall, he covers a lot of space. So there was a little opportunity out the back, but it's definitely hard to get round him.
Here he is again. Jesus doing a mountain of work. He's been scoring and finishing off tries, but it's this lead-up work that's been really prevalent for Osborne and the Scorpions, and Masters comes back his way now. Can he get himself into position for another try? Yes, he can. He's on fire. The big man.
He's just following along some of those fast men we see here, Masters. And again, he kind of but he's done a lot of work there, Osborne, to score that try. So he kind of hung behind, and then he did a right foot step and a shimmy around to the left-hand side, and he is loving that far corner. Try number 4, so he's just feeding off his fast men coming out of half.
Haven't they kicked away? Now 3 tries. It's just been swings and roundabouts throughout this whole game. Like we said before, there was momentum. Well, in the early stages of the second half, Townsville were up. It felt like they were on top of the Scorps. All of a sudden, it swung back around. Just those back-to-back tries in a row here from the Scorpions has kicked Townsville away as Law. He's got a good left foot on him as well. Kongu again. He's jumping around.
Yeah, he goes Kongu. Oh, he's inside and outside. Oh, great hands.
Taken. And they're straight onto the football as Townsville players still making their way back on side.
And this second half has flown, Scott. We've only got a few minutes left in this game. And they've got a penalty there, which will ease the pressure a bit. And they'll be happy at 3 tries up just to waste a little bit of time and try and run down the clock here in the last game of the day.
Cooley Fright. It's probably the penalty you had to give away after the intercept. They were still trying to get themselves back on side. Just threw his body into that one. I'm happy to give that penalty away. Get the defensive line back set. This will just be the icing on the cake they'll be looking for as Toner gets him within the 7. Kennedy threads it through. It takes a little deflection. And they eventually plonk it down. Josh Turner. And this is completely turned around here for the Scorpions. What a great last 5 or so minutes it's been. They've been untouchable.
Yeah, and you said it correctly. He did. It came a deflection off the Townsville Saints player there, but fortune favours sometimes when things are going your way. You get the lucky breaks, and that happened there. And it was a try to Josh Turner, and that certainly seals the game with less than a couple of minutes to go.
Townsville will be searching for a consolation try here. The scoreboard probably doesn't reflect how close this game has been. Scores tied for the majority of it. We went into the halftime break locked up. It was back and forth to start the second half as well, but it's just been the back end of the second half here that's been the pivotal point between these two teams.
Yeah, then they've had a tough day out at the office, as we see Seamus Edwards with a no-look pass, but they've drawn a penalty there. This might be the last set that they get to try and get a try and finish the day strong and go well for tomorrow. But you're right, the score probably hasn't indicated the closeness of the game, and it's been a great game to watch.
Just a few seconds left on the clock. Scorpions trying to hold off in defence. Nice switch back on the inside. Edwards gets it down. No touch has been made. And too good, the Sydney Scorpions, as the players start shaking hands. And a great way to round out day one here at the Championships, but a great finish to the second half there from the Sydney Scorpions.
Yeah, it was a really good second half, and as you said, it did ebb and flow. And the man on screen there, we can see Luke Osborne, 4 tries in a cracker game for him.
What a performance it was from Osborne. Great performance from the Scorpions as well. They go into day 2, 2-0 after the victory against the Sharks earlier on this morning as well. That brings a wrap to day 1 here at the Championships, brought to you by Inferno. Quality day 1 it has been as well. It's going to be an even bigger day 2. Make sure you stay tuned on KO Sports and at Sky Sports. All the action coming your way. 10:40 local time here in Coffs Harbour is the first game of the day tomorrow. Until then, we thank you for your company, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow live here from the Championships.